unofficial report in the absence of message from His Excellency the President and formal communication by the Speaker at this moment. So item numbered 5. Honourable members, we are looking at the vote and proceedings of Wednesday, 26 March 2025, page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. 36. 37. 38. 39. 40. 41. 42. 43. And 44. Honourable members, in the absence of any correction to the vote and proceedings of the 40th sitting, dated Wednesday, 26 March 2025, is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, official report of Thursday, 13th March 2025, under correction. Honourable members, any correction on the official report dated 13th March 2025. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of Thursday, 13th day of March 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honorable members, the next item is statement, item number 6. Honorable members, we have admitted an urgent statement in honor of Honorable Jerry Ahmed Shaib, Deputy Minority Leader. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Sorry for granting me this opportunity, Mr. Speaker. I truly appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, I have a statement with reference to flooding in Wejagbawe and Greater Accra as a whole. Mr. Speaker, I stand before this House today to draw the attention of the House to the growing and urgent issue of flooding in my constituency, Wejagbawe, which continues to have a devastating impact on our people, infrastructure, and livelihoods. The issue of poor drainage systems, inadequate roads, and recurrent floods has worsened the living conditions of our residents. And it is high time that we, as a parliament, find meaningful solutions to address these challenges. Mr. Speaker, flooding in Greater Accra has become an annual occurrence, and it is increasingly clear that the current measures being implemented are not sufficient to address the root causes of the problem. It is no longer just an inconvenience, but a threat to public safety and economic stability. The situation calls for urgent action, not only to mitigate the effects of flooding, but to prevent it from recurring in the future. Mr. Speaker, we must acknowledge that the causes of flooding are multifaceted, including inadequate drainage systems, encroachment on waterways, poor waste management, and the lack of effective urban planning. The population of Greater Accra is growing at an alarming rate, and the demand for housing and infrastructure has put immense pressure on our city's ability to manage rainfall and runoff. The calls for a comprehensive and strategic approach to flood management. Mr. Speaker, in particular, I must highlight the situation in Kele. Kele is a community in my constituency, Wejagbawe, where more than 60 homes have been submerged by the rising waters during heavy rainfall and the tidal waves. The residents of these areas have been left to grapple with the destruction of their homes, loss of personal belongings, and the long-term effects on their health and well-being. It is heart-wrenching to witness these families suffer due to inadequate drainage infrastructure that fails to manage the increasing rainfall volumes. Mr. Speaker, each time it rains, I find myself, along with my team, moving through the constituency to assess the damage, check on the victims, and offer support where possible. This has become a recurring situation as our people constantly face the uncertainty of their homes being submerged or damaged, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these floods also significantly affect vital infrastructure, including schools, roads, and essential services, which are disrupted further by hindering the progress of the constituency. Mr. Speaker, the consequences of these floods extend far beyond the immediate physical damage. The disruption of educational activities has severely impacted on our children's access to quality education. Our schools are often inundated, forcing them to close or delay classes. Roads, already in a dilapidated state, become impassable, further isolating residents from accessing basic services. The already fragile health systems are put under further pressure, Mr. Speaker, and household goods are destroyed, causing severe financial strain on the affected families. Mr. Speaker, I urge this Honorable House, in collaboration with relevant ministries, to prioritize the upgrading of our drainage systems, the construction of storm drains and proper roads, and the implementation of flood management solutions in Wejagbawe and Greater Accra as a whole. It is imperative that the government takes immediate action to avert further destruction. And this is actually a humble prayer. For us to avoid loss of lives and long-term displacement of our people. Mr. Speaker, it is high time we recognize the need for long-term solutions. Long-term solutions. The following measures should be prioritized to effectively control flooding as we approach the rainy season. First, we need to upgrade and expand drainage systems. Many of the current drainage systems in Greater Accra are outdated and inefficient. It is crucial that we invest in the expansion and modernization of these systems to handle the volumes of water during heavy rain, especially storm drains running from the old barrier to Botiano, and then the construction of a sea defense at Kele, where they are suffering serious tidal waves. The construction of these new drainage channels alongside the rehabilitation of existing ones must be a priority, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is the need for us to also have improved waste management. Solid waste, particularly plastic waste, is a significant contributor to flooding as it blocks drains and water courses. We must prioritize efficient waste collection, proper disposal of waste, and public education on the importance of keeping our environment clean. The National Sanitation Day initiative, though commendable, must be scaled up and made more effective. Mr. Speaker, we also need to take into consideration public awareness campaign. It is essential to educate citizens about the causes of flooding and how they can contribute to mitigating its effects. Public awareness campaigns should emphasize the importance of keeping drains clear of debris, the consequences of illegal building practices, and the importance of proper waste disposal. Mr. Speaker, we also need to collaborate with local government or local government authorities. The Greater Accra Metropolitan Area, also known as GAMA, the Regional Coordinating Council, and the various district assemblies must play a more effective role in flood prevention efforts. There is the need to be better coordinated, and they should be doing this with the central government and other local government agencies to implement flood control measures more effectively, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is also the need to invest in sustainable urban planning. The government must work with urban planners to develop a long-term vision for Greater Accra that includes sustainable development practices, effective waste management, and flood control measures. Planning for future infrastructure must take into account the growing population and the changing climate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while I commend the efforts made by the government and the National Disaster Management thus far, it is clear that these efforts need to be intensified and expanded. If we do not take immediate and decisive action now, we will continue to face the devastating consequences of flooding year after year. Mr. Speaker, I also call for an urgent intervention in providing relief to the victims of these floods, particularly in Kele, in Wejagbawe, Yuaboman, and other affected areas. Mr. Speaker, we also need some financial aid, rebuilding of homes, and repairing damaged infrastructure. The people of Wejagbawe have suffered for far too long, and it is time we take the necessary steps to restore dignity and safety to our communities. Mr. Speaker, let this be a call to action, a call for leadership, a call for commitment and collaboration to address this pressing issue. The time to act is now. We owe it to the people of the Greater Accra region to ensure that they are all safe and protected from these devastating effects of flooding now and in the future. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity. God bless.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The statement is ably made. The floor is now open for brief comment, subject to Order 93.5. Yes, Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to comment on the statement made by my able leader. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that flooding has been one of the major causes of some of the displacements that we see in Ghana. And then one of the main government agencies that should be called to respond to the causes of flooding in Ghana, Mr. Speaker, is the Ghana Meteorological Agency. The Ghana Meteorological Agency, Mr. Speaker, is mandated to be the first response in terms of alerting us as to the weather changes, the weather patterns in the country. But what do we see? They are inundated with a lot of challenges. One of their core mandates, Mr. Speaker, is to forecast the weather, to be able to tell us as and when it will rain, so that people will take that cautionary move if they are traveling, if they are putting their properties somewhere, they know what to do. Inadequate funding has been a bane in Ghana. Recently, we met as a committee, we met the Ghana Meteorological Agency. They came to tell us some of the challenges they face. And one is the allocations. They claim that they don't have enough resources to be able to even go around the country and educate the populace when some of these occurrences are about to happen. Again, they did say that some of the equipment that they use are outmoded and that they need retooling. Mr. Speaker, if you are not able to retool the Ghana Meteorological Agency really well, properly, then they will not be able to tell us as and when rains will come, for people to take the necessary measures to avoid some of the challenges that or the situations that the Speaker had enumerated. They also claim that there are shortages of the synoptic weather stations and that they need to establish a lot of these synoptic weather stations across the country. Mr. Speaker, I would wish that the Finance Ministry make extra allocation to the Ghana Meteorological Agency to be able to perform the roles that have been assigned to them.
Honourable Member, conclude. Comments are supposed to be for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in concluding, once we do this, then they will be able to play their role, and then the citizens will also be able to take advantage of the responsibilities, and a lot of the displacements that are associated with the flooding will cease. Mr. Speaker, that said, I want to thank the maker of this statement and then hope that the right things are done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for your comment. Yes, Honourable Member. No, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this statement made by our honourable member. Mr. Speaker, I think that flooding is a major problem, not only in the Ghanaian society, but across the globe. And if you look at the issue of flooding very closely, Mr. Speaker, you agree with me that there are two main causes. That one is a natural cause that you can do very little about. But the ones that we experience, especially in that part of the country, Mr. Speaker, I think that it is largely based on our own negligence, our own inability to plan very well, and to put the right structures in place. And that is why we are experiencing the kind of we are experiencing. In as much as I sympathize with the honorable member about what is happening in his constituency, those of us who live in the national capital can attest to the fact that anytime it rains, sometimes it rains for barely 15 minutes, and the havoc that follows thereafter, Mr. Speaker, is not an easy thing. I am surprised why up to now, as a nation, we are still constructing these shallow, drains. We don't even cover the drains. The drains easily get choked when it rains. And it's as if we are not doing anything about it. Anytime you drive around, you walk around your community, you see new drains coming up. And one would have thought that by now, we would take a cue from it and do what others are doing. Mr. Speaker, anybody who attended school at the University of Ghana, Legon, will attest to the fact that at Legon, the drains that were constructed several years ago, decades ago, when you go in there, there are about 3 layers. You have a first layer, you have a sieve, you have another layer that moves water from campus all the way to where the golf house area is. And so when it rains on campus, within a few hours, the whole place is dry, and then you hardly will see flooding. But this day and age, Mr. Speaker, even when new communities are coming up, we don't plan well. The drainage system is not well kept. Look at this, Mr. Speaker, the Odo River, major river that is supposed to serve even a useful purpose in the community. When you get close to it, the only thing you see is dirt. The whole thing is choked. You can't even take additional water to be able to move it into the sea. And so this is an issue that we need to pay particular attention. We need to call on all the agencies and institutions that have the responsibility to take off our planning and make sure that our drains are desilted very well to allow free flow of water to continue. The Speaker, it rained 2 days ago, we closed from here, I was going home. Just before, after airport traffic light, the main road was flooded. The question about was flooded. And you ask yourself, for how long are we going to look on? Meanwhile, we all drive and pass there every day, and we know the inconvenience is creating, and the traffic is creating. It's as if nobody cares, nobody wants to take any action, and all of us are looking on. We cannot continue like this. The time has come for us to invite all the agencies and institutions that are responsible for planning and making sure that rights are done, and call them to order and make sure they do the right thing for our collective benefit. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank the maker of the statement and ask that you take action on this particular issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to thank the maker of the statement on these flooding issues. I will touch on the government side, which we all know that there are little things we have to do. Even within this budget, the money we are giving to water resource and works and housing, we can see that it's inadequate, that these a lot projects they can undertake because of the constraint in this budget. So I think it's time also to look at some of these issues to be able to cure them so that in the next years we can find this flooding also in this country or maybe some other parts, especially in Greater Accra. Because, Mr. Speaker, as my brother was talking about, as soon as it rains, we have disruption in transportation. And at the same time, these things happens and then they also affects on the public health. Because when it rains and then the rains also carry this police robbers to certain areas, you see people are also over there taking some water from these areas, and then we have this cholera and all that impact. And again, it's also difficult also to access a clean water based on this flooding also taking place in a lot of the places. So I think, Mr. Speaker, we can also look at it in a way that we can dam a lot of these waters to have a production as irrigation. All through can be done through Ministry of Water, Works and Housing. So, Mr. Speaker, I think with your powers and other things, you can also direct this statement for this Water, Works and Housing to come and take steps over these areas where we are having this flooding, especially the Wija area. And Mr. Speaker, it's also going to affect the livestock also, because these areas, when we are undertaking these fish ponds and all that, this water or this flood also comes into that and then also contaminates whatever they are also having there. And then again, it also disrupts these infrastructures we are also building in the country. So, Mr. Speaker, I think now we have some families which have been, which are going to live without shelter. I think NADMO can also go and assist them, and then I think we take a proper step through water, works, and housing to cure this or to minimize this in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. You have the floor. I think we'll take one more and move to another statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement made by the leader over there. I think, first of all, we have to sympathize with the families that have been devastated as a result of the flooding. And then I know they've spoken a lot about the causes and possible solutions, but I think that the two main things that cause flooding in urban areas would be poor urban planning, just like they have said, and improper waste management. Urban planning as a result of poor drainage systems, and then improper waste management is we use a lot of rubber products in this country, and most of them do not degrade within the shortest possible time. As a result, they accumulate, and when there's any little rain in the country, they choke our gutters and get them flooded. What do? We wait for the gutters to be flooded and then choked, and people's houses are damaged, properties are damaged, then we rush with relief to go and support them. I am going to talk about simple measures that we can do. Instead of sending relief to people, we rather use the money for reliefs to support communities and urban areas that are prone to flooding. The millions we spend in dredging gutters and then giving relief to flood victims in our urban areas, we can use that money rather to employ a lot of the youth who have no jobs. Provide them trucks to convey all the rubbish at every given time. The gutters must be clean. In that way, one, we have achieved getting employment for the youth. We have cleaned the gutters, and when it rains, there is no flood. Then we are making good use of our money. But we allow ourselves to produce a lot of rubbish. We throw litter anywhere, and when the gutters get choked and the houses are flooded, then we have to use money to go and clear it. What are we doing to ourselves? One other issue is that when these gutters are clean and the cities are clean, infections are prevented. This flood is going to cause infection in the areas that are involved. Cholera is going to rise, typhoid is going to rise, pneumonia, and then the rest. People don't even have money to eat now. They'll eat anything at all and get sick. Let's ensure that urban planning is well followed by every district assembly. Enforce the laws. People building on waterways, stop them from building. So I think that the cause of flooding is not because of the metro agency. If even we resource them and we choke the gutters, we will still have flooding. If even we resource them and we don't plan the cities well, they can diagnose when the rain will fall, we will still have flooding. So let's rather have a change in the way we manage our urban areas and also the way we dispose garbage in this country, and that will help in resolving almost 80% of flooding in our cities. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. That's my contribution.
Thank you, leadership.
Speaker, from the outset, let me thank you for admitting the statement. We all know the times we find ourselves in, and the focus was us to deal with the estimate, but Speaker, you created space for this statement to be made. Let me commend my deputy, the Honorable Jerry Ahmed, also for finding time to put together this statement. Speaker, not to overflog the matter, I think earlier speakers have tried to put matters in context in terms of the variables that should be mentioned when we talk about flooding. Not to sound repetitive though, Two factors I consider very important is the impact of climate change. Of course, the human factors are real, are germane. It can't be glossed over. But climate change and its effect is telling. It's telling. The narrative has often been control of mitigation, adaptation. And now the world is also talking about loss and damage because of the resultant effect of the damage caused by flooding and climate change. Speaker, all over the world, modern cities are taking a certain trend. The sustainability and the sustenance of vegetation which serve as buffers for modern cities is something that we are tending to gloss over. Because we are concretizing all our cities. Excessive usage of concrete, Speaker, is facilitating flooding. Yes, the disposal of waste is a factor. Yes, the drains is a factor. But we are almost concretizing every part of our city. Because it's not for nothing that experts have said that in the building of modern cities, we need to consciously create space for vegetation, which will serve ultimately as a buffer. That is something we are not doing, and city planners will have to take a very good look at. Intermittent desilting of our drains in the cities is something that we are not doing. Because we are not doing that. Intermittently, we should be desilting. And seasonal desiltation of our drains is also important. I think if we revert our minds to these matters, we should be fine. Experts have said that coastal cities are submerging. Because your own constituency and areas close to coastal areas, cities are submerging. Old cities, we are losing old cities because of temperature rise in the ocean, the rise of ocean level because of climate change. And experts have said that anthropogenic factors, that human factors, are contributing close to 80% of the causes of this flooding and these extremities of weather patterns. We can't do away with the flood. The floods will come, but we can control it. And we should prepare ahead of time. And it is when we prepare ahead of time that we'll be able to control the flooding. Speaker, not to bore you with words, I think I will pray some consequential directive from your outfit. There is a specific picture and a broader picture. It's not limited to his constituency. All over the country, we've had the Conti project, we've had restoration of the Kole Lagoon project. Billions of these cities have gone down the drain without proper accountability and transparency. I think going forward, Speaker, the Ministry of Works and Housing, in consultation, because there are cross-cutting issues, the Ministry of Works and Housing, the local government minister, and then the assemblies and their leadership, Speaker, they must come with some medium-term, short-term, and long-term plans to deal with this problem. Otherwise, it becomes a vicious cycle. And let me conclude a note on inviting you. I know we'll be going on, we'll be rising soon. But when we come back, I'm sure the two ministers, local government and works and housing, could come and apprise the House on some plans and projects to deal with this flooding. Speaker, having said this, I thank you for the space granted. I'm grateful.
Yes, Majority Leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the statement made by our Honorable Second Deputy Minority Whip, Honorable Ahmed. Mr. Speaker, I share his pain because I live around that area and understand how the flood can disturb and destabilize everything, every activity in that areas. Mr. Speaker, in Greater Accra, we have 3 rivers that connect the sea One is the Ododo River that connects from Circle to the sea, and you can see there is a provision for a gutter that can connect it to the sea. Though not well organized, but is somehow okay. Then we have Odokoko. That Odokoko connects through Kaneshi to the sea. That one too, there is under gutter on the street of Odoko Road to Abosokan, through Abosokan to the sea. That one too is somehow okay. Then we have this river, that's Densu River. Densu River that connects through Weja to Wejagbawe. Then it passes through Sakama, Otojo, Sahara down, Tunga, Dansoma last stop, Begbese, and that one must connect to the sea. Mr. Speaker, we can do these things as simple as ABCD, but we don't care. When it's raining season, the flood will come, then we will come and talk, that ends it. We don't do anything about it. Mr. Speaker, go and look at Netherlands. They are living with water, and nobody is saying you are building on a water lane because they know the whole land is water land. So they build and they give attention to the water and create it and even use it as a recreation and tourist area for people to come and watch. Mr. Speaker, all these things, we can work around it and even make it beautiful. Every day we said people should live where they are because they live close to the place is a flood area. Even if they leave that area, the place will still flood and even move to other places and flood those places. All we need is good planning for these 3 rivers, and we will be fine, and we will be good to go. Mr. Speaker, when the Garrett money came, that's $250 million, I was saying, thank you, Lord, because I live around that area and always we see flood. And I said that money can even solve part of the problem. But we didn't see anything. And Mr. Speaker, it's like the blacks, we ourselves are our own enemies. We don't do proper planning, we don't do anything, and every day we keep talking, and we keep blaming people. Mr. Speaker, we can do it. Let us all come together and make sure that money dedicated for such programs, we shouldn't take advantage of that money and then use part to do unnecessary things that will not help us as a nation. Mr. Speaker, thank God Mr. President too has formed a committee that will look into these flood issues. We pray that they get money so that they do good planning for the nation. When Accra is good and Accra is fine, everybody will be fine in Accra. Because it's those rivers that flood everywhere, just 3 rivers in Accra. We couldn't manage those rivers. Let's do proper planning for these rivers. If we will even spend a whole year budget for Greater Accra, for those rivers, let's do it. And we will stop complaining and we will build and we will not have issues. So it's not about who has built close to that river. It's about the proper planning to give a lane, good lane to the river to connect the sea so that people will go and even view that area and say, oh, it's an area that you can go and even release stress. Mr. Speaker, we can do it. Some people have done it. I don't think God created them so differently. We are all created the same. So we should also use our thinking cap properly and work for our nation, for our children should come and enjoy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable Member, this is a very important statement, and I direct that the statement be transmitted to the Minister responsible for Works and Houses and Sanitation and Water Resources. Honourable Members, we have another statement standing in the name of Honourable Anodompre, Minority Chief Whip, on institutionalizing corporate social responsibility, a legislative imperative for Ghana. Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Speaker, I'm grateful. The Speaker, corporate social responsibility, CSR, encapsulates a corporation's ethical obligation to conduct its business in a manner that is economically viable, socially responsible, and environmentally sustainable, while simultaneously safeguarding the interests of a diverse range of stakeholders, including employees, consumers, local communities, and the broader ecosystem. Speaker, the global corporate landscape has evolved to recognize CSR not merely as a philanthropic gesture, but as a strategic imperative that fosters sustainable economic growth, social equity, and environmental stewardship. Ghana, however, has yet to fully harness the transformative potential of CSR, a reality that has resulted in untapped economic opportunities that other nations have strategically capitalized upon. Speaker, empirical evidence underscore the profound economic and social development impact of structured CSR framework. For instance, the enactment of the Companies Act of 2013 in India mandates CSR expenditure for corporations with a net worth exceeding some 500, approximately USD 567 million USD, approximately. Research findings indicates a marked increase in CSR investment post-legislation, yielding a tangible benefit such as enhanced corporate reputation, increased employees' engagement, and amplified social impact, as incorporated by the PMG 2020 report. Speaker, similarly, within the African continent, South Africa's Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act 2023 has been instrumental in compelling corporations to invest in socio-economic development initiatives. The outcomes have been remarkable, leading to sustained economic growth, employment generation, and social integration, as documented in 2018 and 2019 annual report. It is imperative to note that in South Africa, the BBBE Act has led to an increase in black ownership of companies from 1.9% in 2001 to 23.3% in 2019. Additionally, the Act has contributed to the creation of over 500,000 jobs. It is also important to know that Nigeria has the Nigerian Content Development Monitoring Board Act, which requires companies operating in the oil and gas sector to invest in local content development. Kenya has the Companies Act 2015, which requires companies to disclose their CSR activities. Further, Mr. Speaker, Brazil's corporate social responsibility law has incentivized corporate investment in social and environmental initiatives, yielding measurable improvement in access to education and healthcare services. Additionally, Denmark's Financial Statement Act mandates CSR reporting, enhancing transparency, corporate accountability, and stakeholder engagement, as evidenced by the Danish Business Authorities Report 2020. Speaker, these jurisdictions amplify the tangible benefits of legislated CSR frameworks, underscoring the necessity for Ghana to adopt a structured and binding CSR policy. Speaker, while Ghana has some incremental progress in advancing CSR, particularly in the extractive industries, the absence of a standardized regulatory framework has led to inconsistencies in corporate accountability and impact measurement. The Ghana Chamber of Mines report that the mining sector allocated some 1.4 million Ghana cedis, approximately 230 million USD to Sierra initiative in 2020, a notable increase from 1.1 billion in 2019. Speaker, despite these investments, CSR engagement in Ghana remains largely voluntary, with no mandatory reporting requirement to ensure transparency and accountability. Speaker, the lack of comprehensive national CSR policy has led to a fragmented approach, with corporations implementing sporadic initiatives rather than integrating CSR into their core operational strategies. A prevalent misconception in Ghana equates CSR with discretionary philanthropic rather than recognizing it as an integral component of corporate governance that fosters sustainable national development. Speaker, this narrow perspective has resulted in superficial and short-term engagement rather than strategic and sustained investment in community empowerment, environmental conservation, and workforce development. Speaker, Ghana's regulatory environment further compounds the challenges surrounding CSR. According to the International Organization for Standardization's 2020 report, Ghana is among the few African nations lacking a national CSR policy or binding legislation. Moreover, weak enforcement mechanisms exacerbates the issue, with the Ghana Chamber of Mines reporting some 60% of mining companies are not being subjected to regulatory inspection in the past year. Speaker, the inadequacies of Ghana's labor laws in safeguarding workers' rights, as highlighted by the International Labour Organization, further expose the limitations of the existing CSR framework. Additionally, the Ghana Environmental Protection Agency 2020 report reveals that the maximum penalty for corporate environmental infractions stands at a mere 10,000 Ghana cedis, an amount insufficient to deter non-compliance. Mr. Speaker, the absence of a robust legislative framework perpetuates inconsistencies in CSR implementation across industries, thereby undermining the country's ability to hold corporations accountable for their social and environmental footprints. Speaker, furthermore, Ghana ranks 114th out of 129 countries in stakeholder engagement according to the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. And this underscores the need for structured regulatory interventions to enhance corporate community relations. Speaker, given the preponderance of empirical evidence and institutional reports, it is imperative that Ghana enacts a national CSR policy and legislation that mandates corporate entities to operate within an ethical and socially responsible framework. Such legislation will provide a structured mechanism for corporations to align their CSR initiatives with national development priorities, ensuring that corporate contributions transcend mere public relations exercise to become impactful and measurable contributions to socio-economic progress. Speaker, in drawing the curtains to a close, in this regard, I propose the following legislative consideration. 1. Mandatory CSR reporting. Companies should be legally obliged to disclose their CSR initiatives and financial commitment to enhance transparency and accountability. Conformity to CSR standards The policy framework should establish clear CSR benchmarks that corporations must adhere to, ensuring uniformity in corporate engagement across industries. Enforcement mechanism. Regulatory bodies must be empowered to monitor, evaluate, and enforce compliance with CSR obligations, including the impositions of deterrent penalties for non-compliance. Speaker, stakeholder engagement requirement. Corporations must be mandated to engage in meaningful consultations with local communities and other relevant stakeholders to ensure that CSR initiatives address pertinent social needs and contribute to sustainable development. Speaker, in conclusion, the formulation and enactment of a national CSR policy and legislative framework is a critical step towards fostering sustainable development and enhancing corporate accountability in Ghana. A well-defined CSR policy will not only provide the necessary legal structure for responsible corporate behavior, but also serve as a catalyst for inclusive economic growth, environmental sustainability, and social equity. I urge this August House to take a decisive action on CSR legislation to ensure that corporate entities contribute meaningfully to socio-economic advancement of our dear country. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the floor is now open for comment. Ricardo Magbana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I commend the maker of this very important statement, and I would want to plead that beyond just a statement being discussed on the floor of Parliament, we take the recommendations concerning the statement very seriously and see how we can help as a country for us to adopt or enact a CSR policy for this country. Mr. Speaker, across the world, companies and businesses are being urged to operate within some ethical standards. And here in Ghana, because it is not mandatory, companies are allowed to do or embark on CSR activities at their own will. There are a number of things we can do to promote CSR activities, especially even in education. Recently, we were at the National Education Forum, and the issue of education financing came up. And we discovered that there are many companies or businesses operating, even making profits within certain limits that can support education financing. But because there is no national policy on CSR, they are not able to enter the space or the ecosystem to contribute. There are a number of things we can do. One is for us to have a national dialogue on CSR. We currently do not have a standard practice. And so depending on the sector, there are various policies. The mining sector has a different policy regarding CSR, and the other sectors have their own policies. But we need to have a national policy on CSR. And that will be the beginning of getting businesses or companies to operate in more ethical ways and also to contribute positively. In terms of environment, we're talking about green transition and all of that. Without legislation, it will be difficult to be a check on companies that are operating or polluting our environment, because we will have these conversations on a very general manner, but because of the lack of legislation, you will not be able to hold any company accountable for how they are operating. We need to enact a law. I will plead that as the maker of the statement himself is a leader in this house, I will encourage him to follow this issue up, and then let's see how we can have an interministerial committee set up and for us to begin a national dialogue on CSR. Again, one thing we can do to promote CSR is to grant tax incentives, Mr. Speaker, to companies that are operating ethically. The tax incentives will become a way of getting many more people into it out of operating in Ghana. They can also contribute to building schools or embarking on corporate social responsibilities that will positively impact this country. We earlier discussed issue of flooding, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion,
these issues of flooding cannot only be a governmental issue. All these private companies that we talk about, as part of their CSR, can be brought in to help so that together we can confront some of these social challenges that confront us. I believe this statement should be treated as a very, very important statement, and let's follow up and take some urgent steps on it and ensure that we enact a national CSR policy to guide how businesses operate in this country. Once again, I commend the maker of this statement for bringing this important issue to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll first thank my respected leader for this statement. I said the natural resource law. As far as in 1958, where then President formed Boating's Commission, and then this CSR proposition was also proposed for the country to take. And Mr. Speaker, as at now, we are still talking about it, and then I think it's also high time for this August House to do well to adopt it, as we have done for the local content as well. And Mr. Speaker, because there is no binding law to cover this CSR, some companies also go to some communities, do some MO with them, and then later they choose to do different things. And because they can't also complain as much, you see, they do that and then get away with it. And I think, Mr. Speaker, when we are able to do so, especially in the mining areas, some things we'll be complaining now will be the thing of the past in terms of community development and well-being, and then the safe of the environment will not be an issue which we will be talking about it. And then I think, Mr. Speaker, we can also do well by also encouraging the companies who will be doing well within this side to help them in terms of, let's say, giving them some concessions which will be good for them to promote this CSR for that. And I think, Mr. Speaker, by that, we can promote the social welfare of the communities and then its citizens. So by these few words, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the maker of the statement. Thank you.
Members, leadership, the statement is Minority Chief Whip. Honourable members, we also have another statement standing in the name of Honourable Alassane Oman, MP for Sabzugu, on road traffic congestion in the capital city of Ghana.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
The honourable member is not.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Be ready for the next item. After his statement, we are moving to the next item.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to address the August House on the pressing issues of road traffic congestion in Ghana's capital cities, particularly Accra and Kumasi. Road networks are vital for daily activities, including commuting to work, markets, and places of worship. However, congestion has become a major social or socio-economic and environmental challenges, demanding attention. Despite efforts by successive governments to construct and expand roads, progress has stagnated over the past 8 years. Daily, thousands of Ghanaians endure long hours in traffic, wasting valuable time and productivity. According to the World Bank's 2021 report, connecting the dots, people, jobs, and social services in urban Ghana, 70% of major roads in Accra are congested during rush hours with vehicle speeds dropping below 20 kilometers per hour. The Ghana Statistical Service also notes that Accra population has grown by 35% over the past 2 decades. While road infrastructure has remained largely unchanged, the World Bank estimates that Ghana loses approximately $200 million annually due to congestions stemming from lost productivity, excessive fuel consumption, and delayed business operations. Beyond economic losses, congestion poses serious health and environmental risk. The Environmental Protection Agency 2022 report highlights that vehicle emissions account for 70% of urban air pollution, contributing to respiratory and cardiovascular diseases. Additionally, the mental toll of prolonged traffic exposure leads to stress, frustrations, and a decline in quality of life. Causes of congestions. Several factors contribute to the worsening traffic situation. 1, rapid urbanization and vehicle ownership. Urban population have surged from 50% in 2000 to 58% today, with Accra alone housing over 5 million people. The Driver and Vehicle Licenses Authority, DVLA, reports over 3 million registered vehicles, 70% of which are concentrated in Accra and Kumasi. Poor road infrastructure. Many roads are narrow, poorly maintained, and lack proper intersections, flyovers, and dedicated lanes for buses and cyclists. The absence of a functional bus rapid transit system exacerbates the problem. 3, inefficient public transport. Over 60% of commuters rely on informal transport services like trotros and taxis, which operate without schedule or designated stops, contributing to disorder and congestion. 4, weak traffic management, reckless driving, illegal parking, and poor enforcement of traffic regulations further worsen congestion. Proposed solutions. To address this crisis, a multifaceted approach is required. Modern public transport system. Implement a BRT system with dedicated bus lanes, expanding rail transport, and promoting non-motorized transport like cycling and walking can reduce reliance on private vehicles. 2, light rail transit, often referred to as modern trainway or light metro. It is an urban transportation system that uses electrical-powered rail-guided vehicles, typically operating on dedicated tracks at ground level on electrical structures or tunnels, which makes them environmental friendly. Upgrading road infrastructure. Expanding high traffic corridors, constructing flyovers, underpasses, and alternative routes, and integrating pedestrian-friendly walkways, cycling lanes are essential. Smart traffic management, adopting AI-based technologies such as intelligent traffic lights, real-time monitoring, and automated ticketing system can improve traffic flow and penalize offenders. Strict enforcement of traffic laws, enforcing parking regulations, penalizing reckless driving, and implementing congestion pricing for high traffic zones during peak hours can instill discipline among road users. Behavioral change, encourage carpooling, redesigning and flexible work schedules, including remote work options, can reduce the number of vehicles on the road. Conclusion. Mr. Speaker, road traffic congestion is choking our economy, polluting our air, and diminishing our quality of life. Addressing this issue requires collective action from policymakers, engineers, businesses, and commuters. By investing in modern transport system, upgrading infrastructure, and enforcing traffic laws, we can build a fast, safe, and efficient transport system. The time for action is now. Let us reset and create the Ghana we want, a nation where movement is seamless and sustainable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Honourable members, can we limit ourselves to one comment each? Yes, Honourable Stephen Amwa. Very well. OPK, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, the Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important statement on road traffic congestion, especially in the capital, Accra. The Speaker, indeed, if you are to travel, especially in the central business district of Accra, for a distance that will take you less than 10 minutes, you would be spending over 1 hour, 2 hours trying to get to your destination. Sometimes I wonder, persons who work at Ghana Cocoa Board, how they are able to get to their offices. I mean, the traffic there alone, the Speaker, is quite worrying. So I'm happy that this thing has come to the attention of the House. And Mr. Speaker, we all know the reasons. I mean, the over-reliance on our road transport system is a major cause of this road traffic congestions. I mean, poor urban planning, inadequate traffic management systems, encroachment and street trading. In fact, in the central business district, persons who engage in petty trading, who have taken over the streets of Accra, are contributing largely to the traffic congestion that we experience in our country. Mr. Speaker, successive governments have done their bit. I mean, especially with respect to road infrastructure expansions. We also saw the Pokwasi interchange, which is a 4-tier interchange and the first of its kind in West Africa. We've seen the Tema Motorway interchange phase 1 project. We've seen the Obechebi Lamte interchange phase 1 and phase 2, which is currently ongoing. And of course, the Tamale interchange. All these road constructions are aimed at ensuring that the congestion that we see on our roads are controlled. And one key thing that, Mr. Speaker, for me, I think we should be doing as a country is that a lot of the people who do business or who work in the central business district of Accra live outside the areas, probably due to the high cost of renting in Accra. But if within the capitals, I mean, you monitor what is going on, you see that you'd have, let's say, 2 acres of land with just a 4-bedroom accommodation belonging to the state. Mr. Speaker, the time has come for the state to consider building high-rising buildings in the central business district so that workers can get these buildings to rent at an affordable rate to ease the congestion on our roads. I mean, if the person lives nearby, 10 minutes drive, 5 minutes walk to his work site, he can even go to office with a bicycle. Now, in Parliament, we have seen that Parliament has introduced electronic bicycles and all of that. And once we have started here, the Ghanaian people will accept and appreciate that that will be a better form of transport, and they will be using it. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank the maker of the statement for bringing this to our attention, and I'm happy that the road minister is here. There's a need to do more. There's a need to construct more roads to ease the pressure in Accra. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement.
Honourable Member, that brings us to the end of statement. Honourable Members, at commencement of public business. Leaders.
Mr. Speaker, we want to take item 18 on today's order paper at page 5. The minister is not around, so road minister is here, so I've discussed with my colleague so that the road minister will move the motion on behalf of the sector minister.
Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, you see, my colleagues, I always cooperate with them, and yet I always cooperate with them. That's fine. For the road minister to stand instead of the local government minister. Yesterday, Honorable Ahmed was here. He was here for a very long period. Unfortunately, our time was taken by the financial bill, so we're unable to do it. What I would say is that, yes, we are going electronic. Your report has been uploaded here. I can see it. But Speaker, we need just few copies to complement what we have on the system. So we can start with the local government, but the other motions, they should get a few of the copies just for us to complete what we have on the system. Otherwise, we don't have hard copies at all. So he can proceed.
Clerk, let the committee,
also give us,
the committee class should give us few copies of the reports.
He should try and he should work closely with me. He should give me a chronology of the motions so that we can all get ready. Give me first 5 so that we get carried along. If you mention them on the spur of the moment, we don't get moved along. So I need the first 5 and then we can move.
Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, take note. He wants the first 5 motions that will be taken. The report on the first 5 motions.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
For now, Honorable Minister responsible for roads and highways, you will move the motion numbered 18.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I want to thank my colleagues from both sides for this kind gesture. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House approves the sum of 4 billion and 44,356,455 Ghana cedi for the services of the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, this amount is expected to help the ministry deal with all the issues, the coordinated activities at our local assemblies, at the regional coordinating councils, manage entities that work on waste disposal in our communities, and many other initiatives that the ministry has outlined as part of the 2025 fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Thank you very much. Motion moved. Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion that this House approves the sum of 4,044,356,455 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy, Religious Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, before I present the committee's report, I want to ask that the Hansa Department capture the entire report as having been read. Mr. Speaker, I want to just go straight to the concluding part. Aside the numerous issues that were raised
at the committee level. The most critical one had to do with the issue of sanitation. In the budget, Mr. Speaker, committee members realized that the issue of sanitation is very critical in this country. Budgetary allocation to cater for sanitation in the country was nothing to write home about. But at the end of the day, the committee was able to meet with the finance minister, and he made an assurance that before the appropriation is passed, an additional allocation was going to be made to cater for the issue of sanitation. So I want to therefore plead once again on behalf of the ministry that the finance minister will go by his assurance or promise and do the appropriating. Mr. Speaker, I so move. Thank you.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Former Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the motion and the request for funding of 4,044,356,455 cedis for the Ministry of Local Government, Rural Development and Chieftaincy, Culture and Religious Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I am a member of the Religious Affairs Committee.
Ministry is now Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs.
Yes, please. And Sanitation and Water Resources. That's the joint committee. That's the report coming from the joint committee. Mr. Speaker, there are two issues that I believe that I want to comment on. One of them is the elevation of the chieftaincy and the religious affairs entity from a status of a directorate to an agency. Mr. Speaker, if you take the work that our chieftaincy institutions and religious organizations do for this country, you realize that they are really the embodiment of the Ghanaian society. And therefore, reducing them from a ministry to the level of a directorate, we believe is not appropriate. In fact, we believe that when we give it the status of an agency, it will go a long way to raise and mobilize a lot of resources for themselves and invest in these two institutions. Mr. Speaker, one area we realize is that most of the chiefs in this country feel that their powers have been withdrawn from them. But as a society, we can give them a lot of space and a lot of responsibility and obligations to support government work. If we take the regions, one of our biggest challenges we tend to have in our regions is the issue of security. A lot of chieftaincy issues across the length and breadth of the country. When I was a regional minister, I didn't have less than 200 cases before my office and the regional House of Chiefs. Clearly, it shows that if we are giving some responsibility and resources to manage affairs in a certain way, the security situation will be better than what we see today. Because currently, as we speak, chieftaincy insecurity is more than even armed robberies we have in this country. And we believe that if you're able to bring it to the status of an agency, it will go a long way, a very, very long way, to stabilize them, for them to play their part. The second issue I also wanted to look at is the issue of the Land Use and Spatial Planning Authority. Mr. Speaker, if we take the Ministry of Environment and Science, you realize that there are a lot of funds that are locked up in their area. We have the Spatial Planning Fund, and we also have even the Land Restoration Fund. Unfortunately, these funds are not usually available for the ministry that overlooks these departments. And we believe that it's time that the law is brought back into this House for some amendment so that the Minister for Local Government and Rural Development can have access to these funds to develop our cities. Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest issues we have in this country is the development and growth of our mining towns. You realize that there's always a disconnect between the gold that is extracted from these towns and then the way these towns are developed. Most of the times, we tend to accuse big mining companies in these towns. Meanwhile, the development and spatial planning and built environment in these towns are not in the control of these big mining companies. And I believe that if these funds are made available to the ministry, they can have a collaborative way of making sure that as they are extracting more gold from the area, the district, metropolitan municipal assemblies in those areas will have some funding to ensure proper planning, ensure proper built environment, and ensure that our cities actually portray the kind of resources that are extracted from these regions. With this view, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to support the motion for the approval.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member.
For the ministries.
Yes, Minority Chief Whip. So how many people are we taking on each? 2 each. Very well. Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this motion. Mr. Chairman, I would like to touch on the sanitation aspect of the
we don't have the numbers.
Mr. Chairman, you can, sorry. Mr. Speaker, you realize that under sanitation, it's very important for us because sanitation is a key to our economic recovery. Unfortunately, there is an aspect of this budget statement that has an issue, and that one has to do with the SPL. Unfortunately, the SPL has been redirected to augment the energy levy. And based on that, the arrears for sanitation between 2023 and 2024 is close to about 1 point, let me make the reference here. Yes, it's about 1.272 billion Ghana cedis. This is the arrears that the state or the government owns contractors within the sanitation industry. Unfortunately, the SPL, that is Sanitation and Pollution Levy, that is going to take care of these arrears, has been moved to energy levy. And for that matter, there is no dedicated fund for the sanitation industry. We had the opportunity to meet with the Minister of Finance to deliberate on why this levy has been moved to energy. He gave us the impression that it is a government policy. So unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about it. So we wanted to find out, if that is the case, how do we take care of the sanitation issues that we have here and the arrears of over 1.2 billion. He made us understand that there's going to be about 13 billion in this budget that is going to take care of arrears, and that much, there's going to be part of it going to sanitation. Mr. Speaker, we all understand sanitation is a big issue in Ghana here, especially the big cities, Accra, Kumasi, and other big cities. So we want to appeal to the finance minister that if he's going to use part of the arrears budget to take care of the sanitation, we want to be assured that definitely they are going to use this money to take care of the arrears that are already in existence and those that we are going to generate now. So with these few words, I want to agree with the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Yes, Minority Whip.
Speaker, just some few observations. I wish my colleague was here, but it's okay. Speaker, let's get it that the development authorities have all been uploaded onto this ministry, the 3 development authorities. And so it comes in its wake a certain renewed concern, and we have to look at the budget provision, because what it means is that they will have to be given more oxygen in the prosecution of their works. Speaker, if you recall, last year, the collection of IGF by the assemblies was an issue, where there was a concern as to whether it has to be centralized or it should be decentralized as the normal approach. I've tried to go through the report, if there will be some expression in terms of what the attitude of the ministry will be. Will it be a departure of what pertained last year? It's a concern, which I don't find any expressions in the report. But we can raise it with our colleague, and I'm sure he's also equally concerned about it. Speaker, the land use and spatial planning, they have a challenge. There is an act that had a dedicated funding in this regard. Unfortunately, structurally, the fund is supervised by the Ministry of Environment. As a result, the local government is having a difficulty in assessing that fund. So we may have to devise and navigate properly how the ministry can assess that fund, because the act has been passed already, the fund has been established. Speaker, the Institute of Local Government, also we are told, I think last 2 weeks or so, the minister was in the House to answer a question relating to the bill of the Institute of Local Government. I hope there will be, the ministry will make some provision in ensuring that the bill is passed into an act as soon as possible. We all know how important the Local Government Institute is and the role it has played in defining our decentralization drive. We may have to bring, Honorable Road Minister, you have to listen, since you are standing instead, and then bring these matters before the minister to attach all the importance it deserves. Waste management. Speaker, over the years, it's been a challenge, and companies involved have come out in the public discourse, and there have been various allegations thrown about that officers employed by these companies are not paid appropriately. These matters have come up, and I hope the minister will want to take it up. Again, concerns about religious concerns and religious and chieftaincy matters have also been uploaded to the same ministry. So I hope these matters will be taken into consideration. Finally, we are told assembly members are going to be paid some allowance. And Speaker, you and I do know that they come under this ministry. I don't know if it is the case that in drafting the common fund formula, that consideration will be taken, or it is something that should come midstream budget preparation of the ministry. Maybe, I'm not sure, my good friend, the road minister, has some answers to it, but you have the answers. Maybe you should give us some answers on this. Having said that, I support the motion. I thank you.
Honourable Minister, your concluding remark.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank colleagues for supporting the motion for the approval of these estimates. The respected minority chief whip raised a number of issues, two of which are very significant and needed to be addressed. Indeed, this House nearly passed the bill for the local government, the establishment of the local government university. The proponents did a lot of work. The situation in the House did not allow us to pass it. So I agree that it's one of the things we should prioritize and pass as quickly as possible. His inquiry about how the assembly members will be paid. Yes, the assembly members' remuneration will be part of the common fund formula, which is being considered as we speak. So those are the two significant issues I need to address. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, honourable members. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favour say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the House have it. The motion is adopted. This Honorable House accordingly approves the sum of 4,356,455 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Majority Chief.
Mr. Speaker, we will take item 25 on today's order paper at page 7. The existing protocol is working, so we'll ask the road minister to move the motion. It is inherent in the first application I made, so.
Honorable Minority Leader, the application is road minister.
I will not object. They know I will not object. But I have cautioned him that he should give us the first five.
Yes,
priorities.
And they should take note of your cooperation. They should take judicial notice of your cooperation.
Yes, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Road Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I thank you for the opportunity and I acknowledge the cooperation of my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 2,904,904,981 Ghana cedi for the services of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, these sums are intended to, amongst others, help the ministry coordinate their various activities in the improvement of crop and livestock and the distribution of same to consumers, work with other agencies to improve irrigation in designated areas, and also to work towards improving agribusiness in our country. It's also intended to help do sustainable management of land and environment in the cultivated land for purposes of agriculture and collaborate with other state agencies. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honorable members, motion moved. Any seconder? Yes, Honorable Gakwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to support the motion and to second the motion.
Yes,
in doing so, Mr. Speaker, in presenting your committee's report, the committee met and then discussions were done. There were some key observations we want to bring to the fore. One of them is the low investment in terms of irrigation development. We met the minister and then it was reiterated that the minister noted that we have almost about 1.9 million hectares of irrigatable lands, and then after that, it's only few that is used. Based on that, irrigation for wealth creation project is intended to establish 10 acres of 10 hectares of new irrigation across 8.
Member, in conclusion.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee carefully examined the budget of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture for 2025 financial year and is satisfied that the policies and program outlined for the year will go a long way to position Agric on the anchor of the sustainable growth and development. And the committee accordingly recommends to the House to adopt the report and approve the total sum of 2,904,000,000 Ghana cedis, 904,981 Ghana cedis to implement the plans and program and of activities for the Ministry of Food and Agriculture for the year 2025 fiscal year. I so.
Honorable members, Motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion on the floor. Speaker, motion number 25, that this Honorable House approves the sum of 2,904,904,908 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture for the year ending 31st December 2025. Speaker, in supporting the motion, I want to make a few comments. Speaker, when your committee met with the ministry, we look at their 2024 performance. Speaker, and I'm glad to report that the committee was satisfied when it came to the distribution of planting materials, fertilizers, pesticides, weedicides, and other items needed for crop production. Speaker, we also realized that the ministry was able to construct 69 warehouses, and 9 are ongoing, and we're also happy to learn from the ministry that electricity will be extended to the completed warehouses. Speaker, it may interest you to learn that the ministry is not only importing vaccines, and that last year, 2024, they were able to produce 2.1 million veterinary vaccines locally. Speaker, that is good news. We are, of course, going to create jobs for our youth. Speaker, we are also happy to learn that the ministry was able to support victims of the Akosombo dam spillage. Indeed, over 334,000 victims were supported. Speaker, the ministry also briefed the committee about the outlook for 2025. They're going to look at crop and livestock development program, production and productivity improvement, mechanization, irrigation, agricultural development, sustainable management. Speaker, these programs and activities, they are gargantuan, if I should borrow the word from the former special prosecutor. Speaker, and I'm wondering where the money is going to come from, because if you look at the allocation for the ministry, Speaker, it's only 2.9 billion, far lower than what was allocated for the ministry in 2024. And Mr. Speaker, donor contribution alone is 45% of this amount. So, Speaker, if you look at the programs outlined under mechanization alone, Speaker, they are going to establish 50 farmer service centers. They are going to establish modern irrigation systems under the 24-hour economy, and then they are also going to implement the irrigation for wealth creation to fully harness the country's irrigation potential. Speaker, so the budgetary allocation to the ministry is too small. Speaker, we made some observations, key ones. Speaker, the first one is about low investment in irrigation. Speaker, the minister told us that Ghana, we have about 1.9 million hectares of irrigable land, but only 226,000 is currently utilized. And also several irrigation projects which were started some time ago have either been installed or those which have been completed are not operational. Speaker, what was disturbing was that outstanding IPCs from irrigation contracts exceed 2.2 billion, but only 100 million has been allocated. We don't know what is going to happen to the other outstanding IPCs. Speaker, we also noticed that even though the ministry generates a lot of funds internally, very little is allocated to the ministry. In 2024, for example, even though 24 million was approved, only 5.9 million was released. This is just about 25% of what was approved. The veterinary services director.
Member conclude.
Speaker.
Honourable members, please, the reports are many, so let's summarize our contributions.
I will be concluding, Speaker. Speaker, so in conclusion, I urge this Honourable House to join me in supporting the report in the approval of the budgetary allocation of 2,904,981 Ghana cedis for the services of the ministry. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister, any concluding remark? Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor of the motion number 25 on today's order paper at page 7, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the motion is adopted. This Honourable House accordingly approves the sum of 2,904,981 cedis for the services of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, we take item 26.
Honourable members, motion number 26.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House approves the sum of 807,444,639 Ghana cedi for the services of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, these amounts are intended to be expended on activities of the ministry, amongst other things, for the administration of Ghana's lands, including stool lands, the management of our forest resources in sustainable ways, the Geological Survey Department, the issues of oversighting Minerals Commission, and the promotion of sustainable mining and minimizing damage to our environment, the activities of the Ghana Integrated Aluminium and Steel Development Corporation, amounts others. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Thank you. Motion ably move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, as a member of the committee, I present your committee's report.
Please do.
You should make that. You shouldn't take the chair for granted.
That is why I say please do. He said, as a member of the committee, he would like to present the committee's report. And I said, please do.
Mr. Speaker, I'll call on the table office to capture the entire report as having been read, whilst I read the conclusion. The committee has due scrutinized the 2025 annual budget estimate of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources in the light of the monumental prospect of the sector to support the country's developmental efforts, as well as the myriad of challenges bedeviling the sector. Key challenges include low budgetary allocation, delayed releases of approved budgets, and the Galamsey menace. The committee, however, observed that the 2025 budgetary allocations to the ministry and its agencies are woefully inadequate to unlock the prospect of the sector and to address the challenges therein. Additional funds will be required to address the financial shortfalls, especially the amount of 19 million Ghana cedis required by GGSA to rehabilitate the National Seismic Observatory Center. Mr. Speaker, respectfully submitted.
Thank you. Motion moved and seconded, and it is now for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Kabiru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support this proposed approval of a budget of 1,870,449,337 Ghana cedi for services for the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, I do that mindful of the fact that in the committee's report, they are promising us that arrears owed youth in afforestation program will be paid under this particular approval, which is good news because these are young people who have rendered services to the country with outstanding payment. Mr. Speaker, the last one I want to commend them on is the issue of GIDEC and then GISDEC, the Ghana Aluminium Development Corporation, and then Ghana Integrated Iron and Steel Development Corporation. These are babies of the previous government. His Excellency Akufo-Addo established this with the aim of raking in from our mineral deposit returns that would benefit the country. And the minister taking cognizance of that fact and budgeting an amount of 28 million and 60 million respectively for GIDEC and GISDEC is something worthy of commendation. That said, this amount is so woefully inadequate for the needed capital injection we need in this sector. Mr. Speaker, GISDEC is one of the things that we are trying to use to enhance the development of the Eastern Corridor. And I'm sure that the President would equally be concerned about that and taking measures to ensuring that those projects and those programs benefit the good people of Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with this few words, I support the motion.
Thank you very much. Yes, Minority Whip.
If it pleases you, will you take him?
Yes, I have two people standing behind you.
So you can take either of them, and then I will conclude on our side from them.
Very well. So, Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to support the approval of the budget estimate for the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources for the 2025 financial year. Mr. Speaker, if we look at the allocation that was given to the ministry the past year, 2024, the ministry exhausted a budgetary allocation of 1.7 billion. When you look at the allocation for 2025, the ministry is supposed to have 1.8 billion for consideration and approval. However, under the observations, you realize that a lot of the resources that are going to be given to the agencies under the ministry are all being cut. If you look at that of the Minerals Commission, the report indicates that the Minerals Commission submitted a budget of 720 million Ghana cedis. However, this budget is allocating almost 60% of their budget, which is 493 million. Now, if you look at the functions of the Minerals Commission vis-a-vis the fight against illegal mining, and then our quest to improve on our capacity to maximize our mineral resources, then this huge budgetary reduction for the Minerals Commission is very worrying. Mr. Speaker, if you go back again and look at the funds for the Office of Administrator of Stool Lands, the budget is allocating 269 million. And according to them, these resources is also very inadequate for their administration. Similar challenges are faced by the Ghana Boundary Commission and that of the Lands Commission. In as much as, Mr. Speaker, we want to admonish the Ministry of Finance to improve on its revenue distribution, it is very clear that the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources is heavily underfinanced.
Member conclude.
And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to encourage the Minister of Finance that getting into the media review, special attention should be given into resourcing the Ministry of Lands. With that, Mr. Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in seeking for the House approval for the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources 2025 financial year. I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion for the approval of the advertised amount in lieu of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. Let me focus on just a few observations. Speaker, a matter that comes up has to do with the capping of the IGF of the agencies under the ministry. We do know that the government has set out to uncap most of the statutory funds. In the spirit of uncapping these funds, I think the tentacles of that spirit should be extended to the agencies under the ministry. It's so important, and this is a matter we can have a discussion on, and I'm sure we can engage the minister on this for it to take effect. Speaker, the payment of the youth in afforestation, we all know the importance of the afforestation, the National Afforestation Project. We have a huge outstanding, and we want to employ the ministry to navigate properly, to find the necessary oxygen, and make sure that our youth affected are paid. And the Deputy Whip he presented the report. It should be the conduit to carry the message to the minister that all the outstandings are paid. Our youth are bleeding. Speaker, the matter related to the Geological Survey Authority is so grave, and I cannot emphasize more. I recall during the vetting, the Honorable Minister has said that as part of effort to fight galamsey and irresponsible mining, he is going to ensure that there is categorization of the stakeholders in the mining industry. And he has said that one of the key factors is the Geological Survey Department, because they are going to help in the categorization. Speaker, here we are. The oxygen, the necessary oxygen that the Geological Survey needs to prosecute on this noble agenda is being denied. What is given to them is woefully inadequate. I hope now that we have good board coming on board, we can make consideration to take care of the Ghana Geological Survey. It's so important, because they will be able to tell the places that we have mineral deposits so that people can mine more responsibly. It's important we take very good notice of this observation. Speaker, the National Seismic Observer Center, they have a mandate to monitor and give us information ahead of time of indications of the risks of earthquake incidents. The funding gap of some 19 million. It's so bad. And Honorable Rep, we have to take good notice and make sure, even if we cannot produce or provide all the 19, we should do something about it. It cannot be left in the way it is. So having said this, I think we are moving ahead. The earlier speaker spoke about the Ghana Boundary Commission. We passed the bill into an act. Now we have the Boundary Commission Act. I mean, recall all we had to go through to get it passed. The funding again becomes a challenge. Speaker, the big fish here is Galamsey. We can't pretend about it. I'm disturbed. I've come through all the report. How many pages? 19-page report. Not a dedicated expression on Galamsey. Why? Why? There should be some. The minister had told us at the vetting we are going to do categorization, blah, 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 blah. This is in your budget. For a whole year budget, no dedication to Galamsey fight. It's regrettable. It's totally regrettable. No, you can't justify this. Speaker, I think there should be further engagement, and I will employ the committee that they should further engage the minister. There should be definite expression for the fight against Galamsey. We can't leave it as it is. Passing statements and sweeping statements being made in this regard cannot hold and cannot justify the inaction. So, in as much as I speak in support of the motion, I think these observations should be teased out. And the minister, thankfully, is one of us. And he's not a difficult person. Some of these things, we should find a way of reinforcing it and dealing with this matter. Let's let the public know. You had told them you were going to fight Galamsey. You said we have failed. That's why the Ghanaians voted against us. You are now at the helm of affairs. Show us the way. Show us the... I'm concluding. So, I'm concluding on the Galamsey, and also urge the minister that he should probably come back to the House and give us a better particulars on his actions to dealing with the Galamsey menace. I thank you, Speaker.
Members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor of the motion number 26 on today's order paper, page 7, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. This August House approves the sum of 1,817,449,639 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministries of Lands and Natural Resources for the year ending 31st December 2025. Members, before moving on to the other item, let me acknowledge the presence of New Joburg South Youth Parliament, led by Emmanuel Asari, who is their speaker, and they are from New Joburg South constituency, 51 in number. Also, pupils from King's Heaven Montessori School, led by Mrs. Hannah Ayesen, proprietress of the school. They are from Ghana, 70 in number. Atomic Hills Basic 1 School, led by Ebenezer Nyako Kujo, teacher. They are from Domi, Kwabenya. They are 62 in numbers. Honorable members, on behalf of the entire House and myself, I wish our dear visitors and students a fruitful stay in Parliament. Yes, Honorable Deputy Majority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, we are taking item 30.
Members, item number 30.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this House approve the sum of 838,685,221 Ghana cedi for the services of the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, these sums, amongst other things, is intended to support the ministry's work in the implementation of the National Rural Telephony Project, a project that is very dear to many MPs here, especially those of us from rural communities. The work of the Ghana Meteorological Services, whose works help farmers, air navigation and other things in this country. The completion of the phase 1 of the Digital Youth Village, the management of the activities of Ghana Post, the cyber security, and many other organizations under this ministry. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I second the motion for the approval of 838,685,421 Ghana cedis for the telecommunications industry. Mr. Speaker, this is very, very critical considering the fact that the budget for the communication industry has been reduced this year significantly. And at the committee, we wondered how the ministry will be able to implement 8 projects with this amount that has been allocated for this year. Mr. Speaker, as indicated by the mover of the motion, it is very, very important that as a country, we do not move, leaving behind over 5 million Ghanaians who are either underserved
in conclusion,
or don't have rural connectivity at all.
Please,
so,
in
Mr.
conclusion.
Speaker, on this premise, I second the motion. Thank you.
Motion moved and seconded. Report presented, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable OPK.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to comment on the motion for this House to approve the sum of 838 million for the services of the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, whilst doing that, I wish to highlight some key points in the report. First has to do with the performance of Ghana Post. Mr. Speaker, the committee was impressed with the performance with the financial performance of Ghana Post, given the improvement in its revenue generation efforts and the introduction of innovations, particularly in the view of the general perception of reduction in the patronage of its services in the advancement of technology. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure this accounts for reasons why the erstwhile administration at Ghana Post intended to employ a lot more people to help in its delivery of its services. But today, persons who have been employed under Ghana Post are being sacked and told to go home. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to highlight Ghana's effort in its cyber crime efforts in the cybersecurity space. It's interesting to note, Mr. Speaker, that Ghana today is ranked as the second highest on the continent. In fact, an improvement from 2014, where we were ranked 34% on the continent. Today, Ghana is doing 99.27%, and we're on tier 1. It's a very significant improvement, and we need to highlight these key points. Mr. Speaker, I also want to touch on NITA. Government, through its efforts, is doing everything possible to improve on the services of NITA. But I also want to clear an impression that is being created from the ministry that NITA as at February 2025, had only 25 Ghana cedis in its account. Mr. Speaker, it is not true. The 25 Ghana cedis in NITA's account was as a result of the sweeping of money by the Controller and Accountant General. So that impression should not be created that the erstwhile administration left just 25 Ghana cedis. It is as a result of the fact that the Ministry of Finance, through the Controller and Accountant General, decided to sweep the accounts of NITA. Mr. Speaker, the monies owed by NITA, should be borne by the Ministry of Finance, because it's part of the entire smart home project that is being run by central government. So NITA certainly is performing well. NITA do not owe that impression. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I want to highlight the fact that 100 million Ghana cedis for the 1 million coders program is inadequate. In fact, in the manifesto of the NDC, we were told that they are going to invest some $3 billion in the 1 million coders program. Mr. Speaker, 100 million of the 3 billion is just 0.2% of the monies we were promised. And it's turning out to be that this whole program may be 419, and the Ghanaian youth are highly expectant of it. So, Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I am worried that the budget allocation to the Ministry of Communication has been slashed. I am worried that the flagship program of His Excellency the President, the 1 million coders program, has not been given enough oxygen. And I'm worried that Ghana Post, which is performing extremely well per the reports that we have gotten, today staff of Ghana Post are being laid off, are being sacked. And it's a growing worry that we all must check. With this said, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion for this House to approve the budget for the Ministry of Communication and Information. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru. Yes, Honorable Linda.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute to the report. Mr. Speaker, when we met at the committee level, we observed that if you look at the important role of the Ghana Meteorological Agency, they play a very crucial role. But unfortunately, some funding challenges are being faced. And the House has passed an act for the Meteorological Agency 2004. That gives them an opportunity to receive some money from Aviation Authority. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this issue has become a turf war between them and aviation. The releases are not being done. And we have to bring this to your attention as a House, as a leader of this House, to see how we can get compliance to this particular act so that these monies can get to the meteorological departments. Mr. Speaker, another issue that we realized was the importance of the rural telephony projects. Mr. Speaker, if this project is properly handled, the whole country will be connected and there will not be communication challenges. But unfortunately, the money for them or allocated to them is about 100 million Ghana cedis. And we think that as a House, we want to make a special appeal to the Minister of Finance to see how best they can increase this allocation, because communication is a very, very important area and we should not gloss over it. Mr. Speaker, maybe to add a little to it has to do with the Digital Youth Village, which is about 70% completed. This is also another laudable project. Although there have been some commitments from the government to support them with about 80 million Ghana cedis, we think that looking at the digitalization that we are all championing in this country, if we don't commit enough funds to complete this project, it's going to affect us. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support that this House approves the allocation for Ministry for Communication. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes. Members. At conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. This House accordingly approves the sum of 838,685,421 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation for the year ending 31st December 2025. I think the item number 27 is ready.
Mr. Speaker, I want to go back and take item 12.
Before 27?
Yes.
The minister is here.
Yeah, after that we'll take agree. I trade.
Very well. Motion number 12.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 65,899,456 Ghana cedi for the services of the Ministry of Sports and Recreation for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, these sums, amongst other things, is intended to help the ministry oversight the activities of sporting in our country, including the development of a new sports policy, the rehabilitation of some stadia, establishment of the National Sports Fund, amongst other things. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Motion ably moved. Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion that this August House approves a budget allocation of 65,899,456 Ghana cedis for the Ministry of Sports and Recreation for its activities in the 2025 financial year. Mr. Speaker, before I present your report, I want to take the opportunity to congratulate the Black Stars of Ghana for a yeoman's job done last week and last Monday by defeating the Chadians in the World Cup qualifier series and also the Madagascans in faraway Morocco. Mr. Speaker, I present your report and I urge the Hansa Department to capture the entire report as same has been read, whilst I concentrate on the observation and recommendation. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, conclude.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed inadequate budget allocation, reduction in internally generated funds, delays in the release of funds, construction and maintenance of AstroTurf's sports development to promote job creation and refurbishment of sports infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee envisaging the potential of the new Ministry of Sports and Recreation to promote healthy lifestyle, develop sports talent, build patriotism among the youth, and foster national cohesion calls for adequate resource allocation to the ministry to enable it to achieve its policy objective. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. Report duly presented, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable member.
Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to support the motion that this Honourable House approves the budget allocation of 65,899,456 for
for the Ministry of Finance, for the Ministry of Youth and Sports, on the order paper, page 9, number 37.
Honourable Member, it is Ministry of Sports and Recreation.
Sorry, Ministry of Sports and Recreation. Right, Honourable Speaker, this is a new ministry, and the budgetary allocation for this ministry is woefully inadequate. And I plead that the Finance Minister, in his in November, will also increase the budgetary allocation for this ministry. Right, Honourable Speaker, I also take this opportunity to congratulate the Black Stars on their victory and also pray for them that we will qualify for the next World Cup. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
So they should give us more victories. Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I also rise to second the motion as moved, and particularly to urge that the Reform Ministry should also take particular interest, especially in the recreation aspect, and get Ghana working. Because we all know that there are dotted number of key faith clubs around, and sometimes when we have important and well-coordinated, organized activities, it boosts the health of our young people. You walk on the street and you see very young people dying, and you have young people getting hypertension and heart-related diseases, and this all goes with the fact that there's less exercise ongoing. So the ministry's reformed name, we should also look at the budget allocation and see how mid-year we should put a lot more allocation into supporting the various key faiths around. We are on the mountains. I mean, you see the Ebri Mountain Walk, and then the Dukum Association Health Walk, and all across the nation. The ministry should pay particular attention. I'm also very excited that the report captures that Ghana hosting the 13th African Games indicate the fact that we presented the largest number of contingents ever in the history of our sports fraternity, and the fact that we also won a lot of medals and captures a lot of improvement and establishment of sporting facilities dotted across the country. I will urge the ministry that maintenance has been an issue, and if we want to continue developing our sports and get the youth engaged, these facilities should be, the maintenance aspect should be very, very important to the ministry so that these facilities will last for us and the young guys will get this facility to develop talent. On that note, I second the motion. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, leadership. Yes, they are yielding to you. Before you came, we agreed on only 2-2.
Oh, you've taken a decision. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I decided to contribute to this particular motion because during the debate I raised an issue, and I really want to raise that issue and expect that the Minister for Finance will speak to this particular issue. If you look at the massive infrastructure development because of the All-African Games that this particular ministry or the former ministry undertook, they would need a lot of capital injection to be able to keep these facilities well. It is the more reason why the sports minister says that, or sports and recreation minister says that, looking into the future, they want to rehabilitate a number of stadia, including Baba Yara, Cape Coast, New Dubiasi, and all this. But Mr. Speaker, when I go to page 8 of the report that the chairman presented, there is no capex. There's no capital expenditure. It's zero. It's the reason I want the finance minister to speak to this particular. The finance minister should be the one telling us that. I want the finance minister to speak to this particular issue because sports is so important to all of us.
especially football, is so important to all of us. The facilities that they are building, what the man wants to do, what the minister wants to do. You cannot have a situation whereby this ministry has nothing for capital expenditure. Zero, nothing. Not even 10 million Ghana cedi for him to be able to use to at least take care of the pitches and especially the astroturfs that are there. I know the National Sports Authority will use their IGF to take care of some of the major ones. But if you want to really go in there to do proper renovation, you need capex. So I want to find out from the Minister for Finance, should speak to this, whether they're going to use the big push to do it, what they're going to do. To have zero, nothing, I don't think it's good. And you are going to have a situation whereby Ghana is almost qualifying for the World Cup, and you need to be able to keep the place, keep the people moving, and make sure that your facilities are kept in good shape. Otherwise, all the new facilities we build, if we don't start looking after them properly, Mr. Speaker, I tell you, in a year or 2 years' time, we are going to have a big problem. And so the minister really needs to find some money from this budget and then push it to the capex. Even if he gets 100 million somewhere or 50 million somewhere, it will help the minister. Otherwise, the minister will go there and will only get goods and services. And the goods and service also, Mr. Speaker, is just 28 million. It's absolutely nothing. It will not even last him the first quarter. Well, first quarter is almost gone. Second quarter, by June, it's gone. So I want to really plead with the minister that we should look at it. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, the power is us. The power to be able to vary is really in this house. And I think leadership should take up this matter and find a way of varying some money somewhere and put here. We cannot increase the budget, but we can vary. We can reallocate. So by the time we are going to do the appropriation, we should find some money and make sure that this ministry has some capital expenditure to be able to undertake all the projects that they want to take. It's a very important ministry. Mr. Speaker, most of the young people, they are all into sports. The schools, the young people, it makes people happy. When you are sad and you go and the sports and the Black Stars win or somebody wins, you are happy and you are jumping up and down. You forget momentarily all your problems. And it's like drinking. You take some small alcohol and then it makes you look happy. But when they win, you're happy. Everybody is happy. Everybody jubilates. So the sports minister should be supported. That's why I decided that I needed to make this particular statement. I want to see at least the sports minister gets some capital expenditure and can spend. We cannot leave it only to the discretion of the finance minister or the president to say, oh, we will do it. But it should be there. So he knows that is there and plan towards it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Leader, after you have yielded to him.
I just to emphasize the point, Speaker, we have faced threats of tournaments being taken from this country because of, and the reasons can be traced to what my senior colleague alluded to. And the chairman...
I understand under Honorable Kofi Adams, no tournament will be taken away.
Well, Speaker, that is a hope. We can all hope. But I'm saying that there should be a line budget dedicated for the maintenance of these sports facilities. Speaker, we cannot... We've invested so much into these infrastructures. And it cannot be the case that we leave it as it is until we have a tournament coming before we go in there. Yes, we commend the minister. He intervened on time and ensure that these interventions were executed. But Speaker, it has to be traditionally done. And it's something we must do to make sure that the national assets don't run down. Speaker, I cannot agree more with my senior colleague that yes, we cannot vary the volume, the entire volume of the budget, but we can change positions. We can make some interpositional changes in terms of the allocation. And the chairman and the ranking should take this matter up. We will approve the budget contingent on you following up. Are you listening? Chairman, follow up. I saw you at the Accra Sports Stadium encouraging the Blasters. That's not good enough. Follow up to make sure we get allocation for CAPEX. Speaker, I thank you for indulging me.
He even said... Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion numbered 12 on today's order paper, page 4, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and this House accordingly approves the sum of 65,899,456 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Sports and Recreation for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes.
Before my good friend calls the next business, we have been overly cooperative. Leader, we have been overly cooperative. I want to plead. This is the minister's first budget. Substantive ministers are not here. We have compromised. It cannot be the case that deputies will not even stand instead. That is totally unacceptable. So I want to plead with leader. If the ministers are not here, the deputies must come and stand instead. Otherwise, we may have to suspend.
Yes, you are right, Majority Leader. It's either the minister is here or the deputy is here. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we now take item 27 at page 7.
Item number 27 at page 7 of today's order paper. Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Leader, I am here. I came with my deputy and then my chairman, so we are fully represented. So, Mr. Speaker, before I move the motion, may I respectfully tell you that the free apprenticeship program have been moved from the Ministry of Trade to the Ministry of Youth. So we have to correct the amount that we seek approval. It is now 546,494,331. 300 million has been moved. And so I'll be moved.
You said the total appropriation has been changed?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
To
546,494,331.
321.
331.
331.
Very grateful. Thank you.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House approve the sum of 546,494,331 for the services of the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Trade and Industry has been realigned by Executive Instrument EI-1 2025 to include agribusiness, now Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Agribusiness has been added to solve an industry problem where raw materials are always difficult to find. This ministry now seeks to get investment for the production of raw materials for industry. This amount will, among other things, help us to facilitate the production of raw materials in right quantity and quality and on time. If this amount is approved, we'll be able to facilitate trade, reduce imports, improve on our exports, and make sure that we are able to do our mandate. Mr. Speaker, I so move. Thank you very much.
Motion ably moved. Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved by my able minister. In doing so, I wish to present the report of the committee and ask that the table office or the Hansard captures all the details of the report. Mr. Speaker, when we met, we examined the entire budget and we saw that there were some few challenges with the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. They have a problem with space in their offices. And the office building too is getting dilapidated and needs some kind of renovation. We also realize that the ministry has a project that is Greater Kumasi Industrial Park in Kumasi. With the 24-hour economy in the offing, there is a need for the ministry to ensure that issues regarding
any conclusion
and other diseases are resolved. Mr. Speaker, I just want to put it to this House that an amount of 20 million has been earmarked for the payment for that particular land. The land was under litigation by the minister as soon as she was sworn into office.
And in conclusion,
and this, so we asked a budgetary provision for that particular land to be procured fully. We also asked that
please conclude.
The IGF of the ministry should cease being capped. I conclude that an amount of 546,494,331 Ghana cedis be allocated to the ministry, be approved for the ministry for the implementation of the programs and activities of the ministry for the year 2025. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
There's motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House.
You get problems.
Yes, by the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to support a budgetary allocation of 846 million.
The amount has changed to 546 million.
500.
Yes.
As so submit, please. But in supporting the motion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to raise some few issues that I think will be very, very important for the House to consider. Mr. Speaker, in the first place, I would like to say that the ministry has been realigned and additional responsibility given to the minister. So the ministry is no more the Ministry of Trade and Industry again, but it's the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. So I expected budgetary allocation to this ministry to be bigger than what was given to them last year, because there are a lot of issues that the ministry that need to be confronted, especially with regards to the renovation exercise of their head office block. I believe that the CAPEX given to this ministry is woefully inadequate. Only 8 million cedis was allocated to the ministry. I want to pray that this August House will do something about the funding given to the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Mr. Speaker, it also interests you to note that the 1D, 1F policy was scrapped by the Minister of Finance when he took time here to give us a report on the financial statement of this country. I guess we all know that the one district, one factory was a policy intentionally given out by the former president of the country, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, to build industries through the private sector. So the 1D, 1F was a private sector-led initiative that was supposed to be facilitated by government. So government interest was to only facilitate. Mr. Speaker, it interests you to note that through the 1D, 1F policy, 169 companies are in full operation and 170,000 direct and indirect employments were generated through the 1D, 1F program. This arrangement, Mr. Speaker, we all believe solved a lot of problems for this country. And a policy like this was supposed to be encouraged, but this government decided to scrap the policy. And we're expecting them to replace it with a policy that was also going to intentionally motivate the private sector to set up businesses. But they only came out with a policy called the Feed the Industry policy. And it will surprise you to note, the Speaker, that nothing was allocated for that policy to run. And that is not too good. I mean, either nothing or something inadequate. I guess there's the need for us to look at it again so that the minister will be empowered to do more for the ministry. The Speaker, my chairman also mentioned the Greater Kumasi Industrial Park. The Speaker, the Greater Kumasi Industrial Park is going to be the biggest industrial park in the whole of this sub-region, West Africa. And it is a venture that is going to generate a lot of foreign direct investment for the country. As it stands now, the government has only allocated 20 million for compensation, which is woefully inadequate. We need more than 200 million to settle our debts in that area.
Conclude.
And I expect the government to do something about it. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would like to also encourage the minister to work closely with the Ghana Free Zone Authority. My interest is in that area because I believe that the concept is getting a cake. The minister has given us full assurance at the session that the legislation established that policy is going to be reviewed. I pray that the minister is going to take serious interest in it so that this country can benefit. Speaker,
please conclude. I didn't cut your
in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, because of you, I want to support the motion. Thank you very much.
Very well. Yes, Minority Chief.
Speaker, I rise certainly to speak in support of the motion advertised and the approval of the amount advertised. Few things I want to speak to. First one has to do with the concept of the free zone. Speaker, we have operated this concept for many decades, I think 2 decades or more. So, but in the sub-region, other countries are bringing up more competitive trade concepts. Côte d'Ivoire is becoming more as an attractive destination. Speaker, we may have to enhance. I heard him mention economic zones. We may have to enhance the free zone concept that we are used to because we are still living in past glory and times are evolving and changing. So, Minister, I'm sure you will agree with me. We need to think through this properly and see what we can do about it. Page 9 of your report, paragraph 11.9, Ghana Standard Authority. What I see there, I find it so scanty. If we are to analyze what the Ghana Standard Authority is supposed to do, and Speaker, with your kind permission, it says the committee was informed that the Ghana Standard Authority performed very well during the year by conducting thousands of conformity assessments. It's just too scanty. We need more detailed report and reportage on activities of such an important state institution. Going forward, page 11, on waivers. The 8th Parliament, Speaker, you bear witness, we went through a whole difficulty in terms of the passage of waiver applications. I see it is innocuously captured that you are seeking to ensure that we pass these waivers to open up to ensure more investment. I don't know what you are going to do differently this time. We've passed the Waivers Act, we passed it into the bill into an act, yet implementation, Tax Waivers Act implementation has become a challenge. I think what you should probably...
Are you talking about the Exemptions Act?
Yeah, I'm grateful, the Exemption Act, yes. We should work closely with the Ministry of Finance. And then, the last time the matter came up, there was a discussion on tax credit. So probably that could also become a concept that we can rake in and see how we can encourage people to benefit from tax credit more than focusing on the tax waivers. So we need to take a very good look at that. Lastly, on capping. Again, in your own advocacy of uncapping funds, statutory funds, and in the spirit of ensuring that these agencies' funds are uncapped, A number of agencies under the ministry have their IGF capped. So, unfortunately, the Minister of Finance is not here. Speaker, this is one of my regrets. Budget time, Minister of Finance is not here. Ministers will not come. Just a few will come. Honorable Kwame Abuja alone, one-man contractor, doing all the motions. I commend my good sister, the Minister for Trade. She is here. Honorable Kwame Abuja, one man, taking all the motions. Deputy ministers to no show. Ministers, no show. Finance minister, no show. Abba, having said that, I will still support the motion. But in going forward, Honorable Achi, the next business, the minister should either come or the deputy. Otherwise, we may have to go on suspension. Speaker, I thank you for the space.
Thank you, honourable members. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it, the motion is adopted. This House accordingly approves the sum of 546,494,331 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Honorable Richard Achampo.
Mr. Speaker, we go back to page 3 and take item 9.
Yes, all members, motion numbered item number 9. It's on National Media Commission. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that this House approves the sum of 15,668,348 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Media Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I present a report of the committee. The committee met, reviewed the performance of the Commission for 2024, and then considered the estimates for 2025. There were a couple of issues and challenges regarding under-resourcing of the Commission, inadequate goods and services allocations, and other infrastructure challenges confronted by the Commission. Nevertheless, your committee, after careful examination of the 2025 estimates of the National Media Commission, recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the sum of 15,668,348 Ghana cedis to enable the National Media Commission implement its program for the 2025 financial year. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Honourable members, motion moved and the report presented. Any seconder?
Speaker, I rise to second the motion and to make...
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, you can contribute.
I rise to contribute and to support the motion moved. We all appreciate the importance of the NMC as a constitutional body established by the Constitution. Speaker, over the years, I recall, I think both the 7th and 8th Parliament, a matter ran through, and it has to do with the monitoring of the activities of media houses. And we were told then, I tried to find if there's an inspection in the report on that, a gadget that was supposed to be procured. Yes. I don't know if up to this time that has been, if that's been developed, and now it's being used. Okay, that is good. That's good enough. That's good enough. However, Speaker, there is a lot of indiscipline in our media space. Speaker, the media is a tool. We all know how important it is. It's the fourth realm of state. They have a role to play. They have a role to play. However, I think the National Media Commission need to be strengthened more so that they can be more effective in terms of tracking the activities of media houses. There are a number of radio stations all over the country now, and I think the NMC is a bit overwhelmed. The NMC is a bit overwhelmed. So this is a matter we have to look at. Otherwise, one day we will get up and all of us will not be happy because people are getting more irresponsible, make all manner of comments, personal attacks all over the place. It is so unjustifiable. And in approving their budget, these matters must be spoken to in context and ensure that we prevail upon them and bring some sanity in the media space. Having said this, I support the motion and the passage of the budget. I thank you.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Motion is accordingly adopted, and this House accordingly approves the sum of 15,668,348 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Media Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. Honourable members, item number 15. That is National Commission for Civic Education.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honourable House approves the sum of 122,543,664 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Commission for Civic Education for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, your committee met with the commissioner and her team, the chairperson of the commission and her team, reviewed the work that they did in 2024. 2024 being an election year, the commission did extensive work to prepare Ghanaians for the elections, especially the issues of violence and civic responsibility to participate in the electoral process, and expended considerable resources in 2024. 2025, they have similarly prepared to continue the work of improving on civic education, and your committee recommended to them to also begin to look at the issues of tax education and the importance of people paying taxes and etc., and generally making the commission equally relevant to the economic development of the country beyond their role in strengthening our democracy. Having regard to the critical role played by the National Commission for Civic Education in promoting civic responsibility, creating awareness on the principles and objectives of the 1992 Constitution, and fostering democratic citizenship in the Republic, the committee recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the sum of 122,543,664 Ghana cedis for the implementation of the programs and activities of the NCCE for the 2025 financial year ending 31st December 2025. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Motion moved. Report presented. Any seconder?
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate,
I want to comment briefly.
Very well.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Speaker, the NCC, as you all do know, its importance, which cannot be rehashed. However, the NCC, even in its best attempts, appears to be a shadow of itself, as encapsulated by the Constitution. The NCC obviously needs more support from government. I tried to get a copy of the report. I couldn't get it, but from what I have here, I cannot see performance. How the NCC performed the last financial year. That is, okay, well, it's captured here. So that is important because we need to look at what we've done before so that we can see our way clear going into the following year. I think the leader couldn't have been far from right when they mentioned other civic responsibilities that the NCC have to lead the crusade in educating and carrying the citizens along. That is very important. Oftentimes we hear them loud and clear, few months to election, which is not good enough. We have to empower the NCC. Branches of the NCC across the region is also a challenge. Most of the places, they are non-existent. These are things we need to pay particular attention to. In our governance structure as a country, a number of things keeps coming up as a core concern. Civic responsibility, payment of tax, the role of the three arms of government. It is still lost on the citizen, the role of members of parliament. This is a matter we have to take up. Earlier on, previous government had suggested the election of MMDC. This is a matter we need to carry the nation along. And if it is the case that the citizens buy into that as a country, we can take a decision. So in supporting the motion, I still think the NCC will have to do more going forward to carry the country, the entire citizenry along. I thank you for the space granted, Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favour of the motion numbered 15 at page 5 of today's order paper, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, this House approves the sum of 122,543,664 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Commission for Civic Education for the year ending 31st December 2025. Honourable members, item numbered 11.
11, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honourable House approve the sum of 94,106,363 Ghana cedis for the services of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, SHRAJ, for the year ending 31st December 2025. So, Speaker, your committee met the Commissioner and his team, review the performance of the Commission in the 2024 year, the work that they have done in the areas of human rights education, defending citizens' rights administratively, administrative justice, and also promoting public accountability, and then also some modest infrastructure improvements in their facilities. And then the committee then reviewed the proposals for 2025 and the plan for 2025 and urged the Commission to step up its work in terms of administrative justice and also the effort to root out corruption in public life. Mr. Speaker, they are in the process of developing a national anti-corruption plan, and so they need resources to continue performing their very crucial role in terms of saving this country from losing in excess of $3 billion annually to corruption.
So the committee has carefully examined the budget estimates of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice for the 2025 fiscal years and is of the opinion that the Commission's proposed policies and programs will play a crucial role in the fulfillment of its mandate. Against this backdrop, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends that the House adopt its report and approve the total allocation of 94,106,363 Ghana cedis to enable the Commission implement its planned programs and activities for the 2025 fiscal year. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved, report presented. Any seconder?
Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Make few observations. Speaker, again, SHRAJ as an independent constitutional body, if we look at the history and their work over the years, quite impressive, but there is more room for improvement. Speaker, if I may reference page 3 of the committee's report, page 3, item 5.2, it says the Commission overran its budgetary allocation by some 3 million, a percentage of 4% in 2024. This brought the Commission's total expenditure to over 91 million. The Commission explained that the overrun was a result of salary adjustment of public sector workers in the year 2024. This is good news. However, if we look at the core mandate of the SHRAJ, Speaker, not to elucidate, human rights protection, administrative justice in public services, anti-corruption enforcement, beautifully captured. Beautifully captured. The functions of the SHRAJ, because in recent times, had been called in wake. We've read reports of dismissal of public services, human rights abuses all over in the media space. And I think that it shouldn't always be the case of the activity of the SHRAJ being activated as a result of a complaint. I stand for correction, but there should be, we should have a situation where the Commission can so moto, based on happenings, can go into a matter and investigate. This is something I think we haven't read much about, and I think going forward, the SHRAJ should rear its head and look at aspects like this. And all the happenings in our public space, we've read reports of allegedly unjustifiable dismissals. The SHRAJ should be called in wake to take these matters up. Anti-corruption drive. Speaker, I was fortunate to be a member of the Special Budget Committee then. And in all their budget presentation, there has always been a report and some plan emphasizing to blaze a trail on anti-corruption. If you read their annual report, there's little on their activities on anti-corruption activity. And I think this is something the SHRAJ have to pick up particularly. Last 2 years, we were very much aware that they were giving enough funding, more than what they needed. The MPP administration, they gave them more than they needed. So going forward, we want more activities to be seen, especially in the area of anti-corruption campaign and also dealing with public justice in public services. We need SHRAJ to act accordingly so that they can justify all the funding we are giving to them. Having said that, I support the motion. Speaker, thank you.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favour, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. This House accordingly approves a sum of 94,106,363 Ghana cedis for the services of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, SHRAJ, for the year ending 31st December 2025. Honourable members, item numbered 21, Audit Service.
No. Mr. Speaker, we're looking at 22, Electoral Commission.
Very well. 22.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 177,647,045 Ghana cedis for the services of the Electoral Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, the Electoral Commission team, led by the Deputy Commissioners, appeared before your committee, and their performance for 2024 was extensively reviewed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they had been allocated a budgeted amount of 786,934,764 Ghana cedis for the 2024 financial year. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 786,568,199 Ghana cedis, 47 pesos was expended. That is 99.95% of that allocation was expended. Mr. Speaker, we will all recall that last year was an election year, and so the Commission was very busy, from IPAC meetings to District Inter-Party Advisory Committee meetings to recruitment of 254,189 temporary officials to assist them in conducting registration, exhibition, and election exercises, to the limited registration exercise that they conducted, procurement of registration, exhibition, and election materials, and ultimately in December conducting the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. Mr. Speaker, extensive discussions took place about their activities in the 2024 year. And then they requested for 2025 an amount of 177,647,046 Ghana cedis for the 2025 academic year. This was equally interrogated if you compare the figures, whereas 2024 they were given about 786 million. For 2025, the request is only for 177.6 million. That figure was interrogated. A lot of it goes into compensation, a little goes into goods and service, not much for CAPEX. Your committee thoroughly reviewed the Electoral Commission's budget estimates for the 2025 fiscal year and is optimistic that the proposed policies and programs will significantly contribute to achieving the mandate of the Commission. The committee recommends that the House adopts its report and approve the total allocation of 176,647,046 Ghana cedis to enable the Commission implement its planned programs and activities for the 2025 fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Members, motion moved. Any seconder? Yeah.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Abner sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in contributing to the motion on the floor, I'd like to say that, yes, we engaged the Electoral Commission extensively, and they took us through quite a number of things they did, leading to the process of elections. And Mr. Speaker, one of the concerns they raised had to do with their compensation. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, their compensation amounted to 111 million Ghana cedis. But in 2025, it's been reduced to 101 million. So clearly there's a shortfall. And we also know that for 2025, salaries have been increased by 10%. And so clearly, Electoral Commission has a shortfall of the 10% plus another 10 million Ghana cedis in the budget that was given to it last year. And Mr. Speaker, this is not goods and services where you can say that they should reduce the activities that they are going to engage in. Or neither is it capex or capital expenditure that you tell them to reduce the amount on that. But this is compensation, salaries for workers. And so, Mr. Speaker, I expect the finance minister to look at it again on page 3 of our reports. Compensation for 2024 was 111 million Ghana cedis. And then on page 5 of our report, compensation is 101 million Ghana cedis. This is even without a 10% increment. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask the Minister for Finance to look at it again so that they are not shortchanged when it comes to compensation for workers of Electoral Commission.
2024 was an election year.
2024 was an election year, but during the meeting, they stated that this was part of the compensation that is to go to their regular workers. And so the irregular workers had 111 million in 2024. And it's this same regular workers that they are asking that we pay the right compensation amount to. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not part of the workers they recruited for the elections, but these are permanent staff at the Electoral Commission. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask that we speak to the finance minister to adjust their compensation appropriately to meet what is required for the Electoral Commission staff. But on this note, I'd like to recommend to the House to adopt the report and approve the total allocation of 177,647,046 Ghana cedis to enable the Commission carry out or implement their mandate for 2025. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, I'm the Minority Chief Whip.
Minority Chief Whip.
I want to live long.
Yes, you live long as a Minority Chief Whip.
Yes, Speaker, my future, my fate is in the hands of God. Speaker, I rise to speak in support. Let me focus on the outlook for 2025. Speaker, with your kind indulgence, conduct in Kranza North and South district level elections, conduct elections to fulfill vacancies in 27 electoral areas, confirm metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executive, inspect political parties, offices, conduct district assembly elections, on and on and on. However, I think our colleagues should help us. And I recall vividly their positions when it comes to budget requests of the EC in the lead up to the 2024 elections. The then minority leader was very loud and eloquent. Government has to release all funding requests. And we all know, and he will justify it with the relevance of the Electoral Commission in the prosecution of conduct of election and also for our entire democracy. Now, I proceed to page 7, and I find some outstanding payment of over 150 million, which is outstanding, and work has already been done. I want to plead, work has already been done, and this amount are outstanding. They should ensure that they make the necessary payment. This is also important. It's also surprising that in the outlook, I thought that they would have captured the fact that Ablekumanov is still outstanding. Speaker, I don't want to say an indictment, but it's a challenge, not only to the Electoral Commission, also to this House, because we play oversight over them as an independent state institution. They have a responsibility. You have done well with all the 274, but not Ablekuma. 275, but not Ablekumanov. The EC must, as at the last check, we were told the EC was struggling and they were compelled to issue a statement that they needed security. This is a critical matter. I mean, this is the first time I'm hearing the EC complaining about security. For lack of security, they cannot declare results. This matter cannot be glossed over. We can't sweep this matter under the carpet. Speaker, going forward, there should be a definite pronouncement from the EC when the Ablekumanov seat will be declared. It's also important. We can have all the seats. If Ablekumanov is not declared, we don't have the full complement of this House in terms of the composition of this House. And this is a matter we cannot treat lightly at all. Speaker, even as I speak in support of this motion, the last time the majority leader related to the matter, and I commend him, all the things he spoke to, I went behind him and checked, and they were all true. He had checked with the police, he had checked with the EC, he had checked with the IGP. They were all true. But the ultimate is to ensure that the EC is giving state security to be able to declare the results of Ablekumanov, just as they declare for Nsaoma Dredji, they declare for all the other constituencies. This is important. Speaker, we are going to support the budget. However, in the next few days, we want to hear from the EC that Ablekumanov has been done with and the winner is declared. I thank you, Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favour of the motion number 22 at page 6 of today's order paper say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. This House accordingly approves the sum of 177,647,045 Ghana cedis for the services of the Electoral Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Mr. Speaker, we want to take item 21.
Item number 21 at page 6 of today's order paper.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that this Honourable House approves the sum of 838,369,865 Ghana cedis for the services of audit service for the year ending 31st December 2025. Right Honourable Speaker, your committee met with the Auditor General and his team and reviewed their performance for 2024. So, Speaker, as we all know, the mandate of the Auditor General or the Audit Service is to undertake audit activities outlined in the Audit Service Act, audit all public accounts and funds, including those of constitutional, statutory, and other public institutions, monitor and ensure the effective implementation of the assets declaration regime of the country. Mr. Speaker, in all, in 2024, they completed 6,181 audits by the end of December 2024. Mr. Speaker, they were given an allocation of 633,740,507 Ghana cedis, and they expended a significant chunk of that, which included 626,756,671 Ghana cedis and a donor component of 6.9 million. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 year, they plan to conduct 5,330 audits, operations for MDAs, and then 261 for MMDCAs, and then 181 for traditional councils, 943 for pre-tertiary institutions, educational institutions, 10 tertiary educational institutions, on and on and on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 compensation vote is increasing significantly. An allocation of 710,735,897 Ghana cedis has been made for compensation of employees in 2025, representing a 73.42% increase over the 2024 figure. The increase is to facilitate the recruitment of 200 new staff. The committee urges the Ministry of Finance to expedite the issuance of financial clearance to enable timely recruitment. Mr. Speaker, this increase in recruitment of personnel to the audit service is in keeping with the commitment to fight corruption by ensuring accountability. Mr. Speaker, the committee, having thoroughly examined the 2025 annual budget estimates of the Ghana Audit Service, affirms that the allocations are well justified and aligned with the strategic objectives and statutory obligations of the service. Recognizing the service's crucial role in promoting good governance, financial accountability, and transparency, the committee recommends that Parliament adopt this report and approve the sum of 838,369,865 Ghana cedis for the implementation of the programs and activities of the Ghana Audit Service for the 2025 financial year. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, motion move and report presented. Any seconder?
I rise to second the motion moved.
Honourable members, motion move and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable Abuna Osei Asari.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion. Mr. Speaker, I think one thing that you made clear during the meeting was the fact that they had presented their accounts for 2024 very clearly, and you don't even have to have the knowledge in accounting to understand how they prepared their estimates for 2024, and that you even recommend that the whole ministries, departments, and agencies also adopt their method of accountability to make things easy for everybody. I think I should make that clear on the floor for all and sundry to hear. And Mr. Speaker, yes, we engaged them, and throughout the engagement, we were told that they audited around 6,000 and a little over 6,000 agencies. But the critical thing that came up was their audit of missions abroad. It's a real challenge. A lot is going on there, and they would wish that they will be given necessary funding to enable them audit the missions abroad. They talked about the fact that in doing that, they needed to change quite a number of their goods and services into foreign currencies to cater for their travel and their expenses abroad. So we should support them to make sure the ministry releases these monies as quickly as possible. They also mentioned the fact that they had a challenge with their accommodation or their offices, and that they are supposed to be in 261 administrative districts nationwide, but currently they are only present in 98 districts. And even in this 98, some of these offices are rented premises. Some of these offices are offices that the district assemblies or the municipal assemblies have given to them. Theirs is less than 50%. And so if we would look at increasing their capital expenditure, and they will invest it into getting offices to really make them independent and fit for purpose. Again, Mr. Speaker, in 2025, they mentioned that they are planning to audit 5 Ghana Armed Forces peacekeeping operations abroad. And the last time they audited these peacekeeping operations abroad was 2019. And so whatever we have to do to enable them execute this mandate, Mr. Speaker, I think we should help the Minister for Finance to give them, we should let the Minister of Finance give them the necessary budget or the necessary funds to enable them do that, because we all would want to fight corruption and increase accountability wherever we go. Mr. Speaker, so on this note, I'd like for us to adopt this report and approve the sum of 838,369,865 Ghana cedis for the implementation of programs and activities for the Ghana Audit Service. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Chief, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion. Just to make a few observations. We all know the importance of the audit service, its work, and the interlinkages with the work of the Public Accounts Committee. Speaker, if I may reference page 15 of the report. On CAPEX, there is a hoping reduction of some 30 million. And I think this is a matter we can't just let go. We need to avert our minds to it and see what we can do about it. The chair of PAC has spoken in extenso on in terms of the trust of the concerns. I would rather also focus on Article 187. Severally, we have lamented on what we do with the Auditor General report. As if you permit me, Article 187, Clause 6 says, amongst other things, Parliament shall debate the report of the Auditor General and appoint, where necessary, in the public interest, a committee to deal with any matters arising from it. Speaker, more often than not, this has come lacking. And, this is a matter we are going forward, we will have to take seriously. Because the 7th Parliament, when we are approving the budget and when we also considering the report of PAC, this aspect, the infractions are let go. And Parliament did not follow ultimately through to ensure that Article 17, Clause 6 stands in fulfillment. So going forward, I'm sure the new leaders, now that I also I'm privileged to find myself in leadership, I'm going to advocate strongly with the leadership of our new majority leader, we can depart from the norm and change the narrative. Having said this, only apart from the KPES, which I'm very passionate about, I want to support the motion and ensure the passage. Thank you.
Members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion number 21 at page 6 of today's order paper, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. And this House accordingly approves the sum of 838,369,865 cedis for the services of the audit service for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we should go to 32, item 32, which is the interior.
Yes, honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I would crave your indulgence to give us a few minutes. We're trying to sort out a few issues. So in a few minutes, the report is here, but the minister just stepped out. There is a problem.
Very well, very well. I'm told. So, is there any other item?
No. The problem is that we have one minister is responsible for another outfit. And so we need to amalgamate the two reports and take them at a go. That is why the minister is moving up and down. So, Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence to give us a few minutes to sort those issues out.
case, there are other businesses that we can proceed.
So let's move on to any other business.
Second deputy is actually informing that he's around, so anytime he is.
Okay. Members, the report of the Legal Aid Commission and Special Prosecutor have since been distributed. Yes, leaders, any indication? Members, let's move item number 14. Item number 14. Office of the Legal Aid Commission. Yes, leader, any application? Majority leader, any application? You can come forward. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, we will go for Attorney General and Minister of Justice. 14.
Yes.
Item 14, Mr. Speaker.
Is not here any application?
So we are applying. He's not here, so we are applying for.
Mr. Speaker, the minister is not here, so I'm applying for Minister of Roads to take that. 14. Report is not.
Very well. The report is on the console.
It's on the console. It's not here.
Speaker, he's made an application to you.
Yes.
I want to respond.
Very well.
Speaker, Speaker, we have been excessively magnanimous.
Yes, I made a directive that your cooperation should be taken into consideration.
The AG is not here, and the deputy is also not here.
He is taking it into consideration. He's taking it into consideration. So, Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways,
Speaker,
item number 14.
I see the Interior Minister walking in. I'm sure we can revert. There was an earlier interjection. I think we can revert back to the Interior Minister.
Back to the Interior Minister. He is here.
But go and bring the Attorney General.
Oh, now that you don't need him. Now that you don't need him.
Then let's move to item number 32. And second deputy speaker should take the chair. Honourable members, motion number 32.
We'll come back again.
Yes. So, Minister for Interior, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to make some corrections with your permission and the leave of the House. I receive it.
Second deputy speaker should take the chair.
More. Okay. Okay. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to make some corrections before I move the motion. Mr. Speaker, you will see that the figure you have there is 10,730,872,251 cedis. Mr. Speaker, this was before the Ministry of Finance drew our attention that
they have subsumed the budget of the national security into the Ministry of Interior's budget. Mr. Speaker, we've taken the report, we've done the committee sittings, but originally the national security budget was subsumed under government machinery, which has now been properly brought. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to make an amendment to add the figure here. The figure of the national security that has been taken from government machinery back into the Ministry of Interior, so that I put them together and move the motion as one, so that the chairperson of Defense will move the motion, will second, and then you have the Intelligence Committee supporting the person. Yes. So what we are doing is that I'm putting the two reports together. You know, we did that of the Ministry of Interior with all its agencies. And we also did that of the national security with government machinery, with the Intelligence Committee. So with the government machinery, they've extracted the report for national security standing alone. Now we are putting it together with that of the Interior. Then we put the figures together as the Minister of Finance has now done, so that I then move the motion.
Very well. Yes, Minority Chief.
My good friend, he's welcome. I heard he was sharing rice. He left us out. That's by the way. He's just by the way. I don't know why he wants to separate. I know he's been given additional responsibility by His Excellency the President in terms of national security. But by law, the national security doesn't come under him strictly. He doesn't have oversight under national security. I think he's just been given that additional responsibility or been assigned to do that. So for him to say that he wants to bring the two reports together and be treated under Interior, I don't think procedurally is right. So he should separate them. We want him to separate them. He is an experienced legislator. He knows what to do. Honorable, I think you should separate the two reports. Or probably you are not communicating well to us.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that's why I said I wanted to make the preliminary comment before I do the motion. Mr. Speaker, until 2 days ago, the budget of the Ministry of Interior was with its agencies only.
Okay.
But 2 days ago, the Minister of Finance realized that once we have the oversight responsibility, it is better they put it together with the Minister of Interior. But before then, it was with the government machinery, where we have gone to defend it under the Intelligence Committee of the House. Now I have the extract from the Minister of Finance, where it is together, and I want to put the two together. And Mr. Speaker, the national security total budget is just 2.9 billion, and that of the Ministry of Interior total is 10.7 billion. When you put the two together, it takes it to 13.7 billion. So I want to amend the figure that we have here, the 10.7 billion that was standing only for the Interior Ministry, to add the 2.9 to give us a new figure of 13 billion 729,306,027 cities. Then I'll then move the motion. That's just a correction that I wanted to make.
Very well. So, have you brought this to the attention of the committee? Is the committee aware of this new development?
Mr. Speaker, we did this discussion this morning. In fact, that's what partly delayed what we were to do. Yes.
Very well.
Sorry, ordinarily my colleague will not have any objection, but we have a difficulty agreeing to that. First of all, the national security comes under Office of Government Machinery. I am aware the minister was assigned additional responsibility to overlook the national security before the budget came. Now, if you check the budget, the national security budget has been captured under OGM, Office of Government Machinery. Okay, so that is the complexity. So if it is the pleasure of the Minister of Finance that it should be captured under the Minister of Interior, they should have said so. As it stands now, Honorable Alaji, we are unable to accede. So the two should be treated separately. We are ready to deal with the Minister of Interior, and we are ready for it. And then we can deal with the national security under OGM, Office of Government Machinery. That is how it's supposed to be.
I think
it's the case. That's how it's supposed to be.
I think we don't need to spread our heads in this. I mean, once the committee, I think the ranking member is here. If it has come to the committee and the committee is okay with it, I think we can take it together. Let me listen to Honorable Brachambo before I come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is alien to me. I don't think that we even discussed moving or disaggregating the budget and then putting something here, something here. I think one thing came out very clear, that by collapsing the Ministry of National Security and putting the entire Ministry of National Security's budget under the Office of Government Machinery will make the government machinery, Office of Government Machinery, will make that budget appear bloated, and therefore politically and all other considerations may not sound right. And so let's move portions of the budget to Ministry of Interior. But I made the point very strongly. But it's a matter of education. If everybody knows that we have collapsed the Ministry of National Security, and the entire Ministry of National Security's budget is being moved to the Office of Government Machinery, there's nothing wrong with it. If we look at the $3 billion that was moved, was spent under the Ministry of National Security in 2024, if the Office of Government Machinery for 2025, the budget is plus $3 billion, it makes sense that it is because the Ministry of National Security has been moved to Office of Government Machinery, and nobody should be scared. We should be able to defend it. There's nothing absolutely wrong with it. But to say that we should take portions of the budget, the compensation, and put it under Interior, the security architecture is not under the Ministry of Interior. The minister is a supervising minister for national security, who is minister responsible for Interior and supervising minister for national security. And therefore, the national security budget is under the Office of Government Machinery, should be treated separately. We take Interior, and then we take national security for that matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, let me listen to Honorable Zanato.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And yes, my ranking is speaking to a discussion that happened at the committee. But procedurally, anything that's under Office of Government Machinery has to come to the committee that has oversight, or that's the Select Committee on Public Administration and State Interest. For national security, you cannot put that under that particular committee. And that is why this has had to happen, in order to make sure that national security is under the correct committee that has oversight over it. So it's not to add it to the Interior, it's to streamline what we're doing so it aligns with procedures in this House.
Yes.
Ranking, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, it is not accurate to say that following the collapse of the National Security Ministry, the Minister for Interior is merely a supervising minister. In fact, under Act 1030, the wording has been carefully crafted. So you have a minister responsible for national security. And so, notwithstanding the fact that we have now collapsed that ministry, the Minister for Interior has been designated as the minister responsible for national security. And so all the functions the Minister for National Security used to perform have now been vested in the Minister of the Interior, which is why it is compelling to bring the budget under the Ministry of Interior. So when they initially made the mistake by adding the budget of the agencies which used to be under the Ministry of National Security under the Office of Government Machinery, it was problematic, and they quickly moved it back to where they rightly belong. And that is why the chair lady for the Security and Intelligence Committee made a point that if we were to accept the fact that the agencies that used to be under the Ministry of National Security should come under the Office Government Machinery, then the committee in the first place wouldn't have had the mandate to sit on the budget. And so it is for ease of reference and to deal with the matter in a manner that is less complicated, that the Finance Ministry directed that, look, let us amalgamate the figures emanating from the traditional Interior Ministry and the agencies that used to come under the Ministry of National Security for ease of reference. So we'll simply add the figures, the estimates of the former National Security Ministry agencies to that of Interior and take them at a go.
Well. So, yeah.
Speaker, we are minded to get things done. To start off, we are minded to get things done. So may I suggest that the minister and the ranking and then the committee chair, they should momentarily engage and get this thing. You have not. If you have engaged, you wouldn't have said something different. I so wish that you make that directive, that the minister and the two leadership should engage immediately before we can proceed on taking the motion. In the meantime, we should proceed on other business.
Well, leadership, I think let's hold on with this and move to other report. So, Chairman for Intelligence and Defense and Interior, if you can just confer. Yes. So, leadership, let's move to the next report.
Mr. Speaker, 14. I cited the Attorney General here. Mr. Speaker, item number 14. Item number 14, Mr. Speaker.
That is legal aid. That is legal aid. Honorable members, let's turn to page 4. Page 4, item listed 14. Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 40,260,520 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Legal Aid Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. I so move.
Very well. Chairman of the Constitutional Committee.
Mr. Speaker, most grateful. I'd like to second the motion, Mr. Speaker, for this Honorable House to approve the sum of 40,260,520 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Legal Aid Commission for the year ending
31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I would want to make a few comments on the report. And I would make an application that the Hansard Department captures the entire report as if it has been read fully and totally. Mr. Speaker, the Legal Aid Commission is to ensure equality of access to justice and the treatment before servicing by law and public defender for the poor and the needy. Cost-effective justice has been one of the key things that we have advocated. Mr. Speaker, the indigent in Ghana still need access to justice. Thankfully, the Legal Aid Commission, which previously was an agency, indeed came here to be clothed with greater authority to have the mandate and the independence, quote and unquote, to be able to perform its functions well. The commission, the act was passed. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the Legal Aid Commission still is battling with a lot of challenges. Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, the estimates and budget for the year gives some room and hope. And may I just take, Mr. Speaker, through a few of that. Mr. Speaker, compensation of 30,751,000, goods and services of 4,500,000, IGF of 158,69, and a capex of 5,343,819. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the total for the year 2025 being requested is a little below 40 million, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, we think this is
Honorable Shabu, may we move on and conclude so that we have so many other reports?
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the committee emphatically recommends, given the situation and circumstance of the Legal Aid Commission, that the Ministry of Finance provides further funding in the supplementary budget to the Commission in order to address the deficiencies in the budget allocation for compensation, goods and services, and capex. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends the House to adopt this report and approve the sum of 260 million.
The sum of
40,260,520 Ghana cedis for the activities of the Office of the Legal Aid Commission for the 2025 financial year. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Is there any comment? Yes. Honorable Tampuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the motion for the House to approve the sum of 40,260,520 to the Legal Aid Commission for the Commission to be able to achieve its mandate pursuant to the Constitution and its enabling law. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I refer to the reports of the committee. And in particular, Mr. Speaker, I take you to page 8 on the amendment to the Legal Aid Commission Act. Mr. Speaker, the Legal Aid Commission is a body that is required to come to the aid of the poor and needy and those who are unable to meet, their obligations as far as hiring the services of lawyers is concerned. Mr. Speaker, the Commission has very few lawyers, and there is a very high attrition rate as far as the lawyers are concerned. So every now and again, a lawyer stays there for a few years and then the person leaves. And there are reasons for some of these things. They are not very well remunerated, and they are not permitted to work outside of the Legal Aid Commission. In other words, you are stuck with the commission. You can't do any work for a client outside of the office. Mr. Speaker, we recommend that the Act should be amended in order to allow for some of these experienced lawyers to be able to step out of their way to make some, bucks out of the offices of the Legal Aid Commission, in order that they are able to balance, their work. Where they see some amount of conflict of interest, it should be properly pointed out to them, and then they will stay away from it. Mr. Speaker, it also comes down to absence of a legislative instrument to give effect to the Legal Aid Commission Act for them to be able to operationalize the law, as directed by this House. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important that the Legal Aid Commission itself comes to its own aid by bringing this LI almost immediately for this House to consider and then expand the powers that they need in order for them to be able to operationalize, the Legal Aid Commission Act. Mr. Speaker, the challenges of the Legal Aid Commission are very, very enormous. And the services that they render, some of which came to our attention. A gentleman who had been incarcerated for 17 years without trial, 17 years held in custody, on remand, without trial. Because by the time that the gentleman was released, 2 of his wives had died. They had remarried and subsequently passed away. Because by the time he came out of incarceration, his children were also gone. Because that is the kind of service that the Legal Aid Commission grants to our people. Why should a Ghanaian be wrongly accused and incarcerated for 17 years? We just throw him out into the prison and then we forget about him. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to fortify the Legal Aid Commission for them to be able to render some of these services. And I encourage private legal practitioners, and some of whom are in this House, to take up some responsibilities as far as, assisting the Legal Aid Commission to be able to dispose of some of these cases. Some of us have promised that we will support them in that regard. And Mr. Speaker, I will end here with these few words, and I wish to support the motion for the release of the allocated funds to the Legal Aid Commission. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable members. At the conclusion of the debate, yes, honorable member for Fia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the approval of the estimate for the Legal Aid Commission. Mr. Speaker, the Legal Aid Commission is an important component of our legal services in this country. Every lawyer's early part of training, you are admonished to at least take some time of your legal practice to support the legal aid. And I remember in my early days at the legal aid offices in Accra, offered my Friday services entirely to the legal aid. But Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget that has been released for the Legal Aid Commission or legal aid, you realize that a total of 40 million is being given. And out of the 40 million, goods and services amounts to a paltry 1 million, and then capex of 5 million. In fact, in 2024, that provision was even lower, 1 million and then 1.4. So at least an attempt has been made to increase that provision for 2025, but it still remains very, very inadequate when you measure that with the conditions of offices of the Legal Aid Commission. So, Mr. Speaker, without more, I think the chairman of the committee made mention of the fact that government has to seriously take a look during the review of the budget to increase the allocation. And I think as a house, this is an area where people who don't have the means to go for lawyers' services have the opportunity. And if you look at the cases, over 6,000 cases are pending at the Legal Aid Commission, and less than even 500 or 600 have been dispensed of, all because they are unable to attract the lawyers in that commission. So without more, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and support the motion to approve the budget of 40 million to the Legal Aid Board. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable members. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all those in favor of the motion listed 14 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 14 is adopted, and that this honorable house has approved the sum of 40,260,520 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Legal Aid Commission for the year ended 31st December 2025. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think we are now ready to return to item number 32. It's 32. We are returning to Interior now. Because Interior.
Very well. Honorable Minister for Interior.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have had some, for lack of better words, a gentle lady agreement with my colleague, Honorable Abuna, who is very conversant with the documents. And she's agreed that, well, we can go ahead, but she wants the finance minister to come and make the proper application to move that figure from the government machinery to be sure that the government machinery doesn't have the same figure two there and then it becomes a double sword. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to move that this honorable house approves a sum of 13,729,306,027 cedis for the services of the Ministry of Interior and the National Security Secretariat for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me just make this brief comment to thank the House, especially the committees of Defense and Interior and the Intelligence Committee for the effort they made. Even though the estimate came very late, they were willing to accommodate the ministry and our team to sit beyond even 11 p.m., almost midnight, just to consider the estimate. And I think that this needs to be mentioned for the public to know sometimes the kind of stretch members of parliament put themselves through just for the services of our dear country. The Speaker, aside that, as we may all know, the challenges of the envelope is not new. Almost every committee, every ministry that gets up mentions some of their major challenges and the inadequacy of the funding that is coming to them. This is not different for both the National Security Secretariat that has 3 other agencies under it, namely the National Investigative Bureau, the National Signal Bureau, and the Research Department. Also, the main ministry itself, there's a lot of inadequacies that affected the National Identification Authority, the police service, the prison service, to the extent that, Mr. Speaker, you won't believe it, that the feeding grant or ration for the prisoners, we were very hopeful that this budget was going to take care of, because of the challenges, has not been able to do that. And sadly, the prisoners will have to still contend with 1 Ghana cedi, 80 pesos, for 3, I don't know who managed to say 3 is square, for 3 square meals, because
3 cannot be square, but for 3 meals, when even school feeding, where we are feeding our kids, has been able to move from 1 Ghana cedi, 50 pesos to 2 cedis for just a meal. Yet our prisoners are still being fed with 1 Ghana cedi, 80 pesos for 3 meals. So you can see the challenge that we have. But the finance minister have assured us that during the mid-year, he will come to try to improve on this. With this, I want to urge the House to approve this sum for the operations of the ministry and the National Security Secretariat. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Thank you very much. Now, the chairman to second the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. In doing so, I would pray that the committee's report be captured by the Hansa Department in its entirety, whilst I touch on some salient aspects of the report. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister has rightly pointed out, the Ghana Prisons Service is faced with a perennial problem of the inadequacy of the feeding rate allocated for inmates. The amount of 1.80 Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker, which was approved as far back as 2011, constitutes a gross violation of the rights of inmates, as the said amount of money is too meager to provide for 1 meal, not to talk of 3 square meals for adult inmates. Mr. Speaker, the committee also observed that the Narcotics Control Commission faces financial challenges that affect its ability to conduct extensive surveillance, undercover operations, and intelligence gathering. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the Ghana Immigration Service, the committee also noted that the Ghana Immigration Service experiences a critical shortage of essential logistics and surveillance equipment, which hampers its ability to effectively monitor and secure our national borders. That said, Mr. Speaker, we believe strongly and urge the House to approve the sum of 10,730,872,251 Ghana cedis to enable the ministry deliver on its mandate. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, let me indulge you to allow Honorable Chairperson for the Intelligence to also second the motion, because Honorable Agaga just talked about 10 million, so we should talk about the rest so that I come to the other side for. Right. So, Honorable Senator, if you can also add your voice, especially with respect to the budget for the intelligence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to, I'm not sure about seconding the motion, but present the report from the Committee on Security and Intelligence and to urge this House to approve the amount of 2,998,433,776 Ghana cedis for the National Security Council Secretariat and the agencies under it to undertake their operations for the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, the National Security Secretariat, which and its agencies, which no longer exist under a National Security Ministry, still play a very important role in the maintenance of our safety and security across the country. Mr. Speaker, it may be noted in the report that certain figures have increased regarding the operations of the Secretariat, and this is particularly in line with some of the increasing conflicts and some of the security challenges across the country, which require increase in the staff, the personnel on the ground, as well as certain equipment that they require. Mr. Speaker, the main agencies under the Security Council are the National Intelligence Bureau, the National Signals Bureau, and the Research Department. And all of these have their peculiar challenges. The National Intelligence Bureau specifically requires an increase in their capital expenditure in order to finish their building, which is supposed to be their headquarters, to centralize some of their operations, which they actually perform across the country. And in addition to that, it did come to the committee's notice that they did fulfill their mandate in providing intelligence reports and meeting their 100% expectation for the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, the national security has a wide range of activities that it participates in, which range from soft power in terms of support in communities, providing boreholes and other things like that, as well as specifics regarding the enforcement of our security across our border. And I would actually like to also add that they have also had to increase their staff strength since they became autonomous, which was something that was flagged as why their compensation budget had gone up in the last year. I would like the Hansa Department to capture the entirety of the report and once again urge this House to approve the amount of $2,998,433,776 Ghana cedis for the National Security Council and its agencies to operate effectively under 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the motion has been moved and has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. Yes, then go to Honourable Brian Champon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to add my I'd like to add my voice to that of the Ministry, the National Security Council budget. Mr. Speaker, I feel the tremors in my body having to speak to this budget. All the other ministries, Mr. Speaker, will not survive if our national security is not intact. Speaker, if I see a budget of 500 million Ghana cedis, the 2.49 billion that my chairperson talked about, has to do with 2.4 billion has to do with compensation. The whole national security architecture. You give them 2.9 billion, you give 2.4 for compensation, and 500 million for operations. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what is happening. I am still shaking. 500, Mr. Speaker, compared to 2024, and the fact that the threat has changed across the sub-region. This same national security, we are relying on them to protect our borders, to support the Ministry of Defense, support immigration, internal security threats, Galamsey, Operation Calm Life, Boko, all the issues that the national security is confronted with. And then we allocate 500 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, if you go into the details of this budget, one of the most fantastic organizations that we have in this country is called the NIB. Mr. Speaker, the budget allocated to NIB, in my opinion, cannot support that institution operate in Greater Accra for 1 month. The budget allocated to NIB cannot support that organization operate in Greater Accra for 1 month. Yet NIB is in all the 16 regions, is in every district, they have personnel everywhere. Mr. Speaker, some of the NIB officers don't even have motorbikes. In 2025, the idea was to use this reset budget to support the Ministry of the National Security Council, ensure that notwithstanding the threat that has changed around us in the sub-region, the internal security threat that has evolved, they have the financial wherewithal to protect us so that we can support education, we can support tourism, we can support health infrastructure, we can even support Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Interior, 500 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, let me use your platform to communicate to the Minister for Finance that this 2.9 billion, of which 2.4 is compensation and 500 million is for operations, can just not do the work. It cannot do the work. You don't find money to pay salaries and the operatives just hang around in the offices and do nothing. Mr. Speaker, something must be done before appropriation so that the National Security Council can function. With these few words, I support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Yes, let me go to Egriso. I'll come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also support the motion for the adoption of the budget. Safe to say that, as my ranking did indicated, the budget is just not enough. Mr. Speaker, looking at the emerging threats that we face as a country, Mr. Speaker, for some time now, we would say that Ghana has become the oasis of peace in a very, very, very turbulent sub-region. And, Mr. Speaker, that is not a happenstance. It didn't just happen. It has happened as a result of the dint of hard work of our security architecture and the men in there. Mr. Speaker, the least we can do in the circumstance, and then also looking at the broader threats that we are faced with, is to give them the resources, is to give them an enhanced budget so that they will also be able to carry out what they are supposed to do. Mr. Speaker, in recent times, we all know that the world has become a very big stage for geopolitical drama, and it has real effect on countries. You can decide to play in there or stay aloof, but it does not mean that you are affected. You are not affected, Mr. Speaker. Your survival at the global stage now and all that is happening has to do with timeous obtain of intel, very timeous obtain of intel, and very apt security operations. Mr. Speaker, if you lapse in any of this, you will find your jurisdiction in a very big trouble. Mr. Speaker, at our own backyard, we see emerging threats. Mr. Speaker, recently we saw what happened in the bush regarding Galamsey, where security forces had moved in there, and then these Galamsey people in the bush are well armed. Mr. Speaker, knees were slashed, legs were slashed with cutlasses and other, very dangerous implements that, the people in the bush are possessed with. Mr. Speaker, we know that Galamsey has now become a matter of security concern, which we must resource our security architecture to be able. We do not see that the civilians that we have put in Adidas tracksuit will be able to face the real threat that is out there in the bushes. The men are armed, Mr. Speaker. Unless we do not want to face the truth, they are armed. And we rely on our security architecture to be able to do it. Mr. Speaker, my ranking also mentioned various disputes that has arisen as a result of land and chieftaincy and other issues that has also emerged. We depend on our men to be able to do it, and we need the resources to help them to do what they have to do. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me go to the ranking for
Defense and Interior.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion that this House approves the sum of 10,730,872,251 Ghana cedis for the implementation of programmed activities of the Ministry of Interior and its agencies for the 2025 financial year. And in so doing, Mr. Speaker, to at the outset comment that at a time when countries, recognizing the real emerging threats facing their various security and prioritizing the public safety sector, ensuring that they become the top 3 most funded ministries and agencies in their countries, this is the time that not much commitment has been demonstrated by this budget in respect of public safety sector. Ministry of Interior, Mr. Speaker, and its 11 agencies play a critical role in ensuring the internal peace and security of this country, to ensure that every Ghanaian and every visitor, walks around in their homes, their workplaces, feeling safe. They are doing their very best, but it is important that we support them with commensurate budgetary allocations to ensure the efficient and effective delivery of their vision and mandate. Mr. Speaker, in respect of the Ghana Police Service, they play a critical role in our peace and security, but this budget allocated to them cannot even meet some critical needs that they put forth. And these are very tenable needs, totaling to about 190 million. Those have not been allocated for, and now they're going to face a lot of shortfalls. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to mention that in this day and age, where we have just about 14,000 inmates in our prisons, and we're expecting that we'll be able to pay attention to the welfare of our correctional facilities, we are still talking about 1 cedi 80 pesewa ration per inmate per day. Mr. Speaker, this is expected to feed them 3 times a day. The difference between the citizen who walks freely on the streets and our brothers and sisters who are in the prison is just a matter of circumstance. And therefore, 14,000 is not such a huge number that we could not have allocated minimum 10 cedis a day to feed them 3 times a day. And we are still having 1.8 cedis as the ration for them. It is our expectation that by the time we get to the media review, the Ministry of Finance will take a critical look at this and ensure the dignity of our compatriots in our various correctional facilities. A lot of our prison facilities need renovation, they need fencing to even secure the facility, and a shortfall of over 160 million needed for this purpose has not been catered for. Mr. Speaker, on fire service, one of the state agencies that has rather unfairly been bastardized, misunderstood by the public, and so much expected from them and yet under-resourced, is the Ghana National Fire Service. Whenever fire unfortunately breaks out, whether in residential area or in the market, they are the first people we call. We have cause to complain about their response time. When they get there and they're struggling to feed their accessories, we have cause to throw tantrums at them. When they get there and there are issues with hydrants, we have cause to complain. And yet, we have not resourced them adequately to have the kind of tools and equipment befitting of 21st century Ghana National Fire Service to deliver. But they are willing to deliver if we get them the tools. We still have very obsolete equipment, overaged equipment. We need to have a holistic approach to retooling the Ghana National Fire Service, and the initial estimate presented is around $1 billion. This is not too much asking for, considering relatively other 2.7 billions and other billions allocated to other places, which this is even a much bigger priority. Public safety is paramount, and so it's an observation that is worth noting. In respect of Peace Council, we have some very sensitive conflicts that President Mahama has demonstrated commitment and is dealing with it, and all the role of this country, together with the Committee on Defense and Interior, O2 we are all supporting to ensure we bring peace to Boko and other similar conflicts that this country is bedeviled with. But
Peace Council plays central role in this. They need to be resourced in order to be able to be effective at the role in peace building and restoring peace to these areas that need peace very urgently. Mr. Speaker, on NIA, all of us in this chamber and about 30 million others out there, for the reforms introduced by Bank of Ghana before, and I'll be concluding soon, before you transact, before you can even cash money from your account, you need to have your Ghana card, and that has to be verified. There's also a flagship program introduced by this government to register children between the ages of 6 and 14. And this card is the same thing that is going to be used to access health insurance. But they have a shortfall of nearly 231 million. Mr. Speaker, without this funding, they cannot register all children between the ages of 6 and 14. The most dangerous aspect of the underfunding to NIA is that there is a serious issue to do with data protection. In this age of cyber threats and cyber attacks, the data of the entire architecture of NIA and Ghana card needs to be protected. But on page 6, Mr. Speaker, on page 20, and I conclude with this. The last paragraph, the committee further noted that the shortfall in the expenditure allocation will also affect critical activities, including payment of 60 million for a disaster recovery system. Mr. Speaker, I will suggest to Ministry of Finance that between now and the mid-year budget, if there's some emergency arrangement that could still be made to ensure that we attend to this critical need, they pay attention to this, and in so speaking, with these few words, to support the motion. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, former Minister for Defense and former Deputy Minister for Defense, I'll give you the opportunity because of the intelligence aspect. So let me first listen to the former Minister for Defense.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, let me commend the government. I looked at the compensation budget of the Minister of Interior, and I see there is an improvement on last year's budget by a big margin, which is very, very good. The only two things that it will show, either the government is going to do recruitment, or that they will increase the compensation package for members of the Ministry of Interior, which for me is good. We should do that. If you watch our sub-region, security should be the #1 priority of any government. I ever sat in a meeting where the Israeli Prime Minister was speaking, and he said that security is everything for them. Security is everything. So whether you are talking of national security, you are talking of defense, interior, or any other security is everything. Every other thing follows, because first you have to have a life. If you do not have a life, then all other things are useless to a corpse. So security is everything. So, and if you watch what is happening in West Africa, where governments around us are spending more than 5% of their GDP on security, we are doing less than 1%, Mr. Speaker. Yes. We are doing less than 1%. And it's not good for us at all. We are becoming the weakest link if we don't take time in West Africa, all across. It's not just only the Ministry of Interior, all across the security subsector. But it's a beginning, and I hope that the government will begin to improve on the allocations to the various ministries. I have a little concern about the papers given to the Minister of the Interior before I come to the national security. If you check last year, 236 million was given to the Minister of Interior for CAPEX. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that even though 155 was released, they owe a lot for capital expenditure projects. And today, we are now having 101 million. In fact, I believe that in the next 3 months, the minister will be looking for more money from somewhere. It's as clear as that. Because of what they do. The point operating basis that the military, and I know that the Minister of Defense will come and talk about it, they are building, is a twin project. We started first with the Minister of Defense once, but the twin project is another one for the Minister of Interior using these people. These are green people. What's the name of
Immigration. Immigration is the first point of contact of any person coming into the Republic. And we have positioned them in all the entry and exit points. Even in the unapproved entry points, in the eastern corridor of Ghana, we have over 300 unapproved corridors. We are trying to position, or they are trying to position the immigration in all this. The idea was to ensure that immigration also has protective cover and small bases so that they can protect themselves. And I was expecting that that will feature in this. If it's not, I think and I hope the government will find some money within the big push to do that project, because the soldiers will not be the first point of contact. It's the immigration who are always the first point. The soldiers will give them backup. So the soldiers are supposed to give them backup. And I hope that enough papers will be given to the Minister for Interior to do this project. Otherwise, it will not help anybody, it will not help us. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of the agency that is under national security, I looked at the national security budget and I want to support what the ranking member said on national security. Trust me, the experience I've gathered over the last 8 years, if you do not resource national security budget, the Interior Minister and the Defense Minister, they will suffer. They do not have the budget for what we call special operations, and they will spend a lot of money on special operations, Mr. Speaker. There is no doubt about it. And that money will have to come from national security. So if the national security budget is not, you don't have enough money for special operations, you are going to suffer in Boku, you are going to suffer in all the places. You cannot send a soldier or a policeman to the field there and give him one CD a day as we are currently having. You are just demotivating him. And so I want to say that we should really look at that particular budget, and I want to support and we'll look at it. Otherwise, I can tell you that they will just overspend. And when there is a conflict somewhere, you cannot tell the security people to sit down. They will go. They will go and they will bring you debt. And national security will have to look for the money. Because of the way defense and interior budgets are couched and they are captured, you cannot spend just easily as the way national security will. And so they always use national security to cater for all this expenditure. And it's going to be from the operations resources. And I want to support him that we should look at that and make sure that national security, otherwise, the peace we are enjoying and touting ourselves as the second most peaceful nation, we may not be able to enjoy that. And I think that we should look for more resources to give to them to be able to do that. The Minister for the Interior and Defense will really have to depend a lot on what the national security does. The National Security Minister, especially on the issue of special operations. Otherwise, they are going to have a problem. If today there is a conflict, I don't want to use any town so that somebody will think that I'm wishing them bad. Mr. Speaker, if there's a conflict in a town called Nitu Ukrum, and you have to send police and soldiers, the defense ministry cannot mobilize resources immediately. You have to go to the National Security Ministry to do that. And because there's no more a ministry, the National Security Coordinator will have to look for enough resources to buy fuel, to make sure that they give them food, and to ensure that they can mobilize themselves in less than 24 hours to go and sustain the place and bring down the place. And with what is happening on our borders, I think that we should not underestimate what the members are saying. That look, what the members are saying, which is that we should really look at the special operations budget. CAPEX, yes, because they have to pay for their headquarters. The national security will have to pay for their headquarters that they build and make sure that they look at it. But I also think that we should really look at the goods and service, in particular, of national security 175. 3 months, this money will be done. If it reaches 3 months, I'll be very surprised with the way national security goes about their activities. If it reaches 3 months, I'll be very surprised, because the police are going to come and look for more, particularly the defense minister. He is going to come a lot to national security to look for money. And that's how it works. There's nothing he can do about it. He doesn't have that budget. And half of the budget will be spent from defense and to keep the country clean and safe. So I want to support the budget. I want to support the motion moved by the Minister for the Interior and say that the President and the Minister for Finance should be how he can resource them more than what he has done. He's done very well. Some of the figures have gone, and I think that I must confess that some of the figures have gone, which is good for me. But we need to do more, because we are becoming
more like the weakest link across the entire sub-region. Because there are problems in many of these countries, and Ghana is peaceful, we want to assume that we are okay. We are not okay, Mr. Speaker. We are not okay. We must ensure that we spend to continue to remain very peaceful. And God forbid, the Israelis will tell you that if you wait for something to happen, then you have failed in advance. If you wait for a terrorist activity to happen in the country, you have failed in advance. So you must resource the people who are supposed to do it. You must resource the Minister of Interior. You must resource for the Ghana Armed Forces. You must actually resource. Prevention is intelligence-led. So you must resource those who are doing the intelligence so that nothing happens. We need it. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that I support the call that we should really look at the operations budget of national security. They will need it. We can double it for them as a start. So the minister should look for some resources somewhere and double the operations budget for now, as a start. And then we'll see what happens in the media. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Lastly, I'll give it to the former defense minister. I think after this, if you indulge me in leadership, I'll even ignore you so that, because we've taken a lot of time. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr.
And I'm
Speaker.
happy the Minister for Finance is here to listen to what is going on. Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to add my voice for the approval of the budgetary allocation for the ministries of Interior and Defense. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we bring to the fore some effort made by the Akufo-Addo-led government in securing our borders and making sure that Ghana is secure. First of all, we all appreciate the fact that our borders are porous. And in a sub-region where things are not normal, you cannot have porous borders and then have a secured nation. The Akufo-Addo-led government actually provided for our immigration the anti-ballistic carbines, which is very important in picking signals of any illegal stuff coming into this country. Mr. Speaker, this, when done and done properly, will lessen the work of our men and women in uniform, because they will be fed with intelligence. So they will have targets and not just go on a fishing expedition. But Mr. Speaker, looking at the budget of the Ministry of Interior, yes, this equipment have been provided, but we do not have the money for its maintenance. And it is often said that Ghana suffers from a culture of not maintaining what we have. And so if we are unable to maintain this fantastic equipment, Mr. Speaker, in no time the equipment will break down. And when they break down, that will mean money is going down the drain. Mr. Speaker, the Akufo-Addo-led government undertook the construction of accommodation facilities for the Ministry of Defense and by extension the Ghana Armed Forces. We all know that we are recruiting to increase our men. We are doing so because of the threat facing our nation. And so if you look at what the Akufo-Addo-led government did, most accommodation were provided across all the garrisons in, for the Ministry of Defense. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the CAPEX given to the Ministry of Defense, a CAPEX of 260 million.
We are talking about Interior, not Defense.
Defense, yes, Defense. The CAPEX of 200 and...
What I'm talking, I'm just...
Oh, okay, all right. Mr. Speaker, then let me handle Interior before I come to... I have this love for Ministry of Defense. Mr. Speaker, I will go to fire service. Just as my ranking said, this is one agency that has been bastardized for no reason. In this time and age, Mr. Speaker, our fire service are using tenders which are about 20 years old. Most of them are out of production, and so acquiring even the spares to fix them when they break down is a problem. And when you don't get the spares on the open market, they become expensive. And so when you go to fix them, Mr. Speaker, you end up using monies which otherwise could have been used to purchase more recent and more technologically advanced
tender. And so it's an area we really have to look, because here we are in this country being faced with fires all over. Yet we don't have the necessary gadget to fight this fire. And so if steps are not taken, Mr. Speaker, we will come here year in, year out and complain about fires. Mr. Speaker, the issue of prisons was also mentioned. One cedi 80 pesos to feed a prisoner for a day, Mr. Speaker, is woefully inadequate. To even say woefully inadequate is really not the best description. No wonder our prisoners are eating zontoli. Mr. Speaker, all of us sitting in this room are potential jail-bound. Someday you will never know. There are people who are in jail, they have not committed any crime, but they are there. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we look both at the feeding of our prisoners or inmates and also the sanitary condition of our prisons. A child being fed 1 meal a day has the school feeding amount increased, I guess. But here we have a prisoner who is being fed 3 times a day on 1 cedi 80 pesos. Mr. Speaker, and the Ministry of Finance must do something about this. It is sad. It is very sad.
Thank you.
Jesus Christ fed 5,000 with, I think you remember your Sunday school lessons. That's good. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is something we really have to look at. Another agency under the Ministry of Interior, Mr. Speaker, that we must also look at critically is the Peace Council. Most of the time, we do not take the Peace Council serious until there is a problem, and then we will be calling them. Mr. Speaker, we need to be proactive as a nation. There must be resources to be able to be proactive, to step in so that we can avert some of the problems we are having. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me go to the Ministry of Defense.
No. We will come with defense budget. So
thank you.
Let me thank you.
Mr. Speaker, but let me talk a bit about security and intelligence budget.
Honorable, when you get to defense, you can talk about
security and intelligence. I'm also a member there, and their report has been laid. Mr. Speaker, it is important. I will just be brief, but it is important that in this time of age, intelligence decides everything. Intelligence is everything. Mr. Speaker, it is important that in a sub-region where we are confronted with many problems in terms of acts of terrorism and all that, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we resource very well our external research unit under the Ministry of Interior or the National Security Agency. It's important we do that. Mr. Speaker, when we are able to do that, we will be fed with the right intelligence. And once we have the right intelligence, dealing with the issue will be as easy as anything. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And with these few words, I pray that we approve the budget for the Security and Intelligence Committee and that of the Ministry of Interior. Thank you.
Yes. Leadership, please, let's be snappy. We have so many reports to take. So many reports to take. So, Speaker, Honorable Jerry, let's try to be snappy.
Yes, very snappy, Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this motion. Speaker, if you look at the report, especially paragraph 7, Speaker, it indicates the following, that challenges faced by the Ministry of National Security in 2024. And Speaker, I'm looking at even the first one. Inadequate allocation and delays. Speaker, delays in budgetary disbursement. Speaker, for me, all these conversations are very critical. But what happens when the monies don't get to the ministry? In fact, now the National Security Agency or Council. It means that there won't be preemptive acts. We are not going to resolve most of these security issues by being proactive, by thinking ahead of the situation. And when you are not dealing with intelligence on the right time, at the right time, Speaker, what it means is that whatever the situation would be, whoever is involved would have caused all the damage.
Speaker, it is therefore very critical to look at the issues of disbursement and how it should be done on time. Speaker, the other part which is very critical is the changing trends of modern crimes. Speaker, when you are dealing with Sakawa, and you are dealing with all manner of crimes, and people can sit in their rooms and ensure that they leave so much money, and you are not versed with the kind of technicalities and techniques, you are not emboldened to ensure that these things are prevented. Speaker, if we are not careful, we'll be sitting here. There will be time that you are even here in Parliament and the whole system may be hacked. So what we are praying for is let us support the National Security Council with the resources they require. What we have seen is a paltry amount of 2.9 billion. And we have all been told that about 2.4 is going into only compensation. So what is the 500 million going to do? 500 million is not going to do anything for intelligence. Let me also just take this opportunity to, as it were, advise that we should also use the National Security Council for purposes that they are meant for. Speaker, about 3 weeks ago, I had a weightlifting elections. About 80 members of operatives of national security were there to stop the election. When we still have a problem of undercapacity, when we still have the problem of inadequate staff strength. So you ask yourself, are they there to do the work that they are tasked to do? It is very critical that with all the monies that we are thinking of pushing to them, they should make sure that they do what they are expected to do as national security operatives. Speaker, with this, I want to thank you very much.
Thank you. Lastly, majority leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was seeking your leave to leave the conclusion of the debate to the former leader and Minister of Education.
Minister for Education, yes.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you very much.
But be snappy for us.
Mr. Speaker, I shall endeavor to. Mr. Speaker, to speak in favor of the motion and appreciate that the amount of money allocated for national security may not be adequate within the constraints of the budget. Mr. Speaker, I rose for a good reason. When I heard the Honorable Nitiwo, former Minister for Defense, speak, that compelled me to come on so that we go back to the same drawing table. Mr. Speaker, in the past, I'm aware that there was a meeting convened then by Minister for National Security, Kandapa. He participated in that meeting. There were the Ministers for Foreign Affairs, Minister for Communication, Defense and Interior. And Mr. Speaker, that discussion took place in Akusumbo. And it was for us as a country and parliament to appreciate the magnitude of the threat to the national security of our country and to resource in particular the Minister for Defense, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Interior and National Security to respond to those exigencies of the time. Mr. Speaker, in that meeting, so Honorable Nitiwo, I'm reminding you about the Akusumbo consensus. So share it. There was the Akusumbo consensus where we said that the Minister for Finance, fortunately he's here, must dedicate at least a budget of $2 billion to support the security-related ministries. This was a bipartisan discussion, bipartisan approach in order that the Ministry of Defense, Interior and National Security can respond to it. I can agree more with you when you say that the first responsibility of every government and the president is the security of the citizens. That we assure you. But I think that we should relieve the Akusumbo consensus. Maybe the Minister for Defense or my good friend, Honorable Minister for Interior, must get the group to meet again. Because in that meeting, we discussed the specific needs of the ministries and the agencies, whether it was defense or whether it was interior, what was the requirement? So that we make a special case for the Minister for Finance. In a review budget, he can dedicate, if he can't get all the 2 billion, at least 1 billion should go to support their budget. With this few comments, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very, very much. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate. Minister, I want to say something.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Apart from thanking members to say that most of the comments that were made
have been noted, and we can assure them. And I'm also happy the finance minister walked in briefly, and we'll extend the comments to him for consideration, hopefully during the mid-year review. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is all those in favour of the motion listed 32 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. And that this House has approved the sum of 13 billion 729 million 306,027 cedis for the services of the Ministry of Interior and National Security for the service for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can we continue on the same page 8 and take item number 33? Thank you.
Very well. Before I call the minister, indulge me to acknowledge our children at the public gallery. And the first school is Medina Senior High School. They are being led by Mrs. Faustina Alouni, who is the headmistress, and the school is located, as usual, Medina constituency. And I guess the Member of Parliament is here. Then we have Juapon Methodist Basic School. Juapon Methodist Basic School. They are being led by Mr. Apia Solom Otu, who is the head teacher, and the school is located at Northtown constituency. I think the Minister for Foreign Affairs constituency. Yes. So you are all welcome, and I believe you are monitoring what is going on, and that should urge you. Nobody should tell you. It should urge you to study and study and study hard, so that tomorrow you can also be here. You are welcome, and we wish you well. Thank you. You may resume your seat. Let me now turn to page 8. Page 8, item listed 33. Item listed 33, Minister for Defense.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 6,371,467,598 for the services of the Ministry of Defense for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, before I move, let me emphasize a related argument which follows from that of the Ministry of Interior and National Security that members have so eloquently espoused. We face issues of cybercrime, illegal mining, galamsey, conflicts between herdsmen and local communities, particularly farmers, violent extremism and terrorism. And so as a result of this, we have critical national infrastructure that must be continued with new ones initiated, particularly in our forward operating bases, in order to be able to place troops closer to where threats may emanate directly from. In addition, we also require to keep our troops in conflict areas, including Boko
presently, active, well-fed, and because of all these issues, we think that we would have needed more than we have. However, what we have, we will manage with it with the hope that as the finance minister continues with his reset agenda and fixes the economy, hopefully he may come back to the House in the course of the year and allocate significant and commensurate amount that will be able to meet the new and additional challenges that we would have to address. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman for the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved for the approval of 6,371,467,598 for the services of the Ministry of Defense. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, I would pray that the Hazard Department captures the report of the committee in its entirety, whilst I touch on the observations made by the committee for purposes of clarity. Mr. Speaker, the committee clearly observed at page 18 of the report that the imminent threat of terrorism and related crimes, including illegal mining, conflicts between herdsmen and local communities, and cyber crimes are threats that must be addressed as a matter of urgency. Mr. Speaker, the committee also noted at page 19 of its report that it is vital to ensure that the Afari Military Hospital is operationalized by the end of this financial year. This commitment has been made, and the Minister for Defense assured the committee that come what may, he would work closely with the Minister for Finance to ensure that all outstanding financial issues are resolved in order to operationalize the hospital. Mr. Speaker, the committee also noted with concern the rampant encroachment on lands belonging to the Ghana Armed Forces. The assurance was given that the Ghana Armed Forces had initiated steps to liaise with the Lands Commission to ensure that all legal documentation relating to the lands in question are completed and handed over to the armed forces to ensure that they are able to protect their lands from encroachment. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to paragraph 18 of the report. The committee observed with keen interest that the armed forces of Ghana had incurred huge indebtedness to the tune of 38,097,661 from the peacekeeping funds by the armed forces due to withdrawals to finance various activities, including ECOWAS mission in the Gambia, the Guinea-Bissau. Recognizing the impact of this indebtedness on peacekeeping operations, the committee recommends that the Minister for Defense collaborates with the Minister responsible for Finance to urgently reimburse the amount owed to the peacekeeping fund to ensure the security, well-being, and effective rotation of peacekeeping officers. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I urge the House to approve and support the motion moved to enable the... No. What is
Mr. Speaker, before he moves, I think that, unless my report is wrong, page 18, the money is in dollars. The 38 million is in dollars, not cedis.
Yes, that is true. Mr. Speaker, that observation is correct. And so, with your kind permission, I would want to effect the necessary amendments. With your leave, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Leave granted. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. Yes, Ranking.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the motion that this House approves the sum of 6,371,467,598 Ghana cedis for the implementation of programs for the Ministry of Defense and its agencies for the year ending 2025. Mr. Speaker, and so doing to indicate that if the government, as demonstrated by members of the government who are forespoken, that the priority of this government is security. Mr. Speaker, the budget allocation to Defense Ministry betrays that assertion. It is the budgetary allocation that determines what the government deems as priority. And clearly, with this allocation, it is woefully inadequate. Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Defense plays a critical role of safeguarding the territorial borders, the territorial integrity, our stability and security as a nation. We have a fresh minister who has just been appointed. I know he's a very good friend of the finance minister. And so we were expecting adequate allocation to the sector. We have freshly appointed Chief of Defense Staff, Service Chiefs, Chief of Naval Staff, Chief of Army Staff, Chief of Air Staff, Chief of Staff. These are very seasoned soldiers who bring to the fore very solid credentials. And they are poised to deliver, but we need to give them the resources to be able to deliver. We need to resource the Navy with the requisite ships and offshore patrol ships to be able to beef up their fleet of equipment to deliver what they are poised to do so. We saw in this budget here an indication under the Ministry of Defense that the government is committed to completing the 15 forward operating bases that are ongoing. And the expectation was that commensurate allocations should be given to the Ministry of Defense for the timeous completion of those projects. But what we saw allocated to them cannot even complete one this year. Mr. Speaker, we must speak up for the Ministry of Defense. If you speak up for the Ministry of Defense, you are speaking for the stability of this country, you are speaking for Ghana. And therefore, in a bipartisan way, we think that if there's any ministry who should be within the top 3 of the highest budgetary allocation, Ministry of Defense should have been one of them. But that is not what we see here. Reimbursement of the $38 million, as my chairman had indicated, and the concern also raised by the former defense minister, is one that is critical. It's fundamental to the morale of our rank and file. So we urge and appeal to the Minister for Finance to, as a matter of urgency, to support the Minister for Defense and reimburse same amount quickly, so that the Minister for Defense will be well positioned to maintain that morale that is expected. Afari Hospital, Mr. Speaker, it's long overdue, and we're hoping that we will see timeous completion of that hospital whilst paying attention to 37 military hospital and to beef up. The minister has given us assurances, some brilliant initiatives and support that he has started even supporting the 37 military hospital with. We want to support him, but we want the Ministry of Finance to support us in that endeavor. And on this note, to wish all our generals well and to assure them that we will speak for them, for the Ministry of Finance, to demonstrate beyond rhetorics that defense and security is our priority by way of allocation. I'm happy the Minister for Finance has just entered. Minister of Finance, we are appealing that you support your good friend Minister for Defense reimburse the peacekeeper. Oh, he has assured we shouldn't worry. So we are hoping that the mid-year budget will see increase, commensurate increase to support them to deliver. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that...
Honorable, let me go here, then I come here. Let me call the Minister for Labor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the motion on the report of the Committee on Defense and Interior on the 2025 budget report. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Defense, as has been observed earlier, is a critical ministry that provides leadership for the defense of this country. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is at a position where our defense is logically a key factor of our investment because of everything surrounding us. Mali, what is happening there, Burkina Faso, and elsewhere. The combination of these factors, as observed by the report, poses a threat of terrorism, and the need for the military to equip itself and be prepared for any eventuality is underlined. Mr. Speaker, but I want to observe that there has been lack of commitment to house the military in this country. If you visit the closest place and in the center of the city, the Burma camp, you will be very sad about the kind of accommodation some of our military people live. And I think that it is important that this is looked at thoroughly so that in future we don't begin to complain about eventualities that will cripple our effort to defend this nation. Mr. Speaker, so much needs to be done by the military, not just in the defense of our borders, but also in the support of the military to perform its role outside the country. We have noticed that the Ghana military is very much respected throughout the country, throughout the world, especially in their performance at peacekeeping efforts and other military interventions that will require an international cooperation. So this vote given to them, I do support that we allocate the said amount to them. But I think that what should have been given them is not what they have allocated for them this year. And I suppose that at the end of it all, this 6.3 billion that has been given to them should be properly allocated to the appropriate places as indicated here, so that in our oversight, we can be sure that so much is spent to enforce the functional duty of the military, and so much is also invested in the building, in the office building as indicated in the report, and the accommodation of the military. Mr. Speaker, because of the strategic nature of this ministry, I want to call on my friends, my colleagues everywhere, to support the allocation and to support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me go to former Minister for Defense.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. It is my pleasure to support this motion. But I'm always supporting with heavy heart. Because when you see a budget of 6.3 billion, somebody will sit and say, oh, the Minister for Defense has a lot of money. 5.6 billion of that money is for compensation. Really has nothing. I wish the Minister for Finance was here. And leadership, please carry the message to the Minister for Finance that we will have to find the Akosombo Accord and come back to it. If we were truly, as a country, giving the Minister of Defense or the Minister of Defense the resources, the Minister of Defense should not get anything less than 118 billion Ghana cedi in this budget. Yes, because all the countries, Ivory Coast, Burkina Faso,
Mali, Niger, Guinea, Nigeria, all the countries, they spend a minimum of 1.5% of their GDP. If our GDP is 1.2 trillion Ghana cedi, then we should spend a minimum of 1.5%, which are close to 18 billion Ghana cedi. And that's what we should be looking at. Mr. Speaker, I want to go back to what the Minister of Education said, that this Parliament has always been very supportive of the Ministry of Defense. It is the reason why we went on not on one occasion, not on two occasions, at least 3 occasions to Akosombo to all agree that the Minister for Finance should look for resources to give to the Minister for Defense. It doesn't matter who the person is, to ensure that they can protect our country. Senegal is building a very big port, the biggest in West Africa. What we can achieve with our new port is to ensure that the security on our high seas. And you can only do that with the Navy. But as we see today, we all know what the state of the Navy is. It is not in my interest to state what the state is. But if it were a committee of the whole, I would have stated exactly where we find ourselves with Navy and with Air Force. Mr. Speaker, I want to carry this sentiment to the Minister for Finance that he has to find money, whatever it is, to ensure that the Minister for Defense is able to give capacity to the armed forces, especially Navy and Air Force, and especially Air Force. After the issue of the 2 OPVs, I believe he knows that I have always told him that he must make sure that those OPVs are bought. But the Air Force, Mr. Speaker, you cannot have an Air Force and not let it be an Air Force. Mr. Speaker, we tried to buy 6 LNG aircrafts for the Air Force. It is still on the table. We know that we got ourselves locked up because of the IMF deal that we went into. But I think that the Minister for Finance should support the Minister for Defense. It is in our interest not to be the weakest link. I'm saying Ivory Coast, Togo to our right, if you look up north. If you are facing the northern direction, Togo to our right, Ivory Coast to our west, Burkina to our north, Mali to our north, Niger and Guinea, all of them spend a minimum of 1.5% of their GDP. Let everybody take a calculator and calculate and know how much we should be spending to match up. Mr. Speaker, I'm not even saying that surpass the match up. So the current Minister for Defense needs a lot of support for all of us. Unfortunately, he knows. Unfortunately, he knows. It's the same support you gave me. Trust me, anytime the budget of the Minister of Defense came, I remember Harun Edrusi here and a lot of you, Agaga, the same support you gave me. What I'm saying, I'm just repeating as if I'm quoting some of you who were here. Mr. Speaker, I want also the leadership to carry the sentiment of this House to the Finance Minister that he should immediately look for $38 million and give to the Minister for Defense to ensure that the peacekeeping resource is not compromised. It is not because of mismanagement for the Minister of Defense, no. It's not because of mismanagement for the armed forces, no. But it is because the armed forces were pragmatic enough to save this country. They had to look for money to purchase a ship for us. Without that ship, Mr. Speaker, I don't know where the Navy would have been. And they use the peacekeeping resource. Mr. Speaker, the ECOWAS heads of states and heads of government met and said that we should send troops to Gambia and then to Guinea. The Minister for Finance was expected to make sure that they give the Minister of Defense enough money to be able to take off these troops. Ghana is constrained. How to find a way of financing these missions from their own resource. Today we have this shortfall. And so the Minister for Finance must look for this money for the Minister for Defense to ensure that when the soldiers are coming in, and there's a record that we set, we never paid any soldier in Ghana. All soldiers were paid in their mission areas.
I want the minister to be supported to ensure. I want the minister to be supported to ensure that that record is not broken. So please, send the sentiment of this House to the Minister for Finance that should look for $38 million and give to the Minister for Defense to ensure that he can at least start on a good note. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Defense should get a minimum of $3 to $4 billion from the big push. Yes. Mr. Speaker, he needs to get these resources. Otherwise, you may not be able to complete AFARE. Otherwise, the minister will not be able to complete the forward operating bases. Otherwise, the minister will not be able to complete the forward operating base, the Navy forward operating base. So that big push of 13 billion, the Minister of Finance should allocate a minimum of 4 billion to the Minister for Defense. Trust me. The Minister for Road, you know that I'm always with you. And you know that I'll push for 8 billion for you. You have no problem. But Mr. Speaker, I want to say, and let me say emphatically that I'm not joking. Without security, there is no country. And the Minister for Defense needs to be supported in all honesty. I left the place and I know why I keep repeating that he needs to be supported in all honesty. He needs to be supported in all honesty. So whatever and wherever we have to get the resources to make sure that we support the Minister for Defense, let's do it. Because it is the only institution where you cannot play politics. So what we are saying it from the bottom of our hearts. You cannot play politics with the armed forces. And we will not play politics with the armed forces. So it's the reason we are supporting you and making sure that he gets the resources to do what he has to do. The 38 million Chief Whip and Deputy Leader, please pass that information to the Minister for Finance. That immediately, he should not wait. The next rotation is in I think, May and June. Immediately, by April ending, he should look for that money for him. Otherwise, the Minister for Defense will be very, very hot. You don't want to have angry soldiers returning from Lebanon. No. You don't want to have angry soldiers returning from Guinea. No. You don't want to have angry soldiers returning from Gambia. No. Just make them happy. Even if we are hungry here, you make them happy. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Bimbila. Honorable, you have a lot to say. I'll give you the floor, but please be snappy for me, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for the fact that my good friend, the Honorable Abuja, is very conversant with his Sunday lessons, I think I'll be brief. Mr. Speaker, one thing the Ghana Armed Forces, and the Honorable Pepu said it right, he hit the nail right on the head, is accommodation. Mr. Speaker, yes, the NPP government undertook the construction of accommodation across all the garrisons of the Ghana Armed Forces. But Mr. Speaker, we still need more. We need more because for years, the Ghana Armed Forces was neglected. And then looking at the fact that we are also recruiting men and women, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we look at providing a decent accommodation for our men and women in uniform. Mr. Speaker, one thing which is also a problem has to do with the regularization of the land titles of the Ministry of Defense. Their lands are being encroached upon left, right, center. And Mr. Speaker, this is happening because they do not have the necessary titles to the lands. And so once they do not have, it becomes easier for people to encroach on the land. It is very important, Mr. Speaker, that we look at getting the needed finances to ensure that all lands belonging to the Ghana Armed Forces have the needed title. Mr. Speaker, one thing, and then maybe I will take my seat, has to do with AFARE. For a hospital whose commercial contract was signed in November of 2008, and Mr. Speaker, till today we are still talking about AFARE. It's really a worrisome thing for all of us and for everybody who loves to see a very healthy Ghana Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, it is a worrying thing. And it is so because I believe strongly that the contractor is not doing right with Ghanaians.
I think I've had a lengthy conversation with the Minister for Defense, that it is something we really have to look at. And Mr. Minister, whilst looking at Afari, I think it is also important that we look at how we construct our contract in this country. It is affecting us, and Mr. Speaker, the way we construct our contract in this country is really, for want of a better word, sucking this country dry. Because we end up, Afari, the total cost of Afari was $180 million. Mr. Speaker, if we are to sit down and go into it, we may be paying more than the $180 million in terms of delay in payment and all that. Let us be mindful and construct our contract in a way that the country will not be throwing good monies away. For me, this is a worrying thing. And I think that if we are able to look at it critically and do things within the legal framework and do it right, this country will end up saving a lot of money. I think that my minister and my boss has said it all. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I'll pray this August House to approve the budgetary allocation for the Ministry of Defense, although their capex is woefully inadequate, where 260 million, 100 million is going for the forward operating bases. And Mr. Speaker, looking at even the outstanding certificate, that 100 million will not be enough. And so the idea that we are completing the forward FOBs or forward operating bases this year, I don't see it happening. But Mr. Minister, I believe that you can be creative and innovative to really get some of these things done. Thank you.
Let me go here, I'll come to you. Yes, Honorable Member for Kote.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Defence and Interior on the 2025 budget estimates. Mr. Speaker, I'm really glad that the former minister and former deputy ministers have found their voice to support the ministry from the other side, because I remember repeatedly on this floor and in the committee when we were speaking to the issues of Afari not being completed, 37 requiring even their radiology department to be revamped. I remember us talking about the FOBs every year, and we were given different percentages of completion. So I'm glad that you are raising these issues, and I'm sure I can stand here confidently and assure that this NDC government under the presidency of John Mahama will definitely finish what you didn't do in 8 years. Mr. Speaker, indeed, where we are now, security is a priority for all of us. And I'm very happy that we are sharing a single voice on the fact that this is something that must take priority. I'm hoping that the defense industries will have a role to play in the big push as we see how the Ghana Armed Forces can contribute towards the industrialization of our country, and indeed hopefully support the roads minister in some of what he hopes to do in the former minister's constituency as he pushes for the 8 billion. Mr. Speaker, truly, our security challenges are many, and there is never enough money to support this. But I would like to urge, as we look at some of the challenges that the armed forces complain about, that as various state agencies take advantage of the Air Force, that they will contribute towards the payment of fuel, because some of the outstanding bills that the armed forces has with regards to their fuel costs are from the fact that other agencies and ministries make use of their equipment but do not support the payment of their fuel bills. And so I'm glad the Minister for Defense is here so that he can chase the Minister of Finance for the payment of things that are incurred not by the armed forces but by the use of other agencies. Mr. Speaker, I do add my voice to my colleagues regarding the fact that the amount of money that has been assigned to the ministry ought to be increased. And we are hoping that in the mid-year budget review, the minister will come and give us some much better news. But in the meantime, given that we are tightening our belts due to debts that have been inherited, we will have to make do with what we have for now. And therefore, I urge this House to support the sum of 6,371,467,598 Ghana cedis for the implementation of the programs of the Ministry of Defense and its agencies for the 2025 financial year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member for Abetifi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, my line is similar to what I delivered on the Security and Intelligence budget presentation. Mr. Speaker, I'm on the view that this budget line shouldn't have made it past the committee level. Because it's again, we are spending about, what, 2% of the 290 billion budget on defense. 290 billion. We are giving Ministry of Defense 6 billion. 4 billion plus is into compensation. What are we doing as a country? What are we doing as a country, Mr. Speaker? Without security, everything else falls apart. Mr. Speaker, in the sub-region, we are dealing with major terrorist threats. Internally, we have major challenges: Calm Life, Al-Qaeda, Nusrat, Al-Muslim. The major issues that we are dealing with, and major issues that our military is handling, our Navy, maritime security. And we are giving them, what, $1 billion, north of $1 billion cedis for capex and goods and services. And we are all looking on, asking that this budget be approved. We are only paying our soldiers a salary and asking them to stay at the barracks. Mr. Speaker, waiting for mid-year. No, but I'm saying that we are paying them a salary and not giving them money to do the operation that is required to protect the country. So because we have to pay them a salary, line 1 compensation, we always find the money, 4.5 billion. Then clothing, weapons, fuel, everything that they require to protect the country from major threats, they are unable to fund it. And I heard the former minister tell his successor to find ways. Mr. Speaker, all the ways that we know about is in this document. So if we are going to give them money, it has to find a way in the budget. How is the defense minister? Are we encouraging the Ministry of Defense to go into Galamsey? Exactly. So if we keep telling them that they should find ways, where are they going to find a way? Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Finance is fond of finding a language to pack money at the ministry. During our time, we called it Ghana Cares, 10 billion. Ministry of Agric, go to Ghana Cares. Ministry of Defense, go to Ghana Cares. Ministry of Health, go to Ghana Cares. Obatampa, everybody go to Ghana Cares, Obatampa. In 2025, the Ministry of Finance, they've changed the language. Now they call it Big Push. Anything that you want, Agric, go to Big Push. Well, how are you going to fund Akuko Kitinkiti? They say go to Big Push. How are you going to fund the roads? They say go to Big Push. How are you going to fund national security? They say go to Big Push. How are you going to fund defense and interior? They say Big Push. It is a creation of Ministry of Finance to deceive the political class
You see, that is why I'm speaking for you. About Tampa, I didn't speak. That is why I'm speaking for you.
Minister,
Aruna, Mr. Speaker,
I didn't want to do that.
Decline the invitation. Mr. Speaker, decline the invitation.
Minister, we are coming to take your report. So,
Ministry of Education, you need money. Go to Big Push. Mr. Speaker, it is a creation of Ministry of Finance to tease the political class. We have to be careful about it. So if we want to give the Ministry of Defense money to deal with the security threats that confronts us, it should be in their goods and services. It should be in their capex. Take it out of the Big Push now and allocate it to the Ministry of Defense. Mr. Speaker, where we find ourselves as Ghana in a sub-region, I've said it when I was at the National Security Ministry and in the Interior Ministry, that Ghana happens to be the only good boy in a bad neighborhood. All around us, there's fire. Eastern border, western border, northern border. We seem to be the isolated, safe place. We are doing something right, but we cannot just continue to rely on prayers. We cannot rely on prayers alone. We have to do some things for ourselves. We need to fund the security agencies to allow them the opportunity to protect us. Internally, Mr. Speaker, we have Operation Cow Leg. Mr. Speaker, what bothers me is that if they have dog kennels, if we don't take time, by June, all the dogs will be dead. If we don't find money for them and say Ministry of Defense should go to Big Push, by June, we will have no dogs. And the minister is aware. And we expect this side, Mr. Speaker, we are not crying more than the bereaved. Because we know that the people on this side, they have their dogs. But by June, the dogs will be dead. There's no money in the goods and services to feed the dogs. The dogs are starving. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleading with the Finance Ministry to pay particular attention to the security agencies, the Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Defense, and Ministry of National Security. Without them, everything else that flows in the budget may not be fulfilled. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me come to leadership. Leadership. Leader. Yes. But please, let be snappy. I beg of you. Leader. Yes, I quite.
Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion for the passage of the advertised amount in lieu of the Ministry of Defense. I have listened to the former minister. I've also listened to my good friend, Honorable Brian Champo, and just a few observations. Speaker, going through the report of the committee, glaringly coming out is a funding gap of some 160 million, all in the context of the call for more funding to be given to the ministry in support of the agencies of the ministry. 116 million Ghana cedis as a funding gap. Unfortunately, we don't have the exchequer here. The Minister of Finance is not here. Then, in respect of CAPEX, not to overflog the matter, I think colleagues who spoke earlier have related to, same. A certain funding gap of 570 million plus in respect of critical infrastructure and operational platforms. Speaker, this is woefully inadequate. This is unacceptable, and I think something has to be done in this regard. We can't just let go. Operational platforms, Honorable Agaga, we can't just let this go. I think something has to be done. And so my call will be that the two funding gaps, one in respect of the agencies, the 116 million, and then the 770 million, either of them would have to be met. We can't leave the two. Give them yours. Speaker, I'm surprised to read in the report that issue about encroachment of the armed forces land is still rearing its head. How can it be the whole armed forces lands are being This is unacceptable. Yes, check the report. So we will have to bring this to the attention of the ministry and for the desired attention to be taken. Speaker, I recall the project, the Blue Water Initiative, and we are told the water guards where if you check the budget, there is express provision in terms of the Ministry of Environment and the Lands Ministry. Speaker, this water guards initiative cannot succeed without an interface from the Ministry of Defense. Unless they are telling us it's the usual job for the boys. And when you go through the report, you don't see any interface. How will this water guard succeed without support in terms of capacity building from the Ministry of Defense? And Speaker, we cannot approve this budget without any statement coming from the Minister. Minister, if I have your attention, what is the interface of the Ministry of Defense in terms of your project of water guards? Who are going to train them? Who will give them the capacity needed to be able to execute on the job mandate? Are we just doing it for job for the boys? Speaker, is it the case that we are just doing it for job for the boys? I think that ideally, the Ministry of Defense should have an interface in this. I concede that some budget provision has been made regarding Ministry of Environment and the Lands Ministry. But we cannot discount the Ministry of Defense, and that is an aspect we need to look at. So we are going forward. I have seen report of a number of PPP interventions regarding the Ministry of Defense. I am a layman. I am not so experienced when it comes to defense issues. But is it the case that PPP arrangement is ideal when it comes to our Ministry of Defense? So I think it's something we need to look at going forward. It cannot be the case that the Ministry of Defense goes into a project and then we need private hand, PPP. And some of these PPP interventions, we have expatriates involved. We have expatriates involved in some of these PPP interventions. My fundamental understanding of security arrangement, I think it's something we need to look at. So, Speaker, without adding more, I think the funding gaps, the two funding gaps, the one in respect of the agencies of the ministry, 116 million Ghana cedis, and then the one in respect of CAPEX, some 570 million. Either of them would have to be met. We cannot leave the two to be outstanding. Let me conclude on the Afari Military Hospital. Minister, I am aware the previous government completed it. It's done and dusted. Your duty, it is to go out there and commission it. So for the records, the Afari Military Project has been done. It's done and dusted by the previous administration. Your duty, it is to go out there and commission it. And then when you are commissioning that project, try and give glory to the past administration for the good work they've done. Speaker, having said this, just to focus on the outstanding gap, the 116 million and the 570, I think the majority leader will have to take this matter up. The Ministry of Defense has a funding gap of 116 million and a certain capex, 570 million plus. We can't leave this to our stand. The minister, the majority leader should take this matter up. The finance minister should be related to, and some intervention should be engaged to ensure that if we cannot complete it all,
thank you.
At least we meet them midway. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Minority Leader. Honorable Buja, he's your friend, so don't.
Mr. Speaker, I've sat through the debate on this report, and I thank you for the opportunity to add my voice. First, I commend the Minister for appearing before the committee together with his deputy and helping us to understand issues regarding his ministry. I also commend him for that early days working relationship between him and his deputy. We've been seeing them working together. It's good for democracy that when people are made ministers, they work with their deputies and help them build capacity. So, Speaker, I want to urge the minister that some of these challenges are not to be colored with partisan views. The ministry he heads is a very sensitive ministry. Not too long ago, I heard him in the media lamenting and also making some allegations, against the previous administration that they were owing suppliers and they did not pay and all that. I mean, these are very needless, because he's working in a very sensitive environment. He will need Parliament. Today, he's quiet, listening to the contributions from the minority side. Your duty at Cabinet was to make your case. And when they were making the case for you, you were happy. Yet, you use the media to lambast the previous administration. Now, you've seen the budget before you. Can you pay them? Is it enough? So, don't be in a hurry to attack the one you succeeded. It's not good for the country and the ministry you had. Mr. Speaker, that said, I move to the next important thing, the budget. Mr. Speaker, we are hearing some 2.7 billion being spent at the Jubilee House, Office of Government Machinery. We are also seeing in this same budget some $800 million, 800 million, yes. Some 800 million for the big push. Yet, the security of the state, the men and women in the armed forces, you are giving them a paltry sum of some 6 billion, of which over 70% is going into compensation.
Honorable Minister for Rules, please. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, let me pause on this submission and address a preliminary issue. The Minister for Roads and Highways, Mr. Speaker, we work together in leadership. I told him to remain in this house. He told me he was going. He comes here to cause trouble. The road contractors are looking for you. Go and pay them. Then you come here and each time you come, trouble. You come here, the temperature will be going up. Please, Mr. Speaker, that's by the way. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the government must know its priorities and get the priorities right. You are saying that you're giving over $290 million to support PMMC, which is on its way to metamorphose into gold bond. And then you are telling us that the gold bond, they are going to buy and sell gold and also regulate. This is what you are telling Ghanaians, that this gold bond, you are going to release $290 million. And you are also going to buy from small-scale miners. How sure are we of your intent? But we'll leave that for another day. But I ask a simple question. Why is it that when it comes to the Ministry of Defense, those who are sacrificing what they need to do their work is not a priority to you? Then this so-called reset, what is it about? And then the minister comes to Parliament, does not make a case at Cabinet, comes to Parliament. Yes, well, if you made your case at Cabinet, speak into the mic. You don't make your case in Cabinet. You allow Cabinet because before this budget,
Honorable Minority Leader, your colleague,
before this budget, the majority leader told us that there was going to be a cabinet meeting to discuss the budget before.
Honorable Minority Leader.
And the defense minister did not make a case.
Your colleague.
Oh, very well, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
If you are recognizing him on a point of order,
yes,
it's no problem.
Yes.
But he should make sure he doesn't argue.
Yes. Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Minority Leader does not know what happened at Cabinet. He is unable to tell. So he cannot say that the minister did not make his case in Cabinet. And Mr. Speaker, the minister is also under oath. So the minister is unable to get up and also disclose proceedings of Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, it is convenient for him to stay away from that kind of allegation and discussion because the minister cannot respond and he cannot also substantiate his claim. So, Mr. Speaker, let us proceed with the substantive matters. And also on the issue of gold board and the purchase of gold, if government purchases gold, it is an asset. It is an asset. It's not an expenditure. It is an asset which will be used to exchange for products, which will then be used to repay for the purchase of the gold.
Leader, when you get there, then you can. So, Honorable
Mr. Speaker, so I've now seen through the new strategy of the Majority Leader. When I make my submission, he has to counter immediately. So this is not a point of order, but another submission from the NDC caucus. Very well, that's okay. Mr. Speaker, I was not at Cabinet, but if the minister was able to make his case at Cabinet, this wouldn't be the amount to be allocated. Does that mean that he was bullied at Cabinet? that he could not tell cabinet the priorities of his ministry, and then Dr. Forson took all the money to the big push, $800 million to big push. What is a big push? This government does not know its priorities. Because if it got its priorities right, the defense ministry will not be giving 6 billion, of which over 70% is only going into compensation. You are in government now. Forget about yesterday. You said you are resetting. You said you are resetting. It is you who is in government. We are holding your feet to the fire. Mr. Speaker, why would you dollars to gold bond? That they should go and buy gold, should go and sell Galamsey gold. You are using this to encourage, you are spending $290 million to encourage Galamsey and leaving the Defense and Interior Ministry. How can you give them a paltry sum of 6 billion? And I don't blame it on the finance minister, I blame it on the Minister of Defense. What did he do at cabinet? And he expects parliamentarians on this side to be his advocates. No. Go back to cabinet. Go back to cabinet and make your case. This amount is not enough. Mr. Speaker, look at other ministries. They have made some allocations for them. Some. To the Defense and Interior. Leader. Yes. Mr. Speaker, point of order, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem. I will resume my seat. They should do their point of order, and then I don't have a problem.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I rise in pursuance of Order 1221C. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hand here order paper addendum, and in the order paper addendum,
way to buy Galamsey gold. That is possible, leader. That is possible,
leader. Just put it differently.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That I am putting it differently. Now let's be careful. Let's put in the structures to ensure that the monies that are going to be advanced will not find their way into buying Galamsey gold. That we do not end up encouraging Galamseyers. There is a high risk. There is a high risk. But that one we'll discuss it later. But for now, I would want to encourage the defense minister to make a case.
Leader, his position is just find another word for Galamsey gold. I mean, we have small scale mine. Yes.
Speaker, it's akin to saying that Cocoa Board has been giving money to go and buy smuggled cocoa. It's akin to that. And that cannot be the intent of this house at all. So my leader should depart from that path and conclude.
Leader, just withdraw that statement and put it differently.
Mr. Speaker, I will grant his pleasure. I agree with him that the intention may not be to promote Galamsey, but there's a high risk, and that is the government of my submission. There's a high risk that monies may find its way into Galamsey hands. So let's be careful and rather put money into good use. That's what I've done, Mr. Speaker. That's what I've done. So, Mr. Speaker, without more, I shall end my submission and encourage make his case by saying that the House should, notwithstanding all reservations, approve the estimate as contained in the report of the James Agaga-led committee. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, yes.
Clarify something. So 2 minutes.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to clarify. Mr. Speaker, the government of President John Dramani Mahama will continue to prioritize the Defense Ministry, including the Ghana Armed Forces. Even today, as I presented to the Ghana Armed Forces 5,000 mini bags of rice, 6,555 bottles of cooking oil, 4,800 tins of mackerel, 4,800 tins of tomatoes. But, Mr. Speaker, even as we ask for more, like Oliver Twist will do, it must be placed on record that a careful reading and synthesis of the order paper and the report of the Committee on Defense and Interior will suggest to everyone vividly that if you compare the allocation of 6,371,467,598 to the Ministry of Defense in 2025 to the 3 billion, so we are comparing 6 billion to 3 billion, to 3,891,151,856, you realize that this year's allocation is a quantum leap of 63.7%. Mr. Speaker, I didn't say 38%. It is 63.7%. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for your encouraging us to do more, but it will be placed on record that a 63.7% quantum leap is a clear indication of the trajectory. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, all those in favour that the motion listed 33 in today's order paper be adopted, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and that this honourable House has approved the sum of 6,371,467,598 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Defense for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we will go back and take item 17, page 5. Item 17. Oh, he's come. Oh. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I would like to make an appeal to vary the order of business and take addendum for the Finance Minister to be able to lay some bills. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minority Whip.
Speaker, the Deputy Leader knows what to do.
That's all right.
The Minister is here. The respected Attorney General has been sitting here all day. Yes. He has been sitting all day. Is it the case that you don't like him? Is it the case that you don't like him? Why would you want to vary the order of business? The Finance Minister just walked in. The Finance Minister, he just walked in. Show some respect to the AG. He has been here all day.
Mr. Speaker, we are doing this with a very good understanding from the AG. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General is also a bona fide member of this House. He has been very cooperative, and we know what stuff is made of. He is upholding human rights. He is upholding human rights, and he needs this budget for the purpose of his work. We can't delay the Attorney General any further in this chamber. The Attorney General must be heard, and he knows we support him. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the case of the minority chief whip, that we must hear the Attorney General and take his budget and take his report. We cannot vary. Yes, we should take the Attorney General. Even if he is after us, we will show him love. Even if he is after us, we will show him love. We should take his report.
Honorable members. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General has just agreed, with your kind leave, to lay the bills on behalf of the Finance Minister has come back, but Attorney General indicated to me that he was willing to lay the bills on behalf of the Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, can we just proceed to lay the bills?
But I just wanted to find out.
We can take the estimates of the Attorney General.
Yes, but I just wanted to find out, Special Prosecutor, it falls under which ministry? The Attorney General. So if you are taking 17, which is the Special Prosecutor, then it falls squarely on the Attorney General. So he can move the motion. Oh, very well. I didn't. So that is this. Oh, the deputy leader said 17, so that is why. Very well. Yes.
We have since morning we have been exceedingly magnanimous, and in same context, we will give in to them. Let the Finance Minister do the laying of the papers. He's laying.
Mr. Speaker, I want to place on record that a special award needs to be given to the minority chief whip for his level of cooperation, collaboration, support, assistance is legendary. Let the records capture that he has been very, very cooperative. And when it comes to printing books, let the book that talks about the minority chief would be the biggest book.
Yes, let me invite the Finance Minister to do us the honors.
No, Mr. Speaker, it's not possible. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, you took leave of us early this morning, proud to his commitment. He promised my colleagues that he would acknowledge their industry by writing to them individually. Mr. Speaker, I know the sense of this House. We stayed all the way to 1 a.m. And you said you would acknowledge it by writing to them. Wait. They've checked from their pigeonholes. The mail's room, there are no letters acknowledging their industry of last night. And then you come again that you have papers to lay. Mr. Speaker, the majority side, have you received your letters? Have you received your letters? Have you received your letters? No. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader knows that it is not every letter that is picked from the
I guess we don't need to discuss
this. Some letters are picked from the office of the
Honorable, please. We don't need to discuss this, please. So, Honorable Finance Minister, may you do us the honors.
An act to amend the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, to provide for the new fiscal responsibility rules, establish an independent fiscal council to promote budget credibility, macroeconomic stability, fiscal and debt sustainability, and to provide for related matters. An act to amend the Minerals Income Investment Fund Act 2018, Act 978, to transfer mineral income to the Minerals Income Holding Account and to provide for related matters. An act to amend the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815, to provide for all the annual budget funding amount to be used for infrastructure development and provide for related matters. An act to amend the Ghana Cocoa Board Act 1984, PNDC Law 81, to change the Supervisory Ministry of Cocoa Board from the Ministry of Food and Agriculture to the Ministry of Finance, establish a Producer Price Review Committee and Producer Price Review Technical Committee to improve financial oversight and ensure policy coherence and the efficient management of resources in the cocoa sector, and to prohibit quasi-fiscal activities by Cocoa Board, including construction of cocoa roads. An act to amend the Public Procurement Authority Act 2003, Act 663, to make authorization for commitment, commencement certificate, a prerequisite for all procurements to be funded by central government and provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the bills listed 1, A, B, C, D, E is hereby laid and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Yes, are we taking the 2 as well? The 2. Okay. Yes. Now, majority leaders.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, so we will now go back to the other paper, the original other paper, and look at page 5, item 17. Motion number 17, yeah. On the other paper, 17. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 146,750,289 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Special Prosecutor for the year ending 31st December 2025. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The chairman of the committee to second the motion.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to second the motion that this Honourable House approves the sum of 146,750,289 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Special Prosecutor for the year ending 31st December 2025. In so doing, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make some brief comments on this, on the report, and I pray that the Hansard Department captures the entire report as if it was read fully. Mr. Speaker, like the AG and his ministry, the Office of the Special Prosecutor has been in the news for the very good reasons. Indeed, they did some investigations, prosecutions, savings, corruption preventions, and the rest. In 2004, Mr. Speaker, the office concluded investigations into several prominent corruption-related cases. Key amongst those were Cecilia Dapas, the Charles Bisiu case, the Ghana Police Service recruitment exercise of course 51 cadet officers, the Airbus case. Additionally, the OSP initiated investigations into other significant matters, including the SML, Strategic Mobilization Ghana Limited, and the National Cathedral Project. Indeed, administrative malpractices at the National Service Authority and the appropriation, sale and lease of state-owned lands. Mr. Speaker, they prosecuted a number of cases. Just to mention a few of them, the office initiated legal action against some individuals, including the former CEO of the Public Procurement Authority, the former executives of the Northern Development Authority, and indeed the President's nominee for the Chief Executive role of Job and Municipal Assembly. Significantly, Mr. Speaker, the OSP was able to make some savings by just doing a pilot project, Mr. Speaker, in 2 regions. They were able to
Honorable Chairman, please just be snappy.
Mr. Speaker, it's striking and significant to note that the OSP carried a sensitization program to the young people of this country. They say, if you want to fight corruption, fight it from the grassroots by educating the young people on how to avoid corruption. Mr. Speaker, the fight continues, so they need money to continue with the activities. The committee, after conducting a comprehensive review of the 2025 programs and the annual budget estimates of the Office of the Special Prosecutor, concludes that the proposed initiatives are in line with the strategic objectives necessary for advancing the fight against corruption and corruption-related activities in the country. The committee accordingly recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the sum of 146,750,289 Ghana cedis to finance the implementation and programs and activities of the Office of the Special Prosecutor. I so submit.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Tampoli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the recommendation of the committee for the approval of the sum indicated in the report, 146,750,289. Mr. Speaker, I compare this to allocation to the same Office of the Special Prosecutor for 2024, which was 149,005,669. Mr. Speaker, it's been said, and it bears repeating, that unto whom much is given, much is expected. Mr. Speaker, similarly, unto whom less is given, less ought to be expected. Mr. Speaker, we are fighting corruption. So if we are fighting corruption, then we should resource the agencies that are fighting corruption on our behalf. It appears that we are racing to the bottom by reason of the fact that we are under-resourcing the agencies that we are using to fight corruption. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not too sure whether the government is very committed to the fight against corruption, especially having regard to the fact that we have had Oral, and Oral has submitted his reports, and then the report is being, action. A great deal is expected, of the Ministry of Finance as far as the fight against corruption is concerned. And Mr. Speaker, the Office of the Special Prosecutor had requested for 250 million Ghana cedis. And this is a paltry sum that they are being given. Mr. Speaker, that probably tells us that the fight against corruption is actually not much of a fight, unless, of course, we are counting again on the big push to push the Office of the Special Prosecutor to be able to do his work. Mr. Speaker, in the course of the consideration of the estimates of the Office of the Special Prosecutor, The issue regarding the mandates came up again, and it was being compared to the mandate that had been given to the Economic and Organized Crime Office. Well, Speaker, we need to revisit that issue and find ways and means to align the mandates of the Office of the Special Prosecutor and the EOCO in order for us to have one omnibus body dealing with corruption and corruption-related matters, and not have too many splinter bodies dealing with the same subject matter. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support the motion for the allocation of the amounts indicated in the report for the use of the Office of the Special Prosecutor. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Efia.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to the 2025 annual budget estimate of the Office of the Special Prosecutor. Mr. Speaker, I've reviewed the entire report, and I have serious issues in terms of the performance of the OSP in the 2024 performance overview. Mr. Speaker, at 9.1i, it says that the office concluded investigations into several prominent corruption-related cases. Notable amongst them, he cited Cecilia Dape's case, Charles Bisiu's case, police service, and some few others. Mr. Speaker, since the creation of the Office of the Special Prosecutor, if you look at the investment that has been made into that office, compared to other investigative bodies in this country, and the cases that he's churning with very little or minimal success, then it calls for worry. Mr. Speaker, at II on prosecutions, the report is indicating that the office initiated legal action against some individuals, including some former CEO of Procurement Authority. When you look at this context, yes, still you are unable to determine the number of cases that the OSP has successfully prosecuted. Mr. Speaker, if you look at his recoveries in III, the OSP is telling this House that in 2024, he was able to only prevent disbursement of 2.8 million over the year 2024. That is how much the OSP was able to save for this country. After all the disbursement that was given him in 2024, that amounted to 142 million Ghana cedis. We reviewed that of legal aid and even the Attorney General's office. How much money has been released for the Office of the Attorney General? And then going to 2025, Mr. Speaker, the OSP is having a total staff of less than 250. Only 250 staff. And yet his compensation is 71.8 million cedis. What is that? We are crying, we are cutting down certain ministries and agencies. And yet the OSP is giving compensation for less than 249 staff to the tune of 71 million, capex of 54 million. We reviewed that of legal aid, just 1.5 million and 5 million has been made available. And the previous year, the OSP was giving a total of 32 million in compensation in goods and services and 47 million in capex. So with all these resources that is going to the OSP, what is the OSP giving to Ghana in return? Mr. Speaker, look at go to paragraph 11.3. The Office of the Special Prosecutor is supposed to have a retention of 30% of all the recoveries that he makes. That is supposed to be the basis upon which we assess the Office of the Special Prosecutor. If he works over a year and is unable to check his IGF, that thing completely zero, and he's supposed to retain 30% of his recoveries. So if he's not recovering, how are we assessing the performance of the Special Prosecutor? For which reason the Attorney General is backing the OSP to be given over 140 million Ghana cedi. Mr. Speaker, in as much as we agree that we should fight corruption, the OSP's performance is abysmal for this consideration. And I urge on this House to review this kind of estimates carefully, so that we get value for money for the office of the Special Prosecutor. Mr. Speaker, without much more, this is what the committee has presented. We will take it in good faith, but we urge the AG to relook at the issue of the Special Prosecutor for this House not to approve such an amount for him. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the audience.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, hold on. Let me listen to Tema West first. Okay. But honourable members, please, let's be brief.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Two. Yes, okay.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that the OSP plays a very instrumental role when it comes to fighting corruption. And one of the major challenges that has confronted the office had to do with underfunding. I believe that it is very important that the office is well resourced so that they will be able to execute their mandate under the law. Mr. Speaker, in our engagement as a committee with the office, it came out from the presentation that they made that the office had traced and blocked a total of 2,854,144.80 Ghana cedis. And this represents unearned salaries being paid to persons who are deceased, retired, vacated their posts, flagged as missing, or whose whereabouts are unknown. Mr. Speaker, they went on to indicate that the blockade of the 2,854,144.80 by the office has saved the Republic an amount of 34,249,737.60 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I believe that if the office is well funded, it will go a long way to resource them to be able to save and recover more money to the states. Mr. Speaker, what is also interesting is that they undertook an initiative, that is the Youth Against Corruption Initiative, and by so doing visited a number of schools. And it came out that one of the schools that they visited, when the students saw the OSP.
Thank you very much. I'm told we are supposed to take 2-2.
Speaker, 2-2, the leaders will conclude.
Then I've already taken 2. Okay, let me take mention.
Mr. Speaker,
but please be brief.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Hopefully it can be brief. Mr. Speaker, today I heard that the President, in his keenness to fight corruption, is contemplating the establishment of a specialized court to fight corruption. Mr. Speaker, luckily, when I heard that news, it reminded me of, Mr. Speaker, having had the benefit of being at the meeting yesterday, committee meeting yesterday, to consider the budget for the Office of the Special Prosecutor, it sharply provoked my thought. Mr. Speaker, it highlighted to me the commitment of our political class to fight corruption. The question, however, has been whether or not our approach has been the best. Mr. Speaker, I then decided to do a thorough, very respectfully, journey through information that had been presented by the Office of the Special Prosecutor to the Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee. Mr. Speaker, to now consider whether that approach of specialized institutions have been the best. Mr. Speaker, it may well seem that the evidence, very respectfully, suggest otherwise. Mr. Speaker, what even respectfully entrenched my position was when I met with the agencies under the Attorney General, particularly UOCO, the Economic and Organized Crime Agency. Mr. Speaker, office, when I looked at their performance, Mr. Speaker, when I looked at the performance of the Attorney General's office itself, Mr. Speaker, the record will show that the Attorney General's office, time with that number, has done successful prosecution in this country. Mr. Speaker, it was the AG's office, respectfully, when my learned senior, Dr. Dominic Aini, was the Deputy Attorney General, that instituted prosecution against a member of the NDC government at the time, Mr. Abu Gapeli. Mr. Speaker, that is one of just examples. Mr. Speaker, it was the AG's office under President Kufuor that instituted prosecution, Mr. Speaker, in the case of Malam Issa. So, Mr. Speaker, it may well then seem that the office, the government after government have not necessarily been oblivious or been adamant towards the fight against corruption. Mr. Speaker, therefore, the question arises whether we need these specialized agencies. Mr. Speaker, the evidence in the case of the special prosecutor may then well support the fact that these agencies may not be necessary after all. Mr. Speaker, these are the statistics. It has been 8 years since its establishment, almost. There hasn't been one single conviction by that office. Mr. Speaker, by its own documents that it brought to the committee, Mr. Speaker, the agency now has only three criminal cases pending. 3 after 8 years. Mr. Speaker, 3. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the cases that it is involved, Mr. Speaker, then you realize that there seems to be some aberration in its focus. Why am I saying so? Mr. Speaker, primarily, when we are talking of an institution protecting the public purse, Mr. Speaker, what is the public purse? The public purse is what we have been invited upon to approve today. That is the budget and the appropriation. Mr. Speaker, post-implementation, Mr. Speaker, is the work of the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, when you go through what he presented to the committee, you hardly see much of its work focused on the work of the Auditor General. Very respectfully, Mr. Speaker, we know that what excites sentiments in this country is mostly the PAC hearing, the PAC hearing, the public account hearing. Mr. Speaker, when Ghanaians watch the hearings of the Public Accounts Committee and sees the fallout from it, then, Mr. Speaker, they are beginning to crash in their bones. But it may well seem that, Mr. Speaker, that then is the lowest of the hanging fruits for the office of the Special Prosecutor. Mr. Speaker, when you go through this, you will realize that, Mr. Speaker, he's completely turned his eye from it. What then is he chasing? Stool lands, Mr. Speaker, stool lands, and so on and so forth. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the office of the Special Prosecutor came to us and said that, Mr. Speaker, he has saved the public money. And, Mr. Speaker, I was curious to ascertain how he did the savings. He said that he went to the northern region to do a head count with, Mr. Speaker, of the teachers' payroll. Mr. Speaker, that is the work of the Auditor General.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, it has become necessary for us to review the office of the Special Prosecutor. Mr. Speaker, I think that if that money is given to the Attorney General, he will do a better job. Mr. Speaker, very respectfully,
thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all those in favor of the motion listed 17 in today's order paper say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. And that this honorable house has adopted and approved the sum of the sum of 146,750,289 Ghana cedis for the services of the special prosecutor for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may we take item number 24 on the other paper on page 6, please. Thank you.
Honorable members, turn to page 6, item listed 24. Item listed 24. Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Minister, hold on. Yes, leader.
Speaker, we are told we are taking item 24. Okay. Yes, motion. Speaker, I'm not too sure if the Rights Information Commission is under the AG. I recall in the last parliament, it was under the Ministry of Information.
Yes.
So is it the case that there had been some realignment? We need to get the fact before the AG moves the motion.
Well. Can we get the clarification? Well, my information is that has always been. That is what my
Speaker, is there oversight? And I recall that last year it was Constitutional Legal that interrogated the estimates in 2024. In 2024, it was interrogated by the Committee on Constitutional and Legal. So if going forward we need to realign, we can agree. But last year we did it. Our committee did it.
Last year you did it under which committee?
Constitutional and Legal. Constitutional and Legal.
Yes.
But it was the Information Minister who came.
Yes.
I recall that he came. So we may have to take it, but going forward and properly realign. But the committee has the mandate to interrogate the estimates and submit a report for approval.
Very well. So, honorable members,
it's needless to drag this matter. I just want the right thing done. I'm saying, is it the case that is the AG that has the mandate to move the motion? That's simply what I'm interested in. Well, that's the point.
Speaker, I believe where we are now, any minister of state, we can seek your leave for a minister of state to move the motion. But the committee has the mandate to interrogate the estimate of the commission and to submit a report. The referral was made to the committee, and that was regular. If my brother's litigation is that whether or not the AG is now exercising oversight in terms of the commission, it's a matter we can, but for purposes of procedural matter, the AG has the mandate to move the motion. You can seek your leave for him to do it.
Speaker, I am amenable to the chief whip seeking your leave for the motion to be moved by the AG. No problem. But I'm saying that as a matter of fact, we need to get it straight. Procedurally, is it right? Is he the one has a custodian mandate to move the motion? If you are seeking the Speaker's leave for the respected AG to do it, that's fine. We have no objection to that. I have no objection.
Speaker, simply put, the referral to the committee was regular. The committee has done its work. Now the motion has to be moved for the report to be submitted, debated, and approved. As to whether or not the AG has the mandate or the minister responsible for information has the mandate, we can deal with it. The AG will respond to it. But whatever it is, the AG as the minister can move the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Honourable members.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I want to agree with the minority chief whip on this matter because Parliament enacted the Right to Information Act, and in terms of Section 85 of that Act, Parliament gave responsibility to the Minister of Information. So if you look at the interpretation section of the Act, it's the Minister of Information who is responsible for the RTI Commission. But as the Majority Chief Whip has said, procedurally, there is nothing wrong with my moving the motion and getting the House to debate it. Maybe when it comes to matters of policy, you can say that substantively I cannot speak to them. But the government as a whole can speak to those issues on the floor of Parliament. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
So you may go on.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honourable House approves the sum of 18,362,421 Ghana cedis for the services of the Right to Information Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Chairman, I implore you to be brief.
Speaker, I'm exceedingly grateful. Speaker, I rise to second the motion that this Honourable House approves a sum of 18,362,421 Ghana cedis for the services of the Right to Information Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I would, as admonished, I will do a very brief comment on this, and I pray that the Hansard Department captures the entire report. Mr. Speaker, the Commission is set out on a practical regime to right to information to secure access to information under the control of public authorities in order to promote transparency and accountability in the work of every public institution. Mr. Speaker, they've done so over the years and intend to expand their operations into other regions: Central, Eastern, Northern, Volta, Western, and the Western North. Let me conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying that the important role played by the Right to Information Commission to build an informed citizenry, promoting transparency of information held by public institutions, checking corruption and upholding government and its institutions. The committee accordingly recommends to the House, Mr. Speaker, the adoption of this report and approval of the sum of 18,362,421 Ghana cedis for the 2025 financial year. I shall submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the motion has been moved. It has been seconded. It is before the House. I'm taking 1-1. 1-1, then leadership. Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the motion before us for the approval of the funds allocated to the Right to Information Commission. Mr. Speaker, again, we observe that the budgetary allocation to this agency, that is also one of the planks of the fight against corruption, has been slashed from 2024, 22 million Ghana cedis, 890,222 to 18,362,421. Mr. Speaker, the core mandate of the RTI Commission can be found on page 4 of the report, and I need not, bore you with those mandates. But what is important is that, Mr. Speaker, this commission, having been brought into being in 2019, roughly has lived for the past 6 years. And as we speak, Mr. Speaker, their operation is limited to only 4 regions out of the 16 administrative regions of the country. Mr. Speaker, one would have thought that we would have built on the existing architecture to increase the budgetary allocation to the Right to Information Commission in order for us to be able to get them to achieve their mandates as established by law. Mr. Speaker, if you recall, it took a lot of efforts, time and energy from civil society organizations, international community, and all the political parties before we even managed to pass the Right to Information Act. Mr. Speaker, from 1993 all the way until 2019, it appears that we have to put our money, our monies where our mouth is. Mr. Speaker, we have to do something about this if we want the RTI Commission to actually live up to expectation. The kind of sensitization work that they have done and the requests that they have made of various agencies, Mr. Speaker, a lot of the issues that were subject matters of the campaign in 2024 were matters which were gotten out of, RTI, requests. And so when you make the request, the information is given to you, and these are some of the pillars that we can ride on to fortify our fight against corruption. So, Mr. Speaker, if we are really desirous and anxious about the fight against corruption via the route of right to information for the people of Ghana to be adequately informed, then, Mr. Speaker, something has to be done about the allocation that we have done to the Right to Information Commission. Mr. Speaker, if I had my own way, I would have requested that their budget should be doubled so that we look at the results of their work. And I think they have performed very, very well as far as the report is concerned and deserve the support of this House for us to give them the necessary strength to be able to discharge their mandate. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support the motion for the allocated funds for the Right to Information Commission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Questioning team. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would want to humbly add my voice to the already stated voices that we should accept the budget as presented by the Commission. Mr. Speaker, information is very, very vital
for the development of a state. And looking at the totality of the report as has been presented to us, in fact, I was at the committee and I was so happy that even with the meager resources that was given to the commission, they were able to achieve what they did within last year. Mr. Speaker, some of which were sensitization, going around having sensitization programs with schools and institutions to promote transparency, to promote effective participation in activities of the state. Because if one is not that informed about activities, the person would not give his or her best to read. Mr. Speaker, the stakeholder engagement and also monitoring and compliance exercises carried out by the commission needs to be commended. And without much ado, I would also add my voice that left to me alone, in addition to what was earlier said, we would double or triple or quadruple the amount needed for their effective performance. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just adding my voice and saying that looking at the nature, the important nature of the activities of the commission, we need to expeditiously approve of their budgets so that they are able to perform very well. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Leadership, am I taking? It's okay. Very well. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, all those in favor that the motion listed 24 in today's order paper be approved, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 24 is adopted, and that this Honourable House has approved the sum of 18,362,421 Ghana cedis for the services of the Right to Information Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we now want to do item or motion 38 on page 9. Thank you.
Honourable members, come with me to page 9, item listed 39. 38, item listed 38. The Minister for Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House approves the sum of 436,756,971 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice for the year ending 31st December 2025. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Once again, I will urge you to be brief.
Most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to second the motion numbered 38 that this Honourable House approves the sum of 436,756,971 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I just make a brief comment
And I pray the Hazard Department captures the entire report. Mr. Speaker, it's a very big department and ministry with about 8 agencies under it, including your school, Mr. Speaker, and our school, the General Legal Counsel, the Economic and Organized Crime Office, the Registrar General, Office of the Registrar of Companies, the Council of Law Reporting, the Law Reform Commission, and the Copyright Office. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. The committee accordingly recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the sum of 436,756,971 Ghana cedis for the programs and activities of the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Justice for the year ending 31st December 2025. I respectfully submit it. Thank you very much. Honorable members, the motion has been moved. It has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. I will ask the member for Asante Achem Central to take his bite. I have invited Asante Achem Central. Or you are giving your slot out? I know he's the ranking, that's why I didn't hear. Very well. Very well. Honorable Tampuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to comment on the motion before us for the allocation of the funds indicated in the report of the committee, and for this hour to approve the sum of 436,756,971 Ghana cedis for the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice. Mr. Speaker, in doing so again, I do some comparison with the approved budgetary allocation for the year 2024, which stood at 481,279,367.32 pesos. Mr. Speaker, again, you find that the allocation to this office, which is also one of the key agencies that has been set out under the Constitution and other extant laws in the fight against corruption. I'm not too sure whether the finance minister has a different view of what it is that we need to do to fight corruption. Almost all the agencies under the Office of the Attorney General, are receiving less support in terms of budgetary allocation. How do you send a man to the farm barehanded? What does the person use to farm? Mr. Speaker, at the very minimum, you should give the person a cutlass or a hoe if you will give the person a tractor. Mr. Speaker, that is what the Minister for Finance is doing, is strangulating the anti-corruption agencies. And, Mr. Speaker, this is not funny at all. Because, Mr. Speaker, the Office of the Attorney General, with over 600 staff, has 300 plus lawyers. And many of these lawyers are very well experienced. And if they compare their remuneration to their colleagues in the private sector, they find out, Mr. Speaker, they are driving some of the, the Mercedes-Benz that, the Honorable Attorney General used to drive when he was in private practice. He was driving all the nice cars. Mr. Speaker, he taught me. And we took a lot of inspiration from him those days when he was coming for lectures. He used to come with all the beautiful cars at the law faculty. Mr. Speaker, he's right here. He will confirm all that I'm telling you. Mr. Speaker, now these lawyers, they are trained at the expense of the states with huge, funds, funds that are not available to the state anyway. But Mr. Speaker, after a number of years, you find out these people will leave, and oftentimes they will find themselves on the other side. Now, having been on the offensive, they are now defense counsel. They know all the tricks that we use to find loopholes in the prosecution's cases, and that makes the work of the prosecution even more difficult. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to resource the Office of the Attorney General in order for us to reduce the attrition rates at that office. The Attorney General is our lawyer. Mr. Speaker, in addition to this, once we speak for those who are still, okay with their condition of service and working, they don't get the necessary training as compared to their, counterparts in the private sector. And Mr. Speaker, you will go still if you don't engage in continuing legal education. In terms of the law, the more you continue to practice and then refuse to go for refresher courses, Mr. Speaker, you become stale. And your colleagues would have the round circles around you, and you find that the state will be the loser. So, Mr. Speaker, the Office of the Attorney General needs to even be more resourced, especially having regard to the fact that the law office project is near completion. It's almost 94% complete. Mr. Speaker, I found out the Learned Attorney General still operates from the old office. Mr. Speaker, they have to complete that project and then move in. They need about 22 or so million Ghana cedis. And Mr. Speaker, there is money at the Office of the Attorney General that they can use to complete the projects. Mr. Speaker, there is money, and the Honorable Minister responsible for finance must release the funds for them. Mr. Speaker, this House passed the Plea Bargain Act, and under the Plea Bargain Act, Mr. Speaker, some amount of money has accrued to the Office of the Attorney General, but they are unable to spend because the Finance Minister has not given them the authorization for them to spend. Mr. Speaker, this House must insist that if you won't give them monies from the consolidated fund, at the very least, allow them to retain what they have recovered in terms of the plea bargain amounts to support, their operations as far as the work is concerned. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Law School, our own school, and I believe a good number of lawyers in this hallowed chamber passed through the Ghana Law School. Mr. Speaker, they have been given financial clearance, or they have applied for financial clearance, but the finance minister is yet to give them. And Mr. Speaker, it is very sad that of all the lawyers or lecturers at the Ghana Law School, only 5% of them apparently are permanently retained. 95% of them are on part-time basis. Mr. Speaker, it's important that this House takes a very serious view of this matter so that once we want to increase the number of intake into the law school, we must also be serious about those who will be giving the training to these lawyers. Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of the uncapping rule, uncapping of earmarked funds, it's important that the Minister for Finance uncap the funds available, the IGF available to the Registrar General's departments. Mr. Speaker, currently they are to retain only 16%. Mr. Speaker, this won't do anything as far as the Office of the Registrar General Department is concerned. Mr. Speaker, you need to also know that they have decoupled the Registrar of Companies from the Registrar General's department. And for the work that they do, mostly they are social services, registration of marriages and all of that. Mr. Speaker, how much do they derive from that? And with that one, you still go to collect the money. Mr. Speaker, the bulk of the money has gone to the Registrar of Companies. So we need to make an intervention for the Registrar General Department to be allowed, at least in the early stages of the decoupling, for them to retain 100% then over the years we can take steps to reduce it over a period of time. Mr. Speaker, the Legislative Drafting Department is the HIPIC and most HIPIC agency under that ministry. Mr. Speaker, the work that we do in this chamber would come to naught without the intervention of the legislative drafters. Mr. Speaker, even while we were at the law school, many of our colleagues did not want to do legislative drafting. And I can count just, on my single digits, those of my colleagues who even did the legislative drafting. Mr. Speaker, even in this chamber, when it comes to the nitty-gritty of making laws, I'm sure we all know, the level of interest that we show as far as this is concerned. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not doing this because the Attorney General is my lecturer. I'm doing this because I also have a say. I also have a say in ensuring that the Finance Minister restores that office so that we'll be able to do our work. I'm not doing that because I think that the Attorney General is going to arrest anybody from this side. I'm doing that because I need him to be able to do his work. I know what he's capable of doing, and he has to be given the necessary resources. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support the motion for the allocated funds to be approved for the use and benefits of the Office of the Attorney General and Minister for Justice. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Medina. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to support the motion for the approval of the allocated sum as contained on today's order paper and on the motion, and also in the report of the committee in favor of the Office of the Attorney General. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the earlier sentiment before this House that the Office of the Attorney General is a very, very important office and indeed needs adequate resources to be able to work, particularly given the number of agencies that are under the Office of the Attorney General.
Honorable, hold on.
Very, Mr. Speaker.
We'll go on, but I'm ceding the seat to the first Deputy Speaker. So go on.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully would want to refer to page 15 of the report where reference was made to the Ghana School of Law, and my colleague has already talked about the fact that of all the lecturers in the Ghana School of Law, only 5% of them are permanent staff. Indeed, this gives the basis or even the justification for the need for a very comprehensive review or a review regime for the Ghana School of Law, because it can't be possible that for a school that trains all lawyers in Ghana, the only permanent staff or permanent lecturers in that school are 5% of all lecturers that are working there. And so it gives also the opportunity for the Office of the Attorney General to put in that needed legislative intervention to overhaul the system so we can have a better system running the Ghana School of Law. Mr. Speaker, it is also very important to reiterate the fact that the retention regime must be looked at. In fact, the committee, upon listening to the Registrar of the Registrar General's Department, was of the view that the current 16% retention is too low. And I recall that when the conversation went on, the committee recommended that at the barest minimum, at least we should start with a 60% retention so that they can be well resourced to perform their work, and also in the future they would be able to move not only from 60%, not only remain at a 60%, but move from 60% to 100%. Conclude. Mr. Speaker, the very final point I'll make before I conclude relates to the Office of the Economic and Organized Crime Office. Mr. Speaker, it was found, Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, it was found that of all the work that the Economic and Organized Crimes Office does, despite the fact that they save the nation a lot of resources, they don't retain any of those monies that they get for the state. And so, Mr. Speaker, the committee is of the view that we must change the regime for the EOCO so they can retain some of their monies, the monies that they recover for the state. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the Office of Attorney General and Ministry of Justice is a very, very important one in our governance architecture, and indeed needs sufficient resources to be able to function. So let's look forward to the mid-year budget, the Minister for Finance looking at the concerns raised by this House and the concerns raised by the committee, so we can increase the budgetary allocation to the Office of the Attorney General. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Members, leadership. Yes, Honorable Animedu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion that an amount of 436,756,971 be approved for the Office of the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, if you look, I was here when I heard other ministries talk about billions. Mr. Speaker, here we are approving less than $500 million for a whole Attorney General's office. Less than $500 million. Out of this amount, Mr. Speaker, the compensation alone takes more than half. So they are left with small amounts to manage the whole ministry. I've heard members speak about security and other places where we are talking about billions of cedis for these ministries. Are we saying that when we are looking at priorities, the Attorney General's office is an office, this is the Ministry of Justice and Attorney General, and we must look at this office with a very good eye. Mr. Speaker, I'll refer, Mr. Speaker, to the observations that the committee had made. At page 13, what the report says is that there is high attrition rate of lawyers and staff at this ministry. Mr. Speaker, then the committee observed that the ministry attributed the high attrition rate primarily to inadequate remuneration, stating that lawyers and staff are not paid competitive market rates. As a result, newly recruited and trained lawyers often leave for private practice where compensation is presumed to be more attractive. Mr. Speaker, if you look throughout the report, Mr. Speaker, it turned out that at the committee meeting, it was rather lamentation. Every agency that spoke had a problem. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we realized that agencies complained that they lack capacity building. Mr. Speaker, lawyers, we have just discussed, and my colleague had just discussed that legislative drafting, every bill that we have considered in this House, we invite people from the Attorney General's office, from the section of the legislative drafting, and it is unfortunate to hear that few of them, the old and the senior ones, hold their masters. None of the others, the junior ones, have been trained. As soon as they phase out, Mr. Speaker, we will not have good drafters to help Ghana and help this House for that matter. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Law School, to say that only 5% of the lecturers... Mr. Speaker, this is very important. Only 5% of the lecturers are permanent lecturers, and all of them are part-time lecturers. Not because lecturers are not there, but because the finance ministry had not given approval for the financial clearance for them to recruit. Mr. Speaker, we had discussed intellectual property as a country in the past. Now remember that it came from the Attorney General's office that these two offices, between the Copyright Office and the Industrial Property Office, must be fused together. There was a law, there was a proposed law that was talking about that intended to regulate the Industrial Property Office. And in this House recommended that these offices must be fused. It is in this light that I will pray that the Attorney General should look at fusing at these two offices. That was part of our observation. And also increase their retention from 16%, and we have proposed 100% in order that we could have. Mr. Speaker, for lack of time, I will not be touching on everything, but the Registrar General's office needs to be increased. The Council for Law Reporting, Mr. Speaker, they don't have the resources to work. So I will pray, and if the Finance Minister should hear me, I pray that the Finance Minister should do a retooling at the Ministry of Justice in order that the Attorney General. But I also would want to sound a caveat here, Honorable Attorney General, that you being the lawyer for the government, whilst we pray for you that we have resources for you to work, I pray that things must not be normal as usual. Mr. Speaker, I heard that an organization, constitutional organization, institution, something like the RTI that we just...
Honourable Member, please conclude.
RTI that was just discussed, Mr. Speaker, this will be my last point, and I will... this will be my last point. These are bodies that have been set up by law, and it has a board. To hear, Mr. Speaker, this one is being thrown out, this one is being sacked, and when the thrown out of office, if you want me to go on with the details, I will, but I will entreat my brother to open his eyes, just address the chair and conclude, whilst we make sure that he gets resources to work at the Attorney General's office. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of motion number 38, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, this House approves the sum of 436,756,971 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Majority Leader. Yes, Majority Leader, which item?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will take motion number 31 on page 8 of the other paper.
Honourable members, motion number 31 at page 8 of today's other paper.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity and to move that this honourable House approve the sum of 31,772,464,382 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Education for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, compensation will account for 27,149,518 goods and services, 1.123 billion, and capex 120 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this will be for the operations and activities of the Ministry of Education. We will continue the pursuit of the free senior high school program Mr. Speaker, it is intended that with the uncapping of GET Fund, some resources of 3.5 to 4 billion of GET Fund resources will be dedicated to finance Free Senior High School, assuring the Free Senior High School of a sustainable and reliable source of funding in the coming years. Mr. Speaker, we just finished the National Education Forum, which was to review the state and future of education in Ghana. The ministry will also this year pursue the free academic facility fee policy and pursue the policy for free fees for persons with disability. It is intended that, Mr. Speaker, on 24th April, the Minister for Education and Minister for Gender will join the President to launch the free sanitary pass, which will be distributed across the country. Mr. Speaker, we intend to work to modernize Ghana's education, introduce digital skills, and in particular emphasize on science mathematics education. We will revolutionize STEM education at upper primary 4 and 6. And Mr. Speaker, we need to prepare the tertiary institutions to prepare to absorb the exponential increase of students graduating from the Free Senior High School. Mr. Speaker, the resources may not be adequate. We will also continue to complete a number of GET Fund projects spread across the country that stands uncompleted. We will introduce the STEM math set into the system at upper primary for primary 4 and 6, and into next year move our educational institutions onto solar of the national grid for energy efficiency and to reduce costs. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. That this House approve the 31 billion.
Motion moved accordingly. I call on the chairman of the committee to second and present the committee's report. Chairman of the committee, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion that this Honorable House approves the sum of 31,772,464,382 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Education for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, before I present the report, I wish to do a few corrections. Page 15, the first line should read earmarked from the GET Fund to finance the Free Senior High School policy. And then paragraph 11.3, we delete from line 6 from bottom, despite the limited number of tablets up to the end of that paragraph. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry...
In conclusion.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, yes, the committee recommends to the House to approve the sum of 31,772,464,382 Ghana cedis. I so submit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, report presented, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Chair Asamoah. Honourable, be brief.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. As I rise to support the motion as presented by the Honourable Minister of Education, and also seconded by the chairperson of the committee. Mr. Speaker, it will be worth noting that by the report, you realize that the budget that the previous government committed to education had been revised to almost 33 billion. So if you look at the budget that the previous government committed to education is about 1.8 billion more has been committed this year. And looking at the huge investment that the previous government committed to education, notwithstanding the fact that we know GET Fund has been uncapped, and we did request that we should find more innovative ways to commit to education. We believe that this country can only develop and we can create more jobs if we invest strategically into education. So we are happy that the previous government committed so much amount, almost 33 billion, to education, and we wish that this government will also commit same. Because if you look at the commitment in education, that is why we're able to implement the free secondary education policy for almost 8 years, and we're also able to construct so much infrastructure in the education sector, which we believe it will be continued. So on this note, I rise to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, leadership.
Speaker, thank you very much. I rise to support this motion. I think there are a few things that we would have to consider. First of all, I've cited the numbers. So when you look at compensation for 2025, it's taking 88%. Speaker, 88%. Goods and services is taking 8.8%. And Speaker, when you come down, you'd see CAPEX. Meanwhile, we have a very important project we are looking at, which is the Teacher Dabre project, or the initiative. So I'm quite at a loss how much. And then you're also coming down to the new initiative, which is the waiver of academic fees for all first-year students. Fortunately, my mentor, who is also the Minister of Education, is the one going to take care of all of this. But, Speaker, I think the amount is still paltry, especially against the backdrop that we are also considering some significant amounts that will go into free SHS and other GET fund projects that would have to be completed. Speaker, I do not know what we can do at this point, but my prayer is that the Minister of Finance, going forward, maybe mid-year, would have to consider some of these things and see what we can do. Speaker, with these few words, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion numbered 31, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and accordingly, this House approves the sum of 31,772,464,382 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Education for the year ending 31st December 2025. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we will now move to motion number 36 on page 9 of the other paper. Thank you.
Motion numbered 36. Minister for Labor, Jobs and Employment, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 411,790,495 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Labor, Jobs and Employment for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, this ministry is a very strategic and crucial ministry to the welfare of the country and the workers of this country. If you recognize that the ministry now involves the need to create jobs, and many young people who have had very high expectations long before we went to elections, are all now expecting that something can be done for them. Beyond that is the fact that the ministry has a strategic objective of initiating and formulating, coordinating sector policies and programs, as well as schemes to ensure sustainable, accelerated employment generation and human capital in Ghana, in the country. Mr. Speaker, as a result, I urge members to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, motion move. Any seconder? Honourable Chairman of the Committee, second the motion and present your report briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion that this Honourable House approve the sum of 411,790,495 Ghana cedis for the
Honourable member, second the motion first before you present the report. You are not to support, but you have to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion. And doing so, I would like to present your Committee on Employment, Labour Relations and Pensions on 2025 annual budget estimate of the Ministry of Labour, Jobs and Employment. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I request that Hansa Department to capture the entire report as though it was read entirely. Mr. Speaker, kindly permit me to address the following. The function of the ministry... Okay.
The item under reference
Mr.
is
Speaker,
a motion on National Labour
Mr. Speaker,
Commission for the year ending 31st December. Motion number 36.
Motion number 36. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, having carefully examined the Ministry's budgetary needs for 2025 financial year, the committee is satisfied with the proposed allocation, making it essential for the Ministry to fulfill its responsibility effectively. It is a hope of the committee that the Ministry will utilize these resources responsibly, ensuring transparency, accountability, and maximum impact in its operations, whilst continuing to enhance the welfare of the workers and promote sustainable employment opportunity in the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion is under reference is 36. National Labour Commission. So, honourable members, let's have that in mind in making our contributions. Honourable members, the motion is moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion for the approval of the sum of 411,790,496 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I cannot sit without talking about the performance of the National Labour Commission when they came to meet us at the committee level. Indeed, the commission is performing a very wonderful job. It is time policy makers considered the National Labour Commission as a national security entity, because their role is to ensure that there is peace and harmony at the labour front. Unfortunately, the commission was allocated a paltry sum of 30.606 million
Ghana cedis. The Commission is having challenges with regards to staff, especially those at the legal department. I will admonish that the finance ministry considers increasing their budget during the media review. Also, we shall be grateful if Senate is realigned, so Senate comes back to the committee. So, in conclusion, I will once again support that this House approves the budget as advertised. Thank you. I'm honored.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Yes, the ranking member. Are you the ranking member? Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Honourable Speaker, I stand in support of the motion to approve an amount of 411,790,495 Ghana cedis for the Ministry of Labour, Jobs and Employment. Mr. Speaker, this amount will support programs such as engaging the social partners of this ministry, intensifying the labor workforce inspection, strengthening the labor migration governance, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, I'll focus more on observations that were made during our deliberations. The first of them, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that this ministry lacks a database on the workforce that we have in this country.
Remember, the motion under reference is 36, National Labour Commission.
Thank you for the correction, Right Honourable Speaker, and that is well noted. Motion number. So is the ministry, that the Labour Commission is under. So I think I was actually correct.
Honourable members, are we talking about motion number 35?
I think it's 35. It's
very well.
Yeah.
Very well. 35. Then the report as presented is also correct.
He mentioned 35.
On 35.
Yeah.
Very well.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. So, Right Honourable Speaker, there are some observations that were made, and those are the ones I'll focus on, like I said. So the ministry lacks a comprehensive database on the workforce of this country. And Mr. Speaker, having a comprehensive database system is key for the country to know the workforce that it has, for the country to know the skills gap that are there to be filled. Because, Mr. Speaker, with all these budgetary allocations that have been made, we need the necessary skill set, we need the necessary workforce to be able to deliver. So this ministry that is in charge of employment, that is in charge of labor, should be able to have the database to serve all the other ministries. But as we speak, this ministry has not got the capacity to do that. And the committee supports the ministry to acquire the necessary software to be able to start building the database for the workforce of this country. This will help us in the long run. Mr. Speaker, once we have this database, we will know the skills gap, and this will even go back to the various educational institutions that we have to direct them in terms of the curricula that we should be putting across, because, these skills gaps have to be filled anyway, and it has to be built
right from the educational institutions. Mr. Speaker, we also realize the need for some legislative reforms because the existing legislation, which is for the factories, offices, and shops, this legislation dates back to 1970, and we realize the ministry lacks the legal capacity to ensure compliance of this legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, the committee supports that the ministry comes to this House with the necessary bill to ensure that they are given the capacity to be able to enforce and ensure compliance when they go for inspections. Mr. Speaker, we also realize at the committee that the National Labour Commission is not adequately resourced. The budgetary allocation to this ministry is so meager that it's not able to support their operations. It was also realized that there is also inadequacy of staffing at this commission. Unfortunately, the commission has just 3 staff, and even out of that, 1 is on his way to a terminal leave. So the commission is really understaffed currently. Mr. Speaker, we suggest that the ministry comes up with changes to the legislation to allow the commission to start even charging for some of the services that currently it offers on pro bono basis to be able to raise funds to support some of its operations, because currently it is really underfunded. So, Mr. Speaker, these are key observations that were made, and with these comments, I do support the motion for the approval of the amount of 411,790,496 Ghana cedis to the ministry. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, it appears one motion was moved, but the contribution are on motion number 35 and 36. Honorable members, in the circumstances, do we take it that the 2 motions have been moved so that we can put the questions separately at the same time? So, honorable member, in view of that, we may take one more contributions. Then we can put a question on the 2 motions. Yes, Honorable Ashai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the motion to approve the budget for the Ministry of Employment Jobs, Ministry of Labor, Jobs and Employment, which performs its duties over 9 various departments, including the National Labour Commission. Mr. Speaker, in considering the budget, we call on the House to approve the sum of 411,790,495 Ghana cedis. And interestingly, the budget has about 60% coming from IGF, which means that the ministry and its supporting departments are self-revenue generating, and so the call for the approval of this amount is in the right direction, and I want to support this call and ask the House to approve the report of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, in the absence of any further contribution, I will put a question first on motion number 35. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion number 35 on today's order paper at page 9. Say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. This Honourable House approves the sum of 411,790,495 cedis for the services of the Ministries of Labour, Jobs and Employment for the year ending 31st December 2025. Honourable members, I proceed to put the question on motion number 36 on today's order paper, also at page 9. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favour of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. This House approves the sum of 16,648,460 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Labour Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. Honourable members, I will urge the Hansard Department to correctly capture the reports respectively. Thank you very much. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will now take item or motion number 8. Motion number 8 on page 3 of the order paper.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to seek your leave to the Finance Minister who just stepped out for the Deputy Finance Minister to move the motion.
Honourable Deputy Minority Leader. Honourable Deputy Minority Leader. Honourable Deputy, the application is that the Deputy Finance Minister should move the motion numbered 8 instead of the Finance Minister. Leave accordingly granted. Deputy Finance Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that this House approves the sum of 3,616,702,370 cedis for the services of the Ministry of Finance for the year ending December 31st, 2025. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I would to second the motion and present to your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, I want to effect some changes in the report. Mr. Speaker, I refer to page 2 of the report, item 7.1. Mr. Speaker, I'm starting from 7.0. Approve budget allocations and fund releases to the ministry for 2024. And then if you come to 7.1, it reads, to ensure the effective implementation of the programs and objectives of the ministry, a sum of 2,249,577,030 Ghana cedis was approved for the setup for 2025. It's supposed to be 2024, not 2025. Mr. Speaker, I proceed to read the conclusion of the report and now urge the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as having been read. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee has examined the 2025 budget estimate of the Ministry of Finance and its agencies and found the programs for which the sums have been allocated to be appropriate and in line with its mandate. The committee, after deliberations, recommends that the House adopt this report and approve the sum of 3,616,702,370 Ghana cedis for the implementation of the programs and activities of the Ministry of Finance and its agencies for the 2025 financial year. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. All members, motion moved and seconded, report presented, and it is now for the consideration of the House. All members, in the absence of any contribution, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. All members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. This House accordingly approves the sum of 3,616,702,370 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Finance for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are now taking motion number 29 on page 7 of the other paper.
Oh.
Yes, Manuel.
Earlier on, I had suggested that they give us in bulk, first 5, we do it. And that is how we've been going together with Honorable Champion. So I want to humbly suggest to the Deputy Leader,
Honorable,
you should give us a chronology
Honorable Majority Chief Whip. Honorable Majority Chief Whip. What Minority Chief Whip is saying is that 5 reports that are going to be taken in succession, they need them in advance before we take them. I think this is a legitimate concern, so that they will be in readiness
Mr.
to
Speaker,
support
I agree
the
with
motion.
him.
Yes.
So now we have gender and tourism. So I'll get them for you.
My colleagues should know that we are all determined to see to the passage of the appropriation. It should just write it out, the first 5,
yes,
so that we can follow the chronology.
Yes, so I have directed him accordingly. By the time we finish with this motion, the next one that we are going to move, you need to furnish them with a copy. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader, you said we should take which item?
And you've just directed, so I will comply.
Yes.
Yes.
Deputy Majority Leader, which item do we take?
Mr. Speaker, again, we are taking motion number 29 on page 7 of the other paper. Thank you.
All members, motion numbered 29 at page 7 of the other paper. Honorable Member, Minister for Works and Housing and Water Resources. Deputy Finance Minister, move the motion. Please, leadership, I beg you, if a sector minister is here, let's quickly attend to the sector minister and let them go, rather than calling motions that the sector ministers are not here. I can see the minister responsible for gender.
Mr. Speaker, tourism is in the House.
Yes, minister responsible for tourism is also in the House. Are their reports ready and distributed? Honourable members, do we have their reports?
Yes.
So mention the appropriate item for them so that we can
do it.
Finish with them. Yes.
Sir, I want to bring it to your attention that the reports for works and housing has not been distributed.
Very well.
So we'll have to take you and then act accordingly. Thank you.
So, yes.
Very well then, Mr. Speaker, we will take let's just refer to it. No, we take, Yes, Mr. Speaker, we will take motion number 10.
Yes, motion number 10.
On page 4.
Yes. Honorable Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection. Then after that, we'll come to motion The motion number what? 20. 10 and what? 20 what? 28. All members, after that, will take motion number 28.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move motion number 10, that this Honorable House approves the sum of 2,891,433,307 for the services of the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, this amount, when approved, the ministry will, among other things, implement the following programs: facilitate the development of a legislative instrument for the Affirmative Action Gender Equity Act 2024, review and expand beneficiaries of the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty initiative, amend, revise and develop relevant policies and acts, including the Domestic Violence Policy 2009, Early Childhood Care and Development, Persons with Disability, and the Social Protection Bills. It will also conduct extensive advocacy programs on child and social protection, continue the implementation and monitoring of the Ghana School Feeding Program, and then commit to the care and support of survivors of domestic violence and human trafficking. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
All members, motion move accordingly. Any seconder? Yes, chairperson for the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a member of the committee. Chairperson is not.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a member of the Gender Committee. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion.
You are seconding the motion.
The motion moved by the Minister of Gender and Children Protection. Mr. Speaker, I urge the table office to capture everything stated in this report. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the ministry is now doing well, so we support everything that the ministry is doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, report duly presented, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Member, I saw you on your feet. Yes, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion on the floor for the approval of the 2025 budgetary allocation of 2,891,433,007 cedis to the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection. Mr. Speaker, when your committee met, a number of critical observations were made. Mr. Speaker, under paragraph 6.6, the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty, this program has seen a substantial increase in funding, and we must ensure that the disbursements are done timely to enable beneficiaries to get the maximum benefit. Mr. Speaker, also under the Ghana School Feeding Program, over 4.2 million school children were provided with one hot and nutritious meal. Mr. Speaker, the feeding cost was also increased from 1 cedi 20 pesos to 1 cedi 50 pesos. Mr. Speaker, With these few words, I thank you once again for the opportunity and urge the Honorable House to approve the said amount to the ministry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, motion moved and seconded at the conclusion of the debate. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. This House accordingly approves the sum of 2,891,433,307 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let's organize it.
Yes, Honorable Deputy.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I was going to take you back to motion number 29 on page 7.
Honorable Members, motion number 29 at page 7 of today's order.
The Deputy Finance Minister will move the motion. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, there is an application that Minister responsible for finance should move motion numbered 29. Any response to the application?
Speaker, there's no objection. Only to announce that we have an agreement that after this, because we don't have the full complement of the outstanding, we'll take a break, and then when we return, we can do all of them. Speaker, it's interesting to note that we have done 29 motions so far. 29. And that is progressive.
From the beginning or just for today?
No.
We still have a long way to go. So definitely we need to move with high speed. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House approves a sum of 918,093,148 cedis for the services of the Ministry of Works and Housing and Water Resources for the year ending December 31st, 2025. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Members, motion moved. Any seconder?
Honorable Speaker, I write to second the motion for the approval of amount of 918,093,148 Ghana cedis for the services of Ministry of Works and Housing and Water Resources. And I'll urge the Hazard Department to capture the entire report as having been read, whilst I make some few comments and then conclude. Honorable Speaker, looking at the report, we all know the importance of the ministry, and we all know the issue of tidal waves, especially in our coastal communities. The ministry was able to allocate, government was able to allocate 200 million for the second phase of Brekuso sea defense project. There was allocation for a sea defense project, the resettlement of the spillage, those who suffer from the water spillage, of 240 million. And I will only urge the Minister of Finance, under the big push, to make a lot more investment to protect our coastal communities, which is under threat of these tidal waves.
Honorable Member, in conclusion.
In conclusion, I will urge the House to support us in approving the sum of 918 million Ghana cedis, 93,148 cedis for the services of the Ministry of Water Resources, Works and Housing and Water Resources. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable members, motion moved and seconded. It is now for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you for, Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion before the House. At the committee level, we noted that the ministry has made dedicated allocations for the Coastal Protection Initiative and the resettlement of the tidal spillage at Akosombo. We thought these were laudable initiatives, but however, we realized that the allocations constitute almost half of the ministry's budget. We noted that in 2024, the allocation of 600,376,600 Ghana cedis was made for the ministry. However, only 400,773,008 Ghana cedis was released, giving a shortfall of over 100 million. With a ministry that intends to carry out a lot of laudable initiatives, we hope that we won't experience this shortfall in their allocation that is being given to them this year. We also observed and raised concerns about the housing deficits in the country, with 1.8 million units as deficit. We were hoping that there would be dedicated funds to address this problem, but there is no dedicated funds, which means that it's left at the discretion of the minister once again. And so we are hoping that the ministry would come up with good allocation to address these housing units problem, this housing deficit problem. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that the ministry, which is looking at carrying out a lot of works, and that I urge this honorable House to release the sum of 993,148 Ghana cedis to help the ministry to carry out with its core mandates and functions. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, let me speak in support of the motion, the passage of the advertised amount in lieu of the Ministry of Works and Housing. Let me rather also limit myself to only a few pages of the report. Speaker, page 13 of the report elucidates on encroachment of Ramsar site. And Speaker, as an environmentalist, this comes to me as a raw matter that has to be dealt with. Speaker, experts have said that the emission of methane gas from Ramsar site is adding on to temperature rise globally. And we are told the lifespan of methane gas is over 9 years. Could be sustained over 9 years in the atmosphere. This is a concern that I know the ministry may not have the experts. They may not have the expert, but they can, since they are cross-cutting issues, the Ministry of Environment can work in conjunction with the Ministry of Works and Housing in tackling this concern as a matter of importance. Speaker, page 14 speaks to coastal protection works. Again, the effects of climate change, the rise in the ocean levels, and tidal waves has become a matter of concern. I know the previous administration, the former minister is here, there were a number of interventions in relation to protection of our coastal belt. Speaker, Brazil is reputed for very good coastal stretch. And if you look at the recreational investment that a country like Brazil is indulging and involving itself in tourism, is huge. It's huge. Our coastal belt has been left out, and tidal waves are taking over it. I see my colleague in the 8th Parliament, Minister for Tourism, many occasions had reasons to lament. Statement presented on the devastating effect of tidal wave. I think the ministry may have to have a line budget for that. I've seen a few provisions, but it's not enough. Speaker, a number of communities are submerged because of the rise in tidal waves, and we cannot treat it as an ordinary matter. Speaker, the silting of drains, the rains is just at the corner, and thankfully, since it's a seasonal occurrence, the ministry must put its house in order to deal with the tidal waves and the effects on our coastal belt. Water supply, Speaker, is one of the Millennium Development Goals, basic goals that a country we cannot gloss over. It is stalled. Many of the water projects are stalled. So, Minister for Works and Housing, unfortunately, the minister is not here. The deputy minister too is not here. Speaker, this is not good enough. It's not good enough. No, it's not good enough. Chief Whip, the minister, we can understand, and we have compromised. And the deputy minister too is not here. Speaker, the deputy minister is not here. The minister is not here. This cannot be accepted. We are compromised.
Honorable Minority Leader, Minority Chief,
I'm not the minority leader.
With all due respect, you've just granted permission for the deputy minister responsible for finance to move the motion on behalf of. So you are very much aware.
I got carried away. Forgive me.
Very well.
Not
Or
seeing
you just want to belabor the point.
was a worrying trend. Yes, you have reminded me. That's fine. So the Honorable Ampim Dako, Speaker, he's not taking note. He's only listening. You should take note. You are recording. That's good enough. Fair enough. Speaker. So the matter on
Honorable Majority Chief Whip, you have to listen to the Minority Chief Whip with rapt attention. When the Minority Leader was here, he was making a very good point that letters were not placed in our pigeonholes. I've heard him clearly.
Speaker, I responded by saying it's not always that the letters that we read are posted into the newsroom, and that sometimes the letters are left with the whips. And he knows that this letter in question I'll be left with the whips for distribution.
Well, minority Chief Whip, then you must communicate appropriately.
So the issue of our letters has been resolved. Speaker, he raised the issue of the minister not being in the chamber. But as soon as I indicated that the finance ministry, the minister himself, and the deputy are here taking notes, suddenly says they are not listening with right attention.
We can all admit the fact that the finance minister is always with us, and he has taken note.
For the records, earlier on, the finance minister came in the morning. He met me here, and then he related to me, not on the letter, but other matters which are of mutual importance to us. And I'll commend my chief whip. I went to the account. The housekeeping matters are being worked on, which are very important. So that's good. Now you are working. Now it's working.
Then minority chief whip, then you can now debate with smile.
Yes. There's a bit of motivation, so I can smile.
Very well.
Then let me conclude on the stall Finance Minister, I can yield to you. No, it is you. No, I can yield to you. You can have the space. Once you are going to speak to welfare issues, that's it.
Honorable Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was asked to write letters to every single member of Parliament, including your good self, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was also informed that the letter cannot be one paragraph, and it can't just be a sentence, but it should be like a pamphlet. Mr. Speaker, to write a letter to individual members of Parliament, 275 of us, 275. Mr. Speaker, you require more than 24 hours. You require more than 24 hours. Mr. Speaker, so far,
Honorable Finance Minister,
so far I have written letters.
Honorable Finance Minister,
it's almost done.
In 24-hour economy,
Mr. Speaker,
you cannot use 24 hours to write
Mr.
letters.
Speaker, I started writing last night. In fact, this morning. And then, Mr. Speaker, so far, I've written the letters for at least more than half of the members of Parliament. By close of day today, Mr. Speaker, in fact, by tomorrow morning, I should be in a position to write all those letters. And the letters will be ready. Mr. Speaker, just to give you that assurance. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I decided to extend the letters to cover the clerks of Parliament, just for information. Thank you.
We are most grateful. Yes, Honorable Minority Whip.
Yes, the Minister of Finance, Speaker, we worked with him in leadership. Even though I would take his budget with a pinch of salt. As for his budget, I'll take it with a pinch of salt. But other matters, I believe him. I believe him that he will deliver. Speaker, to conclude on my submission, I think the matter on store water projects, Honorable Ampim, your boss has come, but listen. The matter on store water project, Speaker, we cannot take it lightly. The supply of potable water is a basic necessity of life. And I want to employ the ministry that they should give the Ministry of Works and Housing the necessary oxygen for them to prosecute their agenda, especially on the coastal belt project, then the water supply project, to revive the stall water supply project, and then the Ramsia site, which is posing a lot of difficulty because of the encroachment. With these few words, I want to thank you for the opportunity. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion number 29 at page 7 of today's order paper, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. This House accordingly approves the sum of 918,093,148 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Works and Housing and Water Resources for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader. Honourable members, I'm being urged upon to suspend the House for 30 minutes. So the House is accordingly suspended for 30 minutes. Honourable members may resume their seat. Yes, Honourable Deputy Majority Leader. Honourable Deputy Majority Leader, we promise to take motion number 28.
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker. Motion 28 on page 7. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move the motion that this Honourable House approves the sum of 204,597,840 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts for the year ending 31st December 2025. Thank you.
Honourable Member, motion duly moved. Any seconder?
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and in doing so, I humbly implore the Hansard to capture in full the entire report. Mr. Speaker, during the deliberation, we made some observations, and those ones include the Black Stars experience, which is a cash cow for the tourism ministry.
Honourable Minister, in conclusion.
We've also made an observation that the budget ceiling of the ministry is too low. For that matter, something must be done about it. And the capping of the agencies, apart from the hot cut, the rest are being capped, and it's not making them get a lot of money for their work. And there is also the issue of enhancing the skills of the personnel in the industry value change. So, Mr. Speaker, there are some challenges that the tourism ministry also face, and this includes office space for staff, insufficient and obsolete office equipment, and inadequate logistics with the ministry and its agencies. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the sum of 204,597,840 Ghana cedis, 39 pesos for the implementation of the programs and activities of the tourism ministry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Chiasama.
Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. I rise to support the motion for the House to approve the sum of 204,597,840 for the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts for the year ending the 31st of December 2025. Mr. Speaker, what we realize is that the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts is an important part of this nation because it breeds national identity. It also promotes cohesion and national development. And for the original sum of about 1.4 billion they had projected, unfortunately, the Ministry of Finance gave them a ceiling for 204 million. We would have wished that more can be added on because there are a lot of these centers that if we invest in them, it has the potential to create jobs and also to bring about national development. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion to approve the sum of 204 million plus for the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. I submit.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But be brief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support that the advertised amount be given to the Ministry of Tourism, Creative Arts and Culture. The Speaker, one of the greatest monuments that we have in this country is tourism sites. And I believe that we have not done enough as a country to uplift and upgrade these sites. And it is therefore making it very difficult for us to generate more revenue for the state. Intentionally, the previous government, led by His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, decided to upgrade and uplift the Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum, which has now turned into a very important tourist site for this country. I believe that it is also very important for this government to concentrate on intentionally trying its best to renovate most of the tourist sites and attractions in this country, so that they'll be able to generate a lot of revenue for the country. On this note, the Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Communication.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the committee's work and seek for approval of this House. But I think that this is a House of records and we should just set the record straight. We are all happy and excited that the Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum has been renovated. There is no gainsaying that it happened during the presidency of His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. However, it was not his project. It was a World Bank funded renovation. It was a World Bank funded project. And because this is a House of records, let us put the record straight that it was a World Bank renovation and not a renovation by the government of President Akufo-Addo. With this, I support the motion to approve the budget. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Members. Honorable Members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion number 28 at page 7 of today's order paper, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable Members, the ayes have it, the motion is adopted. This August House accordingly approves the sum of 204,597,840 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts for the year ending 31st December 2025. Honourable Members, I further direct that the Hansa Department should capture the figure that is contained in the motion paper, but not the one at the conclusion of the report. The one in the Hansa, in the order paper, doesn't have a password. So that's the difference. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Item number 13.
Yes, Majority Leader. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 13. I beg to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 43,300,000 351,402 Ghana cedis 50 pesos for the services of the Public Services Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, it will be observed that on the order paper, the advertised amount is 21,608,317. But following the realignment of the budget allocations for the Office of Government Machinery, the amounts have changed. And so, in relation to the Public Services Commission, the amount has changed to 43,351,402 Ghana cedis 50 pesos, and that should be effected as an amendment to the motion. So, Speaker, your committee, after deliberations, carefully examined the annual estimates of the Public Services Commission, and having regards to the strategic role of the PCS in improving public services delivery, recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the sum of 43,351,402 Ghana cedis 50 pesos to enable the Public Services Commission implement its programs and activities for the 2025 financial year. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
All members, motion accordingly move. Report presented. Any seconder?
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Asante Boateng, you have the floor.
I rise to second the motion moved by the majority leader. In so doing, Honorable Speaker, I just want to give some comments on our report. Honorable Speaker, we realize that the Public Service Commission is not properly resourced. They also face the problem of unavailability of transport to help the commissioners and other officers perform their duties creditably. And also, when we met with them, Honorable Speaker, we realized that there are certain appointments that come from certain institutions and the presidency, which they are not able to regularize because it's not backed by law. When you look at the Public Service Act and the respective acts that the various agencies appoints, makes their appointments, we realize that a lot of them were done outside the respective act, and as such, the Public Service Commission are unable to regularize such appointments. Right, Honorable Speaker, we realize that in terms of budgetary support, what they were allocated wasn't enough, but I think they can make good use of it by trying their best to apportion it. When you look at the goods and services, right, Honorable Speaker, you realize that the amount allocated in year 2024, to some extent, if you consider inflation and other things, has been reduced. If you, as it were, top it up with inflation as a multiplier, the exact amount given, to some extent, has been reduced. Right, Honorable Speaker, having said that, I just want to recommend that the budget amount of 43,351,402.50 pesos, but I recommend that it must be approved by the House.
Honorable, can you conclude?
I so submit, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Auku.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I also rise in support of the motion moved by the Honorable Majority Leader. in support of the Public Services Commission's budget for the year ending 2025. Mr. Speaker, in spite of the challenges that they face, they also continue to also deliver service to the nation. One observation of the committee was that it was important that as Public Services Commission, they also try to increase their own IGF generation. And with this, what we actually meant was that if you look at their own rentals, renting some of their spaces to telecom giants, and what they were charging them was clearly peanut. Even though government continues to support, we also believe that they also have a role to play in generating something to also help cushion them in the delivery of service. So, Speaker, I would like to also forcefully support the position of the chairman of the committee, especially in relation to appointment that emanate from the presidency, that they are unable to also regularize in accordance with their own practice and rules and regulation. Many appointees of previous government and current were also likely and have suffered same. And I do know that sometimes these appointees of the president at the end of their tenure will have to exit and go home without anything as well.
Honorable, conclude.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I submit and support the motion moved by the majority leader. Thank you.
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion number 13 at page 4 of today's order paper, say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. This House approved a sum of 43,351,402 Ghana cedis, 50 Ghana pesos for the services of the Public Services Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Motion number 16 on page 5 of the order paper.
Right Honorable Speaker, I move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 76,304,797 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Head of Civil Service for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, we all know the role of the Head of Civil Service, the Office of the Head of Civil Service. Mr. Speaker, the human resource management of this country all depends on this very critical institution. Your committee met with their representatives and after deliberations put together this report and therefore recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the sum of 76,304,767 Ghana cedis for the implementation of the programs and activities of the Office of the Head of Civil Service for the financial year ending on the 31st of December 2025. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion ably moved. Report presented. Any seconder?
Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to second the motion. In so doing, I would like to present the committee's report. Right Honourable Speaker, I just want to make some preliminary comments and then conclude on it. Honourable Speaker, you realize that in the year of under review, the agency was able to monitor all the 16 ministries and departments to ensure compliance with the Public Procurement Act and Public Procurement Amendment Act. That was to improve cost effectiveness as part of measures implemented to sustain or reduce corruption in all forms. Right Honourable Speaker, the agency was also able to conduct promotion interviews for 5,800 officers. Besides that,
they were able to train 10,722 civil service staff on various schemes of service on competency-based service wire training. Also, they were able to roll out electronic staff performance appraisal reporting system for 57 service institutions with a total of 16,667. We realize that they have a lot to do as a head of the institution which oversees all the departments and ministries. So, Honorable Speaker, this year on their budget they were given an amount of 76,304,797 Ghana cedis, with most of it going into compensation. Without saying much, Right Honorable Speaker, I therefore recommend that the total amount of 76,304,797 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of Head of Civil Service for the year ending 31st December 2025 be approved for their activities. I so submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion numbered 16 at page 5 of today's other paper, say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the House accordingly approves the sum of 76,304,797 Ghana cedis for the services of the Head of Civil Service for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Majority Leader.
So, Speaker, we'll take item 19. Item 19, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, item 19.
Speaker, the Minister of State at the Office of the President is unavailable, and I crave your indulgence, and if my colleagues on the other side will indulge us, I will take that item.
Yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
I thought it was my good friend, Honorable Felix. Or he's not the one. Can we be sure who is responsible?
Yes, Honorable Minister. Yeah, very well. Honorable members, leave is accordingly granted, so go ahead and move the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 1,126,414,009 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of Government Machinery for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, you will see on the motion paper that the figure indicated there is 4,124,847,785 for the services of the Office of the Government Machinery. This figure is being amended by substituting it with 1,126,414,009
Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is because an initial alignment had the National Security Council and the security intelligence agencies all brought under the Office of Government Machinery, and that took the budgetary allocation of the Office of Government Machinery to the 4.1 billion. Given the decision of government to realign and assign ministerial responsibility for the intelligence agencies and National Security Council to the Minister for the Interior, the budgetary allocation to these agencies have been transferred to the Minister for the Interior. And therefore, what is left is the actual allocation to the agencies that will now be under the Office of Government Machinery. Mr. Speaker, the Office of Government Machinery comprises of Office of the President and other agencies, the Public Sector Reform, Public Enterprises, Council of State, Office of the Chief of State Protocol, Ghana Investment Promotion Center, National Population Council, Office of the Administrator General, Ghana AIDS Commission, Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, the Ghana News Agency, the Information Services Department, State Interest and Governance Authority, the Internal Audit Agency, the Scholarship Secretariat, and the National Identification Authority. All these agencies come under the Office of Government Machinery. Mr. Speaker, their performance for 2024 was evaluated by your committee, and allocations made for the various agencies for the year 2025. And the total figure for 2025 has been revised downwards, and it is now 1,126,414,009 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, your committee critically examined these estimates and recommends that this House approves this sum for the 2025 financial year for the Office of Government Machinery. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion move result report presented. Any seconder?
Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, motion move and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Please go ahead.
In seconding the motion, Right Honourable Speaker, I wish to present the committee's report. I realize that most salient points have been commented on by the majority leader. But what I want to add is that when you look at the performance of the Office of Government Machinery for the year under review, they had an allocated budget of 2,074,887,164 Ghana cedis. That was the year 2024. And the actual amount released was 1.3 billion, 397,634,792 Ghana cedis, which the actual spend came to 1.2 billion Ghana cedis. So in effect, as the majority leader said, the realignment has placed the National Security Coordinating Council, the National Intelligence Board, and the National Signal Bureau Board, and the Research Department under the office figure of 1,126,414,000 Ghana cedis. So, Mr. Speaker, I therefore recommend that this amount of 1,126,414,000 Ghana cedis be approved for the activities of the Office of Government Machinery. I so submit. All right, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, permit me to make some few observations. Speaker, in referencing the reports of the committee, page 18, item 6.0, realignment of agencies under OGM. Speaker, I have read it the second time, this particular paragraph, and I've been wondering what the intendment is. The realignment, 6.1. And Speaker, we are told agencies such as the National Security Coordinating Council, the National Intelligence Board, the National Signals Board, and the Research Department have all been aligned to the Ministry of the Interior. And what is the necessity? Why do we have to realign these agencies? Why didn't we allow the status quo to remain? I mean, if it's not broken, why do you want to fix it? Probably the House needs to be carried along. So if you proceed further to 19, the report says compensation had increased by some 52 million. Compensation under OGM has increased from some 379 million. It has increased from 326 million in 2004 to now 379, an increment of 52.
Talking about 2024 or 2004?
2024, Speaker. 2024 and 2025. And the reasons assigned are that the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, the Ghana News Agency, and the Information Service Department have now been placed under OGM. Yes, that is clear. Why do you have to do that? So I'm wondering, why do we have to do this particular realignment? What are we seeking to achieve? If it is the case that we are seeking to reduce spending, we are back to square one. And in this context, even with compensation, we have rather increased the amount. So maybe the majority leader will want to prefer some reasons. I don't get it. I don't get it. Are we moving in cycles? What is the issue? What are we seeking to achieve? So, yes, we will support the passage of the motion and the said amount. But I think these fundamental concerns need to be addressed going forward so that all of us will have clarity in our mind, the reasoning behind this particular action. So, Speaker, I will conclude here, but I will pray the leader of the House, since he moved the motion, I'm sure he has been apprised, and so that he can carry us along duly.
Members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion numbered 19 at page 5 of today's order paper, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and this Honourable House approves the sum of 1,126,414 Ghana, 1,126,414,009 Ghana cedis for the services of the office of the government machinery for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we now take motion 34 on page 8 of the other paper. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister is not around. So may I seek your leave to get the Foreign Minister to take that. Thank you.
Yes.
We have cooperated enough. Yes. The Health Minister. The Health Minister, the whole day, he hasn't showed up. We haven't seen him the whole day. Unavoidably, the Speaker, no, wait. Listen to me first. Speaker has cancelled that. Speaker, you had cancelled that. We should stop using the expression unavoidably absent. What's the meaning of that? He has a duty to be in the House. He is one of us.
Honorable Minority Leader,
Speaker, the whole day.
your colleague is out of the jurisdiction. And your cooperation, once the day is not over, it cannot be enough.
Speaker, if it is the case that my good friend, Honorable Akando, is out of jurisdiction, he knows what to do. He should write, at least show some deference to this House by writing to us. He will write. He will also not show up. His deputy too is not here. Abba, why? Why? The Honorable Ablakwa,
Honorable who is the Deputy Health Minister?
I'll be here to confirm that. But Honorable Ablakwa, he is here to move his motion. And they are going to create problems for Ablakwa. Ablakwa doesn't want problem. He coming here to move his motion. Leave Ablakwa alone. Go and look for your Health Minister to come and move the motion.
Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, you may move the motion number 34.
Just to be consistent in the spirit of being magnanimous. So, and the Chief Whip has related appropriately, so I will withdraw my objection. I will withdraw it.
So may I ask the Hansard Department to expunge it?
Yes,
you are withdrawing.
But they should say that it's been withdrawn fleetingly. We may go back.
Yes, Honorable Foreign Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move motion number 34, that this Honorable House approves a sum of 17,816,819,638 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Health for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, just for the record, you would notice that the Honorable Health Minister, who is out on a very important official assignment, did not forsake the duties imposed on him by the Constitution, the President, and the people of this country. You note, Mr. Speaker, that he cooperated with the committee, attended all the meetings, and the report of the committee duly captures that and commends the minister for his diligence and the dedication with which he attended upon his duties. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I would like to quickly move to the conclusion, and that's item 10.0, which, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, after carefully examining the 2025 annual budget estimates and 2024 budget performance of the Ministry of Health, as well as the Ministry's outlook for 2025, the committee hereby recommends that this House approves the total sum of 17,816,819,637 Ghana cedis for the operations of the Ministry of Health. The committee further requests that the Ministry of Finance
Honorable
release funds regularly.
The chairman of the report, the chairman of the committee will present the report
and honor all of his commitments. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Motion ably moved. I will now call on the chairman of the committee to second the motion and present the committee's report.
I rise to support the motion.
Member, second the motion and present the report.
And in so doing, I have some few comments. However, second the motion.
Honorable member, second the motion and present the report of the committee.
And
honorable member second the motion and in doing so present the report of the committee.
Yes, I rise to second the motion and to present the report of the committee.
Honorable members.
And in so doing, I entreat the hazard department to capture in entirety the report.
Yes, honorable member, read the conclusion.
In conclusion, I'll do as the house wants. Just the time, yeah.
Yes.
In conclusion, I recommend that the House approves an amount of 17 billion 816 million 809,637 Ghana cedis 70 pesos to the ministry to enable them carry out their responsibilities for the year 2025.
Thank you very much, honorable minister.
I so submit. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, motion moved and ably seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, honorable member, you have the floor.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the motion. In so doing, there are a few comments I want to run on the report. The first one has to do with the high attrition rate in the health service delivery, low utilization of ambulance services, and mental health issues also provided a great challenge when the various institutions came to the committee. Having said this, I support that the House passes the budget allocation of 17 billion 816 million 819,638. It is instructive to note that in spite of this high amount, about 73% of it is used for compensation. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all those in favor of the motion number 34 at page 8 of today's order paper, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion number 34 is adopted, and this House accordingly approves the sum of 17 billion 816 million 819,638 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Health for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Majority Leader. Majority Leader, the House is looking up to you. Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can we take motion number 37 on page 9 of the other paper? And may I also indulge you to seek your permission for the Foreign Minister to take it on behalf of the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader, there is an application.
So it is the case that the deputy and the minister are all not here. I just need a confirmation. Is that the case? He has no deputy. Speaker.
Leave accordingly granted. Minister can remove the motion.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move motion number 37, that this Honorable House approves the sum of 232,280,655 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment for the year ending 31st December 2025. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Motion ably moved. Any seconder?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion that this Honorable House approves the sum of 232,280,655 for the services of the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment for the year ending 31st December. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I present your report. I will pray that the Hazard Department, as aware, will capture the entire report that has been read. Mr. Speaker, I move to page 11, paragraph 85. That is the government flagship programs. We have two flagship programs which we have realized, the committee has realized that.
In conclusion.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, which the committee has realized that the National Apprenticeship Program is put under the NYA, which is a regulatory body. So the committee recommends that that National Apprenticeship Program should be brought under the NIP, which is the implementing agency. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee recognizes that the creation of sustainable employment opportunities for the youth is inextricably linked to the continued existence of peace and security in the country. And so we, as the committee, therefore, unreservedly recommends that this August House approve a total budget allocation of 642,280,655 Ghana cedis to the ministry to be able to do their duties and responsibilities. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes? Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I speak to support the motion to approve the budget for the Youth Ministry. Honorable Speaker, I just want to comment briefly on the allocation to the Ejumera. You know, the Ejumera is one of the so-called flagship programs of this government.
Honorable Member, you know the rules.
Please, let me take the others of the Speaker. Are you a speaker? Please, allow me to take the others of the Speaker.
Are you a speaker?
Honorable Member, we are in a period where we should not be breaching the rules. So once you know the rule, don't be in breach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the guidance. So the Jumera is one of the flagship programs.
Honorable member, I said you know the rules. What is a Jumera?
A Jumera is in the program. It's a program under the National Youth Program. Hey, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, translate it into English.
He said?
Translate it into English.
No. Mr. Speaker, it's in the budget.
Very well. Continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for noting the guidance. So, Mr. Speaker, basically, according to this budget, the Ejumera is supposed to be implemented by the NEIP. The NEIP, as established, is one of the areas where this government have laid off all the staff under that particular agency. So I'm just admonishing the government, if they want to continue with this Ejumera and get it done as established under NEIP, then I will plead with the government to continue to employ the people in NEIP, provide more jobs for the youth of this country, and in so doing, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion to approve the budget for the Youth Authority. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes.
May I correct or seek some clarification? The motion was moved by the Honorable Blackwell. Speaker, I see a difference in the amount advertised in the motion and compared to what the report captures. The motion captures 232 million plus, and then the report captures 642 million. So I don't know if there had been. Is it as a result of a realignment?
Very well. Yes, Majority Leader, let me hear you.
No, Speaker, we need explanation. What is the budget? What did the budget capture?
What's the report? The youth report. The youth report. The youth report. The youth report.
Yeah. This is gender.
Mr. Speaker, the initial budgetary allocation had an error in which 300 million was allocated to the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and then I think during the deliberations of the committee, that error was discovered. And so there was a correction in which the 300 million was taken away from Ministry of Trade and reallocated to the Ministry of Youth and not sports, youth development and empowerment. So that accounts for the change. So the motion is proposing to amend the motion to delete the amount captured in the order paper and substitute it with the amount that is captured by the committee in its concluding report, which is 642,280,655 Ghana cedis for the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment for the 2025 financial year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minority Whip. You are right. He has given the explanation. So amendment should be carried out accordingly.
Okay. So then the amendment will be effected.
Yes. So we don't put the question on the amended figure.
Yes, we should put the question. Question on.
Yes. All members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor. Very well. If you want to contribute, go ahead and contribute.
I thank you for indulging me. Just to observe that on page 10 of the report, it talks about overhaul of the Government of Ghana Scholarship Award Scheme. And Speaker, I'm wondering if they are referring to the Scholarship Secretariat. if it is the scholarship secretariat, then I will go ahead to ask, is the scholarship secretariat under this ministry? I am aware of an intent to move the scholarship secretariat to the Ministry of Education. Now we hear the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment. Oversight, or is going to have oversight. We need clarification. Because the scholarship secretariat, long before, has been under the office of the President. Clarify this, or the mover of the motion. To be very honest with you, when it goes out like this, to me, it appears ambiguous that the scholarship secretariat was present at the meeting of the. So I am just saying. Yes.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the scholarship secretariat, by the most recent executive instrument, has been reassigned to the Ministry of Youth Development. So the scholarship secretariat is now under the Ministry of Youth Development.
Very well. Yes, but they refer to scholarship in general. They didn't refer to any part. They refer to scholarship in general. They didn't refer to any particular.
Leader has brought clarity on it, and I'm sure there will be some debate on this matter going to the day.
Very well.
We'll leave it now.
Very well.
For the day.
You are done with your debate.
Speaker, I am.
Very well. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor of the motion number 37 at page 9 of today's order paper, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. This House accordingly approves the sum of 642,280,655 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Thanks for clearance.
Yeah.
Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to make an amendment here. There's a little mistake. That is the NIP in the report is captured as being under the National Youth Authority, but same must be replaced.
What page are you making
That's
reference
page 11. Page 11, paragraph 8.5.
Yes.
Page 11.
Yes.
Paragraph 8.5. So the National Entrepreneurial and Innovation Program, NIP, an agency under the National Youth Authority. National Youth Authority must be replaced with the ministry. That is the Youth Development Empowerment. So it is rather under the ministry, not the National Youth Authority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Hamzat, kindly take note of the correction of the report. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we want to look at motion number 39 on page 9 of the other paper. Mr. Speaker, I would like to seek your leave to take this motion. As the Attorney General here all day, but actually left the chamber.
Very well. The Attorney General has been in this House. Minority Leadership. Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, we have no objection.
Very well. Majority Leader, you may move the motion number 39.
39. Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 918,000,000 611,273 Ghana cedis for the services of judiciary and judicial service for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, your committee met with the leadership of the judiciary, reviewed their performance for 2024, and considered the allocation for 2025. And in this regard, the committee respectfully recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the sum of 1 billion. Mr. Speaker, the committee amended the figure from what is advertised and rather recommended to this House to approve the sum of 1,018,273,273 Ghana cedis instead of what is advertised in the order paper, motion numbered 39. So the figure, Mr. Speaker, is 1,018,611,273 Ghana cedis. And this is the figure that this committee recommends the House to approve for the activities of the judiciary and the judicial service of Ghana for the 2025 financial year. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member. Is that a recommendation of the committee or what has been agreed upon?
Mr. Speaker, that is what has been agreed upon.
Very well. Go over the figure again.
Figure agreed on which the committee recommends. Figure agreed on which the committee recommends this House to approve is 1,018,273,273 Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, with respect to Majority Leader, we've had these matters coming up where often some inconsistency between the report, figures captured by the committee report, and figures captured in the motion on the order paper. And oftentimes we are guided by the figure captured by the budget. So may I employ or appeal to the committee leadership, they should carry the House along, Speaker, so that the House is not misled. Because earlier on, Majority Leader, you yourself, you were misled. You quoted the figure on the order paper. Then when you check on the reports, you realize that you had to make some amendments. So now we are presented with two figures, and we can't confirm that the figure quoted by the report is what it is. We have to refer to the budget statement. So probably we should get the committee to refer to the budget statement. Then we can confirm what the rightful figure is. Because correcting it on this spur of movement is not appropriate.
Honourable members, my understanding is that the budget is a proposal. Until the Appropriation Act is passed, the actual figures between the budget presented and at the time that we pass the appropriation, figures can change. So once the mover of the motion is saying this is our agreed figure, we have to put a question on this agreed figure. Because this is what will be appropriated.
Speaker, with respect. The appropriation is a summation of figures confirmed by all the motions we've taken. So if it is the case that we have confirmed by a motion of the House, then we are bound by that motion. Speaker, so I kindly plead with you, we should get the rightful figure before the motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have gone, and there is obviously no indication anywhere in the report that there is a change in the allocation. And indeed, if you
If you even read the clerks seem to be making mistakes, some clerical errors. And, Mr. Speaker, it is not just here. On several occasions, we've noticed those clerical errors where, they capture a different figure in the motion, and then when it comes to the report, you see there's a differential, and when you do the additions from the report, you see clearly that it is a clerical error and really not, some inappropriate allocation. If you want to see the accurate figure, look at page 6. Page 6 has a table. Page 6 has a table, and that table gives you the various components of the breakdown. You have the compensation, which is 696,594,994. Then you have the goods and service, which is 177,914,513. Then you have the capital expenditure of 144,111,766. And when you put the total, you get 1,018,600,000 captured in the motion. And so the motion is amended, and the figure that will take the place of what is in the motion is 1,018,611,273 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, that is the correct figure.
Honourable members, with all due respect, having regard to these different figures that we are seeing, I intend to defer the question. Yes, I will defer the question. Debate has been concluded, but I will defer the question so that we reconcile the figures. Yes,
Mr. Speaker.
Ranking member.
Yes.
Who is the chairman of the committee? Chairman of the committee, what is the exact figure?
Right Honourable Speaker, according to page 6, the budget as presented is produced over there. And for the totals, you have an amount of 961,370, etc., from the government of Ghana. What is missing from the figure on the order paper for today is the 57,240,460 Ghana cedis, which represents 30% of IGF. So you realize that when you put the two figures together, it gives you the total amount of the 1,018,273,273. So clearly,
Then
the
why
amount
are we having in the conclusion at page 14 a different figure?
I find it difficult to understand why we have a different figure on the order paper. In the course of our meeting, the figures that we discussed are figures as appear on page 6 of
Honourable Chairman,
the report.
It is not only the figure in the order paper that is different.
Right.
Even in your own report, the figure at page 6 is different from the concluding figure that you are recommending that we approve. They are not one and the same. Or is the same?
No, they are the same.
Very well. Very well. It's
They are
the
the
same.
same.
It's the same. It's the same. Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Ranking member.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, we had challenges with the figures. We had challenges with the figures because whilst we were working on it, on the report, a different figure came to us from the Ministry of Finance. That's how come that the figure has changed. Indeed, we originally had 2 billion, so we had to work on it for some time before we were able to arrive at the new figure. And it is because they did not add the IGF to the figure which came. They did not add the IGF, and later we added the IGF, and that's how come that we have gotten the 1 billion. Otherwise, we had 900 and something million. It's the IGF that has sent it up to the 1 billion, 1,126,414,909 Ghana cedis. It is because we added the IGF to the original figure. The original figure did not have the IGF, and so the figure is correct, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, the IGF is also supposed to be appropriated. Honourable members, if my memory serves me right, under Article 179 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, the budget of the judiciary is submitted to the executives with the constitutional imperative that it cannot be varied. You must bring it to Parliament with only a recommendation. So, honourable members, I still want to defer the question on item number 39 on today's order paper.
Seek your guidance on this. Speaker, would you respectfully then direct that the recommendation from the presidency comes?
Yes.
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 So that it's so directed, then
Yes.
it can be communicated so that it comes.
Yes. Normally, the report will come with the recommendation
attached
or without the recommendation
exactly
from the presidency. You know, in this house, I have litigated this matter. I even have a problem
me and you, yeah.
why the budget of the judiciary and the judicial service should be put together. Because if you look at the Constitution very critically, it is only the budget of the judiciary that should come with that constitutional restraint. But, honourable members, I cannot be seen to be debating this particular matter, so accordingly I will defer the question on the item number 39. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we want to bring the curtains to a close and come back tomorrow. 10 o'clock tomorrow, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minority Chief Whip.
But for the fact that the reports are not ready, I would have opposed this application because we want to work. We want to work and ultimately pass the appropriation. 24-hour economy. Why are you running away? Speaker, it's because I will cede to his call. Deputy Leader, I will cede to your call because the reports are not ready. As we must congratulate ourselves. Leader has shown good leadership. Speaker, yourself and my good friend, the Majority Leader, who has been running around all day. Fatigue is setting in. But, Speaker, the Chief Whip should assure us tomorrow, by the time we come, all the reports must be ready. Foreign Affairs, he hasn't moved his motion. You can see worries all over the minister. The minister is worried. His budget has not been passed.
Son of man.
The Honorable Sam George is lucky. His budget has been passed. And he's beaming with smiles.
How about fellas?
So let's ensure that we got as many of the reports as possible be ready so that we can close the curtains. Having said that, I agree and I support his application.
Honorable members, I think on this occasion I can say that you are all out of order. I will rely on Standing Order 56-2 to say that after 5 hours of sitting, the discretion is mine to decide whether to adjourn the House or not to adjourn the House. Honourable members, in the circumstances, tomorrow. All members, in the circumstances, the House is accordingly adjourned till Friday. Tomorrow? Yes. Till Friday, 28th March 2025 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Thank you very much, honorable members. Yep. Charlie, how are you? We work very hard. Yes.